morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the second day of Wimbledon action in 2025 here on JB Sports. The first action on centre court is about to get underway as well, with our first of four matches coming your way today, including the resumption of what happened yesterday. So centre court action is getting underway, and you can keep across of all of the action as well. That's going to come up very shortly. Wimbledon Radio will be taking you through as well on the action. So let's head down and join our team at the track.
For a new upcoming player, young, there is two types of the players who deal well with it in a new environment when it is overwhelming, and then some players need some time to adjust and play some matches on the big stages. But I have a feeling, and listening and looking some videos of Eala press conference and some videos of her, that she's very, very mature and confident for her age. And, being around Rafael Nadal and his academy, of course, it also gives you a lot of boost of confidence.
Well, that's where she's grown up in a tennis sense, there's no doubt about that. Spent so much time there since an early teenager, really. Very comfortable there as well, comes from a tennis family. And she's made a startling rise this year, and the foundation stones of it were built on that run to the semi-finals in Miami, where she took out the world number 2 at the time, Iga Swiatek, as well as Paula Badosa, the world number 11. Elena Ostapenko as well was dispatched, just as she was on the grass by Eala last week in Eastbourne. And I would describe her tennis as fearless. The only worry I have for her today is that second serve for me is a vulnerability. And Krejcikova will have the time on that second serve because it doesn't have the biggest speed to line up those big swings that she likes to smash all over the court.
Yeah, and Krejcikova is the one who doesn't give you any rhythm at all. So when you play against her, you feel you're a bit, you're losing your game, because she also takes so much time and such a big pause before hitting. She's very smart at that. And especially on her forehand, she can really move the ball around and cut the angles and drop you some short, wide balls, take you off the court and just finish, to the open court. So it's not an easy matchup for Eala today.
Well, 10 matches she's won on the grass this season. That's another big factor in her favour. And Olga, we always talk, don't we, about confidence in this sport. And you, as a fantastic former player, can speak to this better than anyone. You know that feeling when you're not winning matches, what that feels like mentally.
Yeah, especially when, you're losing, and then you just play the next match and you're in a good form, you practice well, and then you lose first 1 or 2 games and you have this horrible feeling, oh no, it's coming again, even though if you're in a great form. That's not a nice feeling.
On the flip side of that, feeling what Barbora Krejcikova must be feeling right now, being back at the scene of her greatest triumph, do you think that can also affect a player in a positive way? In other words, if you come here, perhaps with results not going your way, how much can that have a positive impact to get that happy muscle memory back? Or does it bring its different pressure?
It's a good question, but I mean, she's in a line with such a great Czech players who won this title before, and it would be nice if she can back it up, but it's a long shot. It's just the first round, beginning of the long 2 weeks for the players. But I think when you hear Barbora Krejcikova speaks on the interviews and about her tennis and everything, she's always quite calm and clear-headed about her tennis and the approach to matches.
Yes, she does seem to be not particularly emotional on the court at all. She's methodical out there. She can be lethal out there as well.
We're seeing Judy Murray
in the royal box.
Yes.
Yes, it's star-studded today. Russell Crowe, gladiator himself, is up there.
Ooh, I want to go there.
Well, I don't mind telling you, keeping a beady eye. The bird's eye view from up here, Olga, don't you worry, we'll spot him. Rebel Wilson is in the box as well. Alexandra Armstrong, very funny British TV personality and comedian, is there as well. But right now, on the court, Eala serving first. Lefty serve into the Krejcikova backhand, and Eala goes long with her first forehand.
to say, and I am not sure it's easier to start while you're serving first, when you have all those nerves before the serve on the first game. I always chose receive.
Did you?
Yeah,
Always?
most of the time, yes.
It didn't matter who you were playing?
No, it was depends on the day how I felt my serve.
Did you, and you don't have to name names, and it might be better if you don't, but were there ever players that you got used to on the tour who were always a bit wobbly with their first serve, as Eala finds a beautiful forehand down the line that sends a puff of titanium pigment into the air?
I think the top players who have a big serve, they always choose to start with the serve. They just feel so much confidence with it. So I was not that type of a player, so it was from day to day.
Eala with the serve into the forehand of Krejcikova, into the net. Centre court, I would say, is probably 3/4 full right now. There are a lot of people with fans today, umbrellas dotted around as well, which they may need actually if they're coming back tomorrow for the rain. I can't believe how much I'm looking forward to a little bit of rain tomorrow, and it'll be a lot cooler, maybe 10 degrees or so cooler. As Krejcikova returns on the forehand, just misses the line, the tram line.
But those slice returns from Krejcikova that she did in the previous point just missed a bit on the forehand, especially like chip and charge slice. That's what kills you when you play against her. It takes the pace away, slows down the game.
Well, this will settle a few nerves, no doubt, for Eala, who 12 months ago was losing in the third round of qualifying to Lulu Sun, who went on to make the last 8 here. Only memorably along the way. And Krejcikova wins another point because of another error from the Eala racket, who arrives at SW19, career high 56. The 20-year-old turned 20 last month. Going places rapidly in this sport. First serve into the net. Bounces the ball on her baseline. Sun behind her. Krejcikova squinting into the sunlight as she sends down a big backhand return. Now the champion on the forehand. Eala's there with her backhand. Krejcikova again probing with the forehand. And that is a beauty to wrap up the service hold from Alexandra Eala.
It is a beautiful down the line backhand from Eala, and it's what a way to start your service game and to win, have it in the pocket, and just give you, you know, good start of the match, good confidence.
I imagine she would have been dreaming about a service hold like that ever since the draw came out on Friday. And Eala off to a great start on serve. Having a chat with Kelly Rask right now.
So the time doesn't stop now?
And Krejcikova just strolling down in front of the royal box, which is star-studded today. Alexandra Eala with a hold of serve, a very impressively confident one to get off and running on the scoreboard here today. Krejcikova lining up a serve, tosses the ball high into the blue sky, and she's now closing down on a short ball, and that is thumped away.
Yeah, great body slice serve from Krejcikova. Went straight in Eala's body and followed by the forehand approach shot. Just always looks so confident with her game, even if it's not going her way.
Krejcikova again with another serve. There's the Eala forehand. And she's looking down the line now. The slice again from the champion. A backhand is the response from Eala. There is another one. Probing that backhand is Krejcikova a lot at the moment. Big, heavy strikes from that Czech racket. And the length impeccable, but Eala gets there and she's getting to all of these balls, and then she blinks first by knocking that long.
Wow, I just felt it was like a ping-pong game. And I mean, Krejcikova did so well by increasing that power from the backhand side and playing so flat, cross-court and down the line. And I think her tactic for today's match is going to be just trying to maybe slow down and give no rhythm at all for Eala. You don't want to play too long points where the speed just increases if you're Krejcikova.
That is true. And you mentioned the slice, you spotted it very early on, the variety there, just upending the rhythm of the young player from the Philippines, because she likes to take the ball brutally early. That is her real power. That's where she's aggressive. You can be aggressive with your court position, your ball strike, or the timing of the ball strike. And that's what she likes to do. And that's why she's so effective against some of the very best, as she has been this year, as Krejcikova's ball toss just needs to be reset. Tries again. Big serve lands, but it's too big.
I love Eala return position was standing inside the baseline. I like that, putting some pressure on Krejcikova's serve, you know, trying to cut the angles.
It was one of the things she did very successfully against Iga Swiatek in Miami. She was aggressive with that, especially second serve return position. Krejcikova, big serve down the middle. That's a good return from Eala. Now she's lining up a forehand, but that's too big.
I have to say, it's always interesting with the players like Eala who are breaking through the year, and I feel it's always not that important that year that they break through and bring all those great results, but it's the year that follows by, that you have to defend. Everybody knows who you are. You can't surprise players anymore. They, you know, get used to your game, so that's where it's a real challenge.
And the excitement as well of your first year on tour is kind of unmatched, isn't it? Because everywhere is new. Every destination is a new one. Every draw is a new one, as Eala starts her second service game, and she's lining up a big forehand. There's the slice backhand of Krejcikova, handled well by the 20-year-old, who is now firing backhands aplenty at the champion, and she's certainly had plenty of traffic going to that wing in the early stages.
But Krejcikova is doing well by standing a bit far from the baseline, just giving herself extra time. As we know, she has a big swings from both sides, forehands and backhands, so she needs to be maybe a bit further back to give her chance to have more time.
Looking for the wide serve, the lefty slider, which is so effective. Bounces the ball again, 15-love. Eala looking for the second point of this game. That is an underpowered second serve, but she's got herself into the rally, goes cross-court with her backhand, and Krejcikova just looked a little bit slow there in her movement to her right-hand side to try and retrieve that. And that is an area in this matchup where I feel the younger player certainly has a big advantage.
Yeah, and it's for sure it's nerves as well. The first few opening games for Krejcikova as well. You know, you feel like you're a bit frozen and your legs are not moving as fast as normally you move. And yeah, I think she's gonna overcome that.
30-love. Looks for the serve into the corner of the service box. Isn't able to find it. Second serve for Eala. Serving up into the sun, and that might be the reason for the double fault there. Just shadowing a backhand and forehand as she goes to collect the balls from the ball kids on centre court. Remember, there are no line judges this year for the first time in Wimbledon history. It's electronic line calling. What do you think about that, Olga?
I think it's great, you know, it's going forward with this generation as well as I miss a bit of the, you know, lines umpires, but at the same time, I love the new system. Less chances of mistake.
Yeah, and I like the fact, I was making this point yesterday, that it doesn't cause an argument that becomes a thing that changes the whole direction
Which you miss
of a
bit,
match.
the argument sometimes.
I don't mind watching a good old argument unfold, but what I always feel is a bit unfair if a player is going really well and they can't let go of a bad call. But then you might say, well, that's part of your job as a player to let those things go eventually.
No. No.
Hold that grudge.
Nobody's allowed to have a mistake, to make a mistake when you're on the court and you're a player. Nobody.
You're so right. 40-15, looking for the serve into the centre of the box, actually, into the body of Krejcikova, and again the error comes. They are making a few unforced errors in the early stage, and that's because they're just still trying to settle into a little bit of a rhythm here.
Yeah, quite long errors from Eala's rackets, but I think it's the right way. She's trying to maybe a bit overheat the ball just to release that pressure and nerves. It's always a good idea. I like that she's been shadowing between the points as well, just to do some extra movements, you know, sweat more, just get into the match.
She's made 4 unforced errors on the backhand, and that's certainly been a department that we've seen early on that Krejcikova has chosen to target. So we'll watch that battle unfold as Krejcikova launches a big return back at Eala, 40-30 game point, and she looks to end it with an inside-out forehand, but just a little bit wide of the line, and all of a sudden the first juice game of this match is here. Centre court bathed in bright sunshine now. How hot is it outside?
Yeah, you can see all those people doing
fanning themselves
fanning
right
themselves. Doesn't help really at this heat.
Well, the return from Krejcikova lands halfway up the net.
It's interesting with her backhand of Krejcikova. It's really when she managed to follow through that ball, through her strings, and the ball looks like it's glued on her strings, she can bring a real depth in this game.
So advantage Eala, big serve into the forehand slice of Krejcikova. Now it's Eala looking cross-court, so is Krejcikova. They're into the rally now, big ball striking once again. Flatter backhand from Eala, but she's not getting that. Absolutely delightful forehand cross-court winner from Krejcikova.
Love that point from Krejcikova, how she increased the power from that forehand over and over again and just ripped the last one cross-court. Just beautiful. And the understanding of the length, to play shorter, to play higher with the shape on the ball, just outstanding.
Back at juice then. She's looking, probing for the flat one out wide from the juice court for the lefty. Just hasn't quite dialed it in yet. So the reset for the second serve, and Krejcikova just creeps a little bit nearer to her baseline. Forehand down the middle. Neutral start to the rally, and there's the forehand again, cross-court. Wow!
Wow.
That was decent.
The ability of increasing the power. And just with her wrist from Krejcikova. Just beautiful. And the understanding the right moment, right?
Yes.
That's what you feel when you play against her. It's the game is slower, slower, slower. Boom! Comes at you.
Well, break point for the first time in this opening set. Eala needs to be careful with the backhand, and she was, and she's in at the net with a half volley, which is deep, but there's the lob from Barbora Krejcikova. Inch perfect. And the defending champion has the opening break and a 2-1 lead on centre.
It was absolutely superb point from Krejcikova, and I love the fact during the point how she just dropped that ball into Eala's feet when Eala proceeded to the net, and then the lob was coming. You knew that.
Kate Blanchett is in the royal box. It is very starry today. The other point we should talk about, well, there are so many things to talk about with you, Olga, as always, but the other thing we should mention is Yuri Novak on the team now for Barbora Krejcikova. I mean, they'd only been together a week or so before the French Open started. So that's an intriguing development, and their coaching-player relationship blossoming and building foundations. And this is, in a way...
At Wimbledon.
At Wimbledon. And there are no kind of expectations in a way because they're so fresh into their arrangement. And in a way, that also kind of takes a bit of the pressure off.
Yeah, but also you have to admit that all the Czech players, they prefer to work with Czech coaches. You see that over and over again, especially on the women's side. And I like that, you know, they keep it in the country because they growing up watching, you know, the older players play, and then they look at them and then they take them as a coaches. So it's a very good, healthy balance. And I think the trust builds up between them, and then the coaches go from one Czech player to another, and, you know, you just trust that they know everything.
Well, she certainly looks comfortable out there right now, and as starts go for a defending champion, this is right up there. The other thing I would say, Olga, is I don't feel right now, and it's very early stages of the game, that the match, sorry, that Eala has had an opportunity to really move Barbora Krejcikova in the way that she would want. Hasn't really taken her out of her strike zone.
Yeah, I think it's because Barbora Krejcikova giving herself a space, a bit standing a bit far from the baseline and doing that very smart, just, you know, giving herself more time and moving the ball around as she always do.
Well, maybe the drop shot might just come into play at some stage for Eala, who is lining up a backhand return. And on the backhand again, my goodness, she has seen so many balls go there, and they continue to, and she has found the counterpunch magnificently.
Yeah, backhand from Eala just went to that short out wide. It was beautiful, and she wasn't really stable hitting that shot. It was like a one-off winner.
She hits it so flat, though, and low over the net. She finds the target. It's going to be very difficult to stay in the rally after that. So love 15. Krejcikova trying to back up the break of serve. Big serve into the corner of the box and a big return from Eala. And there is the drop shot. Here comes Krejcikova. Can she get there? No.
You just knew what's going to happen, so.
Do you know what? This is not my first rodeo. But it just felt you were absolutely right in terms of saying how far behind the baseline Krejcikova had been standing. But that's really high tennis IQ, isn't it, from Eala?
Yeah, I mean, she already proved to us that she knows how to play top players. And I'm sure she has a tactic for today's game.
Serving at love 30. Again, the return down the middle, the neutral return. And this time, Eala not able to find the magic on the backhand.
Yeah, not enough footwork, maybe didn't go low enough with her feet, Eala, on that backhand. Since it's a bit flat, you have to go either under the ball or a bit lower with your feet. So easy to say, right?
Oh, it's so easy from up here. We've never lost a match up here, Olga, have we?
Right?
Absolutely unbeaten.
Perfect stat. Unbeaten.
Krejcikova at 30-15. Again, looking for the serve down the tee with a bit of slice on it. It found the net. Ball is retrieved by a scurrying ball boy. And Krejcikova goes again, second serve. There is Eala with the return. Deep, aggressive return position from the 20-year-old. And she found real length there into the forehand of Krejcikova, and she lost the timing and the point.
Yeah, well spotted there, Sue, about her returning position. She was really like 1 meter inside the baseline. Eala was trying to take that serve early and putting some extra pressure on Krejcikova's serve, and it worked in that last point.
Breakback points here, 2 of them for Alexandra Eala. Krejcikova's serve is a wide one into the backhand, once again lining up a massive forehand, and she keeps finding the forehand, but Eala defending well, moving now to her left-hand side and just not able to absorb all the power that came at her in that exchange.
I have to say I'm impressed with with this match, how it's unfolding, with the level they both producing. I mean, Krejcikova hitting so effortless and so gutsy already.
Yes, it's been courageous from her. She just stops to adjust her shoe, goes into her service rhythm. 30-40, still a break point to defend here. Leading 2-1, early stages of centre court, and that serve is too long. And Eala creeps forward again, just inside the baseline here, looking to send a message on this second serve return. Krejcikova spotted it. Will she go big? Well, she tried to. It did work, because she looked down the tee there and she looked for a deep serve, and she obviously felt that she needed to because of that return position of Eala's.
I mean, it's great from Eala, that understanding that she has to do it and she has to change her return position and just to do something. It's always great when you're changing, you know, even if when you serve and you don't look at your opponent where they're standing, with, you know, side eye, you always see that movement and it affects you.
Does it make you really a little bit cross when you're serving?
Yeah,
to think that someone is disrespecting your serve that much, they're marching between the service box and the baseline.
It gets you thinking, you're like, oh my God, you're very confident. I'm going to serve full power right now. But, you know, that's what they want from you to think that way, because it gets into your head and you're maybe for a slight second, you're less focused.
Well, she's the first Filipino woman, Alexandra Eala, to play in the main draw at Wimbledon. She also made history by being the first Filipino woman to play in qualies last year, so continues to make history for her country in this sport. And trading blows right now in every possible way with Krejcikova. Ball clips the tape as Eala looks with another flat backhand down the line. Krejcikova defending, but then a little too much on the ground stroke from Eala. And 15 all, 2 games all, centre court. Second day of the championships.
Those backhand slices from Krejcikova really working well for her, especially on probably on Eala's backhand, because she plays flat from there. and she has to really work with her feet to go underneath.
Now Krejcikova peering down the court at this Eala first serve. It's long. Both of them looking to try and find a little consistency behind the first serve. Krejcikova's landed more first serve blows, that is for sure, in the early stages. The serve is good from Eala into that slice backhand again from Krejcikova, asking Eala to generate all of her pace. And anything slightly short from Eala, she is going after Krejcikova. Not able to find the court there, but again making a statement of her own.
Yes, and I really like that shape on her forehand, on Krejcikova's forehand, down the line. Just missed by a bit, but all the right tactics she's playing against Eala.
So, 30-15. Sliced forehand return from Krejcikova this time, and then unloading on a topspin forehand, which just misses the baseline.
Watching from up here, this match, new look, particularly at Barbora Krejcikova, it really feels like the ball comes off her racket like catapult. Really, really nice feel and nice sound. Really effortless power.
There's a slice backhand. You're not wrong, by the way. And there's a forehand from Krejcikova into the net. So there's a little two-game swing. And the momentum is suddenly with the 20-year-old Alexandra Eala. 3-2 in a very entertaining opening set. 21 minutes gone on centre court, and I think I have just spotted Russell Crowe in the royal box. I think, unless my eyesight deceives me, he is sitting 2 rows from the back wearing a very nice grey suit, but I am waiting for the pictures from our court feed, which I'm sure we'll get at some point, to confirm that is his seated position. Kate Blanchard, as I say, is there as well. Rebel Wilson. It's a very strong Australian feel, actually, in the royal box today.
Yeah, Rebel Wilson loves her tennis.
She does love her tennis.
She's actually a friend, quite a good friend of another Czech player, Karolina Muchova.
Yes, yes.
She always comes to her matches.
She does.
Yes. It's an interesting friendship. I was always asking Karolina Muchova.
Well, she knows that Rebel just loves her tennis.
Yes.
So they've been friends for a long time. In fact, Rebel spends a lot of time in between filming, going around WTA
Events,
tour matches and events. So she's a very, very familiar figure.
So
But there's no Australian players for them on centre court to enjoy today. But instead, they do have the defending ladies champion, the 7-time champion Novak Djokovic. In between that, they've got the treat of seeing Sasha Zverev. We need to talk about that in a bit, don't we? One set apiece against Artur Rinderknecht, who played quite beautifully last night. They split 2 tie-break sets. And then Diana Yastremska and Coco Gauff, the French Open champion, just to wrap things up. 6 years on from her spectacular arrival on centre court,
15.
where she beat Venus Williams at the tender age of just 15.
it's hard to believe that it's been 6 years ago.
I
And
know.
she's still so young.
She's still so young. 21.
It's crazy.
2-time Grand Slam champion, Wimbledon on the to-do list, as is the Australian Open. Krejcikova with a big serve, and Eala just,
13.
again, overcooking the return, shadowing the forehand and backhand again at the far end of the court. Krejcikova serving in front of the roll box.
Such a good skill from Eala, just shadowing, keep shadowing every mistake she makes.
Krejcikova looking for the tee serve again down the middle. She's certainly had the better of it in terms of points won behind the first serve. 8 from 10 so far, but none from 3 behind the second. That's been a key battle that Eala has won so far today. And she's won it again there with a second serve point.
Eala doing all the right things, just trying to attack that second serve. Doesn't have much slice or, you know, variety on that second serve. But I have to say, when you play against Krejcikova, the first serve is really tough to guess because of the kind of funny timing with her toes of the ball. You just can't guess where she's gonna serve and if it's gonna be like kick wide or slice serve. It's really tough to read.
She's just caught a couple of ball tosses, Barbora Krejcikova. And again, probing down the tee. Doesn't find the accuracy she's looking for. So again, the second serve is exposed. And again, the ball toss is errant. Here comes the second serve, and again she looked down the tee, and again the double fault comes.
And she's pushed to go for it because of Eala return position.
3 double faults in this set now. And her coach, Yuri Novak, just squinting down at the court, impassive in terms of his reaction to that. But there's pressure here for the defending champion. She finds a big serve. Just important, that point, because at 30 all 2-3, having had the initial break and then been hunted down a little bit, this is where you need to be careful in a set where the momentum can really turn against you.
Especially on grass. The points could be so short and quick. You have to be ready.
Big serve. Short return from Eala, but Krejcikova just a little over-enthusiastic with that forehand.
Yeah, maybe treated that short court forehand a bit too casually. Not enough treatment on the forehand.
Well, now she's
relaxed.
She's just looked up her box there, didn't she? Looking for a little bit of moral support for the first time, really, in this match. Serving at deuce and serving into the net. And we're nearly full now on centre court. And there are people fanning themselves furiously. I think someone's phone's just gone off. Second serve coming from Krejcikova. Eala is there with a very flat backhand return. Now lining up a big forehand, and boom! Away she goes.
Lightning power from Eala. You just feel she's a bit unstoppable right now. She decided to go for it. She decided to take it. I like that, not waiting for anything. Very decisive.
Well, this would be another break of the Krejcikova serve here. If Eala can find this next point. And the backhand is so good from Alexandra Eala. My goodness me, 3 games in a row. And the defending champion is in trouble on centre court.
I have a goosebumps from the last 2 points from Eala. 2 winners down the line, forehand down the line and backhand down the line. Just really gutsy, and she's very determined in this match so far. We have to also mention the little gift from Nike, which was really nice, giving her a hair tie for Eala with this national flower of Philippines. It's called, sorry for my pronunciation.
Come on, come on, give it.
Sampaguit flower.
Very
Sounded a bit
good.
Spanish, but
Very good.
it's a national flower to make her feel a little bit at home. It's a very
that's a lovely
thoughtful,
touch, yeah. Well, she's going along very nicely and starting to look awfully dangerous, because it feels, Olga, in the last 5 or 10 minutes like she started to take the ball earlier and earlier. And that is going to be a big problem for Barbora Krejcikova. But the champion has pitched that opening point of this service game. Desperate to get back on track here. She looked very bright and breezy at 2-1, but things have got a bit complicated out there for her.
But I often speak about that, you know, what's the difference between top players and future top players, young players who coming, you know, rising through the ranking. It's the understanding to do that last push in the right moment. And, you know, see the opponent maybe a little bit unfocused or down in the match, in the set, and just spot that moment, and they just go for it right at you.
But it's the clarity of thinking that's also really impressed me, and that's part of that. The ability to adjust your tactical approach based on what your opponent's doing very quickly and see an instant impact, as she has today, as she trades blows deep and lows for the angle again. And there is another winner to add to a sparkling showreel so far on centre court from Alexandra Eala.
Yeah, more winners is coming off her racket, especially on that backhand side. Just beautiful cross-court backhand winner. And again, slightly shorter, so she changed the angle. You want to bring Krejcikova inside the court.
30-15. First serve goes long. I think there was so much focus on that backhand from Krejcikova in the early stages, she's almost played it in because now it's laser-like. Pace well and truly off that serve, and it was given the treatment. I'm not surprised. 67 mile an hour second serve. That's the kind of speed I hit a first serve, Olga.
Let's not go there.
Let's not go there.
Comparing the speed of this.
No, definitely not. 30 all then. Big moment here, perhaps. Eala just with a heavy top spin, and it sat up and invited the big strike from Krejcikova, and it got it.
Inside out forehand from Krejcikova, the way she moved around the ball and just rip it off inside out cross court was just beautiful.
Break point, break back point for Krejcikova. Needs a big serve here, Eala, and that ball toss just comes back down again because she's looking up into the sun at the moment. Here comes the serve again, and there it goes into the net, and a little expression of exasperation from Eala as she turned to return to the baseline to line up a second serve here. Ball toss was a little hesitant. Krejcikova all over the return. The forehand from Eala is good, and Krejcikova goes wide with her attempted cross-court pass.
I have to say that playing on any center court of any Grand Slam is more difficult to actually locate the toes when you're serving. Players have more troubles, you know, with their serves playing on center court, because when you toss the ball, you see all the people around you, all the grounds. It's could be a disturbing.
Yeah, that is true. It's been a fantastic focus so far from the 20-year-old, though, and doing herself and her country proud right now, serving at deuce, 4-2 first set. There goes the backhand again. The forehand is from Krejcikova, and now it's a forehand to backhand rally. Now the slice forehand from Krejcikova, and this time it drifts long.
Eala did so well with anticipating power from Krejcikova, especially with that forehand down the line. She found her depth.
So game point. 4-2 could very quickly become 5-2, and that would be a fourth game in a row for the world number 56, who is motoring right now on centre court. Just lost her first serve rhythm. And the second serve is certainly coming under pressure, but she's done a fantastic job, winning 9 out of 15 behind it. Better numbers behind the second than the first, ironically. Krejcikova tries to go big with the backhand cross-court return and misses. And the errors are piling up for the defending champion, and plenty of problems besides, because Eala is just one game away now from taking the opening set. 33 minutes gone on centre court.
Yeah, very good hold from Eala, and we have to mention that also her mom and dad here with her in her box. And she spoke about it recently in an interview, that she has a privilege to travel with her family, and not everybody has that, and that she really loves traveling with her family, and she wishes for every, you know, young player to have that opportunity, because it's so important and it keeps you grounded. And it just sounded very beautiful, you know, how she spoke about her family and how important it is.
Well, her grandfather, Bobby, introduced her to tennis. And they're a tennis family because her brother, Miko, actually played tennis at Penn State University until last year, so she was at his graduation. And he also actually accompanied her to the Rafa Academy when she went. So she always had that family support there. Because that's, a big thing to do at an early age, and yet she was able to feel comfortable because she had family there.
Yes, definitely. And for a girl, it's so important to have, you know, when you're young, a family around and support around, not just your team, but the family as well. And she spoke about her first meeting with Rafa. It's when he came with the charity to Philippines, and actually Uncle Tony feeded her a few balls. I think she was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old. So it was quite funny.
Krejcikova serves,
15 left.
and Eala just goes a little long. I think she'd probably love to find another break here and get this serve, this first set out of the way. I think it might get a bit nervous for her if she has to serve it out. But she's going to ask Krejcikova to serve twice to stay in it if she is broken. So she's got games to play with as Krejcikova looks for the big first serve and cannot find it. Pacing around her baseline at the moment, bouncing the ball thoughtfully, the defending champion. I imagine lots of thoughts swirling through her mind at the moment. Serving to stay in set 1, 15 love, and again the double fault comes. It hasn't been a fluid service rhythm from her today at times. 4 double faults right now.
She doesn't have that nice rhythm on the second serve. It's like you feel it's 2 different motions. It's the toes and then it's the hit from Krejcikova. And she definitely feels that pressure from Eala standing so close to the baseline.
Just saw Alexandra Eala just stretch out her left leg, actually. Keep an eye on that. Went almost unnoticed, but as she crouches for this second serve return.
It's so hot out there.
It is hot out there.
So you want to try and avoid that crumbs, you know, which is a bit unavoidable in this heat.
Yeah.
Even if you drink liters and liters of floods, but it's still fluids, you know, it's still really hot out there when you move.
30-15, Krejcikova goes into her service motion and again halts it. The ball toss is not quite right for her today. And it's definitely not because there's a big breeze. There really isn't any wind out there at all, not a breath of it, in fact. Here comes the serve down the tee. Eala with a big return and a too big forehand from Krejcikova. And now she is teetering on the edge of the precipice here. 30-all, 2-5 first set.
Such a good return from Eala. Deep down the middle, always works.
Not giving Krejcikova the angle. But she's forced wide with a brilliant serve there, and the drive volley follow-up is exquisite from Barbora Krejcikova.
Of course, Barbora Krejcikova, we have to mention that she feels so confident at the net. She's been so successful on the doubles court as well as mixed. In so many Grand Slams she has into her pocket that it's, you know, she was always more like a doubles player before she won that French Open title.
Yeah.
That's quite a story.
I know, 27 titles in all she has, singles and doubles. As the forehand of Eala goes into the slice backhand of Krejcikova, that ball sits up nicely and Eala gets on her backhand and it forces the error from Krejcikova. Been the story, really, of the opening set.
And you could see frustration on Krejcikova's face. Those, I would say, force errors coming off her racket, especially on the forehand side. But it's understandable frustration from her because she's not playing bad at all, but Eala is just doing all the right things.
8 singles titles she's won and 19 doubles titles, including the sweep of all the Grand Slams in the company of Katerina Siniakova. Backhand return from Eala at deuce, and Krejcikova looking for the forehand down the line and finds it.
Absolutely effortless forehand down the line from Krejcikova. Tough to read open stance. Never, I mean, she's so skillful, you never know if it's gonna go down the line or cross court or short cross court or even drop shot.
Game point for the champion. She keeps looking for that tee serve from the ad court and she hasn't found it yet. Second serve then incoming from the Krejcikova racket. Eala again inside her baseline and again the double fault.
Could be the sun as well, straight in her eyes.
I think,
especially at this time of the day.
Yes, and in fairness to her, at the far end of the court as she is, Eala returning in front of the royal box, that is a bit of an issue. And again, the ball toss isn't right. Just standing a little bit wider, which suggests the wide serve is coming. Oh no, it was the double bluff. She went down the tee, but didn't find it. Bouncing the ball carefully, thinking very carefully about this second serve, as she must. And it's deep into the box. The forehand return from Eala is good, but the forehand from Krejcikova is even better.
Advantage.
And Krejcikova has that time on her forehand. She's going for it. So much she can produce on that side.
Back at game point again. Desperately needs to hold on to this game and just shine the spotlight back on the 20-year-old serve. Her return is good, Eala. Now she's looking cross-court with the backhand and finds a beauty.
Absolutely gutsy from Eala. Just went for it. Didn't. It was almost like a half volley she played. The ball early, took the ball early on the rise on the backhand side.
2 from 10 now behind the second serve. That's been a key scuffle, and at the moment the second serve return of Alexandra Eala is defining in this opening set. Plenty of space now for Krejcikova down the line with the forehand accepted. She's getting a lot of joy with that wide serve from the deuce court into the backhand of Eala, and then the forehand first strike into the open court.
It's a great combination for her, and she has to use it more if she can. Even if Eala is going to read that serve, that's fine. It's like for lefty players, always you know they're going to serve on
Wide,
that side
yeah.
wide, but it's still so difficult to return.
It is. Again, the ball toss is not as she would want it. Game point for Barbora Krejcikova. Big return, clips the net from Eala. Now she's looking to her backhand, and a big backhand from Krejcikova. Eala loving that pace now, and the forehand as well from Krejcikova, and then she finds an absolutely stunning backhand finish.
It was. She gave no time for Krejcikova on that last backhand down the line. Just beautiful touch from Eala.
Now she's shaking her head, the champion, looking a little frustrated as she looks at her box and then lines up this serve. Deep return from Eala. Forehand of Krejcikova. She was off balance though. That's been another key, and now the expression, hands wide apart at her box, as if to say, what do I do out here?
Yeah, it feels, you know, like frustrating for her because she's not playing bad at all.
She's not.
Eala is just outplaying her right now.
If only somebody could have predicted this, Olga.
Yeah, if only. You should be out there, so.
No, I
with
really
your
shouldn't.
rackets.
I really should not. Nobody would want to see that. It is set point for Alexandra Eala against the defending champion. Big return down the middle from the 20-year-old, and a big response from the champion. A champion's response.
Eala knows that she has to work hard for every single point. Krejcikova, because of her calmness on the court and being like cold mind, I would say, right? She
Yeah.
never gets really emotional. I feel she never like really tanks the matches, you know, in a good way of, if there is a good way of this word, but like she
doesn't
never
give
gets
you
so
anything.
upset that
No,
she will like
no.
you know, roll over the second set just because she lost the first one, or
No.
like, you know, she's always present.
She always believes she can
Yeah.
find a way. And she'll believe she can find a way out of this mess in the opening set, but it is going to be tricky. Finds a really exquisite backhand cross court. Eala tried to retrieve that, but there was no way back. And, you know, many times, Olga, we've been in commentary boxes together and seen players get to set point, match point, and that's as close as they get.
Yes.
So
You still need that last step.
you do. So there'll be no counting of any chickens by anybody in this absorbing contest. 44 minutes old on centre court. Krejcikova serving down the tee. The return is good from Eala, and the forehand finds the net from Krejcikova.
And feet stop on that last forehand from Krejcikova. It didn't work enough. Maybe was not the perfect bounce for her just before the contact point was a bit too late.
On a hot day like this, Olga, with so little tennis under your belt in the year, at which point do the conditions and the intensity of the match become a thing for you in your movement if you're Krejcikova?
I mean, I think it's crucial because no matter, again, how many hours you practice in hot conditions, what's matter is playing matches in these conditions and being through this situation, you know, over and over again. And even if you perfectly perfect in your physical condition. You go to the match and you can feel absolutely dead on the court after like few games, just because it's a combination of, you know, stress, emotions, everything together. You could just feel like you're done.
You're done. Well, she found a tee serve there from the ad court, did Krejcikova. She's been really looking for that in this opening set, finds it for the first time. Game point then for the champion. Big forehand cross court, and Eala cannot get that back. Now then, just put a little bookmark by that game and that set point, because it might be a turning point. You never know, because the question is now asked of Alexandra Eala, and that's the beauty of this brutal sport, isn't it, mentally? You've got so close, and you thought you might do it on their serve on your return, and you haven't, and now you have to go again. And you're still potentially 4 points away again from the set. Maybe a lot more, who knows? But serving at the Royal Box End then, 5-3. Odd number 56 misses the first serve.
It's also a lot of pressure from Royal Box. I mean, if I would knew that, you know, Russell Crowe, somebody from Royal Family is watching me.
That is so
extra.
true.
You forget about that.
You so do, but she hasn't forgotten how good her backhand is. Another absolutely scintillating strike down the line from Eala.
You feel already she's playing fast, but then those backhand down the line or forehand down the line just comes at you even faster.
15-love in front of the Royal Box. Alexandra Eala gets a sliced return, a really nasty one from Krejcikova, and she's not able to dig that out. I remember, I think it was Daria Kasatkina when she had a terrific run here at Wimbledon a few years ago. She had to play in front of Piers Brosnan on centre court. She was very, very excited about it, as would we all be.
Yes.
And she mentioned it afterwards quite a lot, and she said, I felt the pressure because James Bond was watching me.
Oh, yeah, I would feel that too.
Yes, I think I would as well.
I would feel you know, everything is shaking just standing there.
Well, with all the pressure that you feel as a player, as well as Krejcikova nets a return, and Eala creeps a little bit nearer. It just goes to show what you've got to contend with on centre court.
No, it's a lot, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's already a privilege to be on this court together with spectators, and it's always almost always a full crowd as well.
And this environment is so intimate, isn't it? The centre court arena, as Eala looks to hunt down a slice drop shot from Krejcikova, and she hunts it down easily.
Compared to other Grand Slams, the Wimbledon in particular, first days are always packed, especially in the big courts.
And the crowd are a lot closer to you than you think.
Yes.
The players always say that when they play on centre court for the first time. They really do feel on top of you. It's not like playing at Chatrier or Arthur Ashe. As Eala serves for the opening set against the defending champion. Is there a big shock on the cards? Day 2 of Wimbledon on centre court. Eala serving for the first set. Goes down the tee. Krejcikova's there with a big backhand, and that's too big. So good from Barbora Krejcikova.
So well accelerated on the backhand side from Krejcikova. And is it my favorite phrase now coming through? Is it going to be a I don't care tennis from Krejcikova? Because
I love that phrase.
It's maybe not the score yet, but, you know, she's down in this set. It's a bit less pressure on her, but
Krejcikova's return goes into the net. And Alexandra Eala is in dreamland right now. She's taken the opening set off the defending champion. And centre court is abuzz after 49 minutes of quite stunning tennis.
You can see players using ice towels on the changeover. And this hot day, it's really, really helpful. It's all you can do to keep yourself cool and hydrated. Drink a lot of salt. And use the ice towels.
Well, we probably should explain your I don't care tennis, which is a genuinely brilliant way of putting it. What you mean as a player is, it's not that you don't care, of course you care passionately,
not, yeah.
but it means that you're kind of abandoning any tactical or strategic approach to the match, and you're just like, I am just going to hit every ball that comes at me now really hard, really fast, and and let my emotion take over a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty much accepting the fact that you probably lost this set or this match, depends on what score it is. And yeah, and that's, you become a pressure-free player, so you play kind of more aggressive, more bold, and as you can see, definitely more unforced errors from Krejcikova, 19, and only 13 from Eala, but also only one backhand winner from Krejcikova, and this is one of her favorite shots.
It is.
And 7 from Eala, so Eala is doing all the right things by taking that time away from Krejcikova.
The second serve, Olga, only 33% won behind her second serve. If you'd showed us those stats but hadn't put the name above them, you might have think that they were flipped the other way around, because that was the potential vulnerability for Alexandra Eala coming into this match. But it doesn't feel like a bit of it, the way she's played.
Take your seats quickly, please.
Yeah, that's true, but it's definitely that Krejcikova feels that pressure from Eala's return position, and you know, it's like a snowball effect. You serve a few double faults starting the match, you're a bit nervous, and then you see the opponent putting so much pressure on your serve with the return, and then it kind of just builds up more double faults.
Well, there's work to do, and then some right now for Barbora Krejcikova. A set down on centre court, and her first serve at the start of the second set goes wide. Here comes the second, and there is Eala all over that.
15.
And even though she clubbed it long, again, it's the intent.
Yes, it's a very good way to start this game and this set, just to show I am gonna hit even harder. I am on it, I'm focused, I am dialed in.
Well, we've already lost the number 3 seed Jessica Pegula today. I'm just looking up at court 3, actually. Jen Qinwen has just started her match against Katerina Siniakova, the former doubles partner, of course, of Barbora Krejcikova. She's already a set down the number 5 seed to Siniakova, lost it 7-5 on serve in the second set. So trouble once again for the seeds this second day of the championships.
I'm terrible at prediction, so Qinwen Zhang is one of my, you know, she's one of my pick to go far in this tournament.
It's doubly distracted by the arrival of lovely Holly with biscuits up here in the commentary box, and she's offered us a cup of tea, which I absolutely will take. Thank you very much indeed. Olga, do you want a beverage?
It sounded so British. Cup of tea.
A cup of tea. Also, Russell Crowe popped up on our
no,
coverage in the boxes, so it was all going on at once. In terms of what's happening out there in front of us, Barbora Krejcikova, 40 love. Big serve down the tee, which has started to find its mark. She was certainly trying to find that regularly in the opening set and wasn't able so to do, but she certainly found it there and wraps up the opening game, as she must. And a good start to the second set, imperative for her now, because otherwise the pressure will just start to weigh so heavy on those shoulders.
And again, like we said, it doesn't really work with Barbora Krejcikova. I just think she plays, you know, she's in the present moment. She plays every single point in the present moment. So when you play against her, it's going to be very important for Eala to hold her serve right now. Because the losing of first set for Krejcikova is not going to really affect her.
No, and we mustn't forget as well, she's still very new into the Grand Slam arena. The French Open was her first Grand Slam, and she lost there to Emiliano Arango, very good clay court specialist. But I really think, from what we've seen so far from her this year, that grass is going to be a surface on which she can excel in years to come, maybe this year. First serve misses. Krejcikova just getting a little closer to her baseline, not quite as aggressive with her second serve return position, and she lines up a big return off that second serve. She's moving forward to the net and able to waft away an easy backhand.
Krejcikova did so well with spotting that shorter ball right away, moved forward and just finished it easy cross court. with her backhand. It's played to an open court, open space.
Love 15. Eala throws herself up after that serve. Good reply from Krejcikova, an even better one as well from her forehand, and all of a sudden,
30.
that nibbled the outside of the line from Barbora Krejcikova. And she's up on her toes here. She's won the opening 6 points of this set. And Eala may be just guilty of enjoying the moment a little bit after the opening set. You've only got to relax a fraction, and your opponent can be on you in a flash, and that has certainly happened here. And she's missed the first serve again, so the second serve incoming.
Now 14.
Reaps it down the line with her forehand. Barbora Krejcikova, that return. That's the way to treat the serve.
She's made the defending champion mad. That's what's happened out here.
Yeah, she slightly got a bit more relaxed. That's definite from Barbora Krejcikova. You just see she just decided to go for bigger shots, bigger ground strokes.
7 points in a row. Can she make it 8? That's a good return from Krejcikova. And how good was that forehand from Eala? That was Agnieszka Radwanska-like, wasn't it?
Good,
and
good memory.
Angie Kerber, actually,
That's true.
lefty.
Yes.
Almost had her right knee on the surface of the grass.
Yeah, touching the grass. You
Yeah.
always wondered how Agnieszka Radwanska didn't have pain in her knees.
No. So she saves the first break point out there, but she cannot save the second.
That's
she-
where the pressure builds on Eala, because she didn't play a bad game, but I mean, Barbora Krejcikova didn't really give her any chances.
She did not. Speaking of Angie Kerber, you go back the last 7 years, Olga. Consecutively, we've had first-time Wimbledon champions in the women's draw.
What are you saying, Sue?
I think I might be saying that we might see another one this year. But I'm not sure who that might be. Although maybe, maybe, Aryna Sabalenka. That's not really going out on a limb, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
She
I
looked
think,
good yesterday.
Yeah, everybody kind of predict Aryna Sabalenka to finally claim this title with her huge game that she has on grass.
Well, she has been dominant so far in the second set. 9 out of 10 points won by the champion. Looking to assert her authority out there. But remember, she made the early breakthrough in the opening set. And then found herself reeled in a little bit. And then overtaken.
15.
And there has been a little uncertainty behind the serve. That's another double fault to add to the collection. I think that's 6 now.
She's clearly trying to serve out a bit harder than usual. Just she doesn't want Eala to attack that second serve. That's why I think double faults are building up for Krejcikova.
And again, the ball toss is errant from the champion. Goes again. Ball goes up into the air and the serve goes into the net. She was just falling into the court a little bit with that first serve. That's because the ball toss isn't where she wants it to be. Time to go again. And Eala absolutely unleashes a return on the forehand.
And that's the way to treat that second serve from Krejcikova, from Eala. But we have to mention also about Krejcikova's serve that it's part of her routine, I would say, because we often see her matches where she just have to stop her ball toss. I think it's a part of her. Sometimes it is not the right one, but I think it's also the part of her routine. Or habits, right? Like.
Yeah, true. Big serve from Krejcikova, and then she completely frames the forehand. That almost landed in the raw box. And just like the opening set, the breakback might be instant. 15-40. At the moment, the serve of Krejcikova wilting in the sun on centre court. And she stares after that ball as it lands halfway up the net. Not what she was looking for at all. Krejcikova looking to go again here. Second serve. Eala almost 2 feet inside the baseline to retrieve that, but cannot do anything with that low forehand this time.
Yeah, she went really low for that last forehand, Eala, and had to go under the ball, but it didn't really happen for her, and the ball just slipped away off from her racket to the net.
Krejcikova then 30-40. Still got work to do out there.
Game.
Oh, that was big.
2.
That was big. Shot off the line.
Good timing as well.
Very.
That ace to come. So nice when you play there and you get a 3 points of your serve in the right moment, and you don't have to deal with the point when you're a bit stressed.
And this is definitely the right moment for her. She needs to hang on here and really establish some scoreboard pressure. And just plant a seed or two of doubt in the mind of Eala, because right now there don't seem too many. But she does definitely need to find a few more first serves, because the second serve is getting chewed up a little bit by the 20-year-old. And she's inside the baseline again, waiting for this delivery, and she's having to wait a while because the ball toss is, once again, inconsistent. This time it's good, and the serve is good.
Not easy for Eala or for anyone who faces opponent who, you know, toss the ball a few times and start and stop. And it's not easy because you get ready, you get focused, and it kind of takes you off that focus.
Would you like to see that change? You throw the ball up in the air, you have to hit it nowhere, no matter where you throw it.
Good question. I have to say that sometimes it does happen, and you don't want to see the player toss on the other side of the net and then have to continue to hit that serve. But for the players like Krejcikova who do that constantly, almost every match, throw the ball a few times, almost in every game she serves, maybe yes.
Because it does affect the rhythm of the returner.
Yes.
I mean, I know it's obviously the rhythm of the server isn't great either, but she's in control of it. And she's in control of this second set now, because she's won all 3 games.
Krejcikova leads by 3 games.
And Alexandra Eala strides to the chair with plenty to ponder all of a sudden, because this has escalated quite quickly in the second set. And Krejcikova responding like the champion she is.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 returns, 2 errors from Eala's return, I think she was definitely affected by Krejcikova toes. So that's something, you know, tough to stay focused constantly. And yeah, when you talk about changes, probably that's when you think, okay, they have to stop players doing that. But at the same time, you know, Krejcikova played really good 3 games.
She certainly did. And she's back in charge in this second set.
Time.
Now that momentum shift again, it's going to be fascinating to see how the 20-year-old responds to it. The weather is going to be a factor today for so many, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the main thing for Eala right now is not to panic. You know, nothing is happening. I mean, nothing wrong she does in the last 3 games, so she has to stay focused, keep playing her game, not going for too much, and yeah, just see how it's gonna go.
Well, she needs a hold here, just to get some traction on the scoreboard, serving at the far end of the court. Krejcikova in front of the roll box. Serving at love 3. First set in the back pocket, though, for Alexandra Eala. Plenty of slice on that serve. Actually, that might have been what deceived the return of Krejcikova.
Yeah, frustration on the face of Krejcikova. She knew she had to go forward, 1 step more forward on the forehand return that she made. Just didn't do enough work with her feet.
That's a clever serve. Not much pace on it. Slice was everything, but Krejcikova did a great job of getting a racket on it, and actually that ball dropped short and low in the forecourt, and Eala just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, it could be quite a costly mistake for Eala. You have to win these kind of points when you play champions like Krejcikova.
I think he was surprised by the length of it. Sends down a big serve this time. There's that big backhand. Krejcikova loving the pace, though, absorbing it and redirecting it beautifully. That's deep to the baseline, and Krejcikova moving forward onto a big forehand and snaffling it up.
15-13.
Again, it looks so easy for Krejcikova on that forehand. You could see Eala just couldn't guess where that last forehand of Krejcikova is gonna go. She was just going to the wrong direction, and that's all because of how much time Krejcikova takes and pause before hitting that shot.
15-30, second serve incoming. Eala's parents in the players' box looking a little concerned here. Even more so after that return from Krejcikova. Eala's got the ball back over the net, but only just. It crept over, and Krejcikova was there with the easiest put away. 2 more break points here. Foot is firmly on the accelerator from Barbora Krejcikova.
She's suddenly looking so confident right now in this set. She's in charge of this game.
Serve into the Krejcikova backhand. Big forehand from Eala. BlueSky.
Too fast, too short, too wide.
It comes back so quickly.
Yes, you almost don't have time to react.
30-40. She's done well here. To just creep back into this service game. Still facing break point. Not much on that second serve. Does well with the backhand. Really well does Eala. The return from Krejcikova was good, but that response electrifying.
Back-to-back winners from Eala. And just such a quick recuperation after the serve.
Deuce, love 3, second set. How many times do we see players who have double break points don't take them and then they're instantly broken back? Many is the answer to that question, and Krejcikova leaks a backhand long.
Advantage, Eala.
Yeah, it would be very disappointing for Krejcikova to lose this game and all the advantage that she had on Eala's serve.
Couldn't agree with you more. Could be one of those little turning points again. Get so many little sliding doors moments in sets of tennis. Might just have seen another one here. Let's see if Eala can just close this out. Slice return from Krejcikova. Big forehand from Eala deep to the baseline. She's lining up another down the line. Krejcikova on the run. Didn't look comfortable, but she did get there. Being asked to go wide again. Eala dictating the point, but she's short there. And Krejcikova said, I don't think so. And smashes a backhand winner.
And again, I mean, I'm just impressed how Krejcikova, the ability of decreasing or increasing the power in that one point, like the last backhand, she suddenly plays shorter, and it's just like so unexpected.
Yeah.
Just can't read.
Serving at Deuce. Goes into the Krejcikova forehand. That's a mighty return. Now she's got a backhand cross court, and Eala just gets the length wrong. And she's looking more and more towards her box in exasperation.
Yeah, reacting more, which she shouldn't probably. Just you don't want to show your opponent that, you know, she gets into your head.
She's definitely lurking in the mind of Eala right now. Break point again. First serve into the net. Thinking very carefully about this second serve. Needs to find a good one. Goes wide into the backhand of Krejcikova, who was ready for it. She's seen that wide serve so often, and she's reading it like a book right now.
Yeah, you can see Krejcikova is on the move. With all the confidence, she can serve this game now. She found her rhythm, she found her game. I would like to see her throwing a few more slices, maybe a little bit more than she does right now. But what do I know? It's easy to say from commentary
15.
booth, but not easy when you play on the court. You see the game completely different, actually, even from coaching box. It's completely different picture because they always sitting on the side, and it's completely different when you watch on top of the court.
That's so true.
From TV,
That
you
is
see more
Yeah, you do.
than the coaches actually in the coaching box. And when you're there playing, I mean, with all the stress and the royal box with people, spectators, you know, with all that, you also like, you feel so low, you know, on that center court.
Big ace from Krejcikova taking her to 30 love. And then she balloons a forehand long, but she's in position A, the driving seat, and then some at the moment.
Could see also Eala is taking her visor off. Signs of sun going behind the clouds.
The error still coming from the Krejcikova racket. But 30 all, 4 love. Got the double break advantage to play with.
And she has to be careful, Krejcikova. Don't want to lose your advantage. Another great forehand down the line from Krejcikova. Just nice shape, a bit higher.
That's the shot, I think, that's starting to do some real damage, and that's the one that Eala keeps reacting to at the moment. The winners are really piling up on that wing. 24 of them in the match from Krejcikova, 13 on that forehand. Big serve as well that Eala cannot get back, and this second set is surely gone. Krejcikova dominant right now with a 5 love lead. And now, Olga, it's all about building foundations for the second set, isn't it? For the final set, excuse me, for Alexandra Eala. She's got to find a way back of re-establishing a foothold here.
Now is the time to play your I don't care tennis. You can relax more. You can kind of accept that maybe you lost this set and try to find, you know, try to find your game for the deciding set. And you could see that Eala shots in attack at only 19% in this set. So, and 23 for Barbora Krejcikova, which shows that Barbora Krejcikova is more aggressive right now. And this number has improved in the set 2 as well, 35% attacking for Barbora Krejcikova and only 16 for Eala. So definitely something that Eala has to try and get back to, being the one who is in charge, being the one who tries to play first shot, that opening shot, and which is not, I mean, easy when you play against Krejcikova, and she gives you that depth and that shape, especially on her forehand, and no rhythm at all, which Eala likes to play with rhythm, right? Because her swings are short, and she likes to play the ball, take the ball early on the rise.
How did she change the dynamic out there? She won't know those numbers, but she'll be aware of the shift without a doubt. Eala. She knows that Krejcikova being more attacking, but how do you neutralize that?
Yeah, I think actually how it did change in the second set, in the beginning of the set, it was not under her control, to be honest. Krejcikova did really well in the beginning, in the first few games of this second set. So, I mean, Eala did nothing wrong there. And then it was like, again, effect of snowball, you know, getting a bit frustrated, a bit maybe losing your focus and going away from your game. But yeah, she just have to use this game right now to try and play a bit more aggressive, maybe, if she can. And as you said, to get ready for the deciding set.
Well, needs a bit more out of her serve. That's also been something that's not been as effective for her in this second set. When you look at the serve numbers, only won 3 from 9 behind the first serve. That's been pummeled a bit by Krejcikova, enjoying the pace of it. There's another big return from the champion, and that forces the error from Eala.
But I think also what changed here for Eala, it's, you know, how fast she was off her serve on the first shot from Krejcikova, reacting on that first shot. Now she a bit slowed down and she misses more from Krejcikova return. It shows that you're a bit more slow, you're a bit more frozen, and that's the mental effect. It's not because you become suddenly more tired and, you know, less focused. It's a mental side of it.
Well, it's definitely time for your don't care tennis from here.
Yes.
And sometimes this sounds a strange thing to say, but a 5-love or a 5-1 deficit can actually be quite dangerous, because your opponent does go into that mode and they start hitting freely and dangerously. You make a few of those and all of a sudden things change quite quickly. Into the rally on the backhand from Eala. Big forehand again from Krejcikova. Eala is there, goes cross-court. Now she's looking down the line a little. Krejcikova finds it, moving the champion around well, but then Eala just cannot find the accuracy. And again, she looks to the heavens in frustration.
And it's Eala court position in the point, especially in this last point. It shows that she's been really pushed back from the baseline. That's where it's her weaker point, right? Because she likes to kind of that ping pong tennis, like, kind of take the ball early fast, and she has a very short swing, so you know she can't generate the power from being really far behind the baseline.
Big return from Krejcikova, looking for the slice backhand, cannot find it.
40-30.
And again, shadowing forehands and backhands, Eala. That's
It's a good habit.
a habit, yeah.
Yes. But needs maybe a bit more energy and presence, Eala, and her body language as well.
I think
to show Krejcikova that, come on, I'm still here.
I'm still here and I'm still going to be dangerous. I think she would like to serve first as well in the third set, if that is indeed where we're heading. And that would involve her, necessitate her holding here. And she's got game point. And the backhand is good from Krejcikova on return. Now she's probing the baseline, but not able to find it. And she is on the scoreboard, and the bagel is avoided, and the centre court crowd respond to that.
They're trying to cheer up Eala. But if I'm Krejcikova, I don't want to win the set 6-love, because it's always putting extra pressure on you. And when you lose that first game, you know, in the next set, you feel like suddenly panic, something happened, you know, I lost the game. So actually it's nicer to... Sounds strange, I know.
No, but that makes perfect
you know, it makes
sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
it does. It does. Serve out wide. Too good.
Coming
15.
back to that point, actually, I have to say winning set 6-1 feels better than winning set 6-love, because 6-love, the next game you lose, and you're probably going to lose eventually one game, it's going to make you panic. And winning set 6-1, you just feel you're better. You're playing great, you know? it's really ridiculous how it sounds.
Complicated sport this is.
It is. It's all mind
15.
games.
Well, Krejcikova's error makes it 15-all. 5-1 her lead. The champion muscling her way back into this match. In blazing sunshine on centre court. Day 2. And Krejcikova looking for a backhand down the line, and Eala is there with a very good forehand. The chip slice from, Krejcikova, and the drop shot from Eala. Well, that landed plumb on top of the net and just toppled the Czech side of it.
Yeah, and you can't really say Eala got lucky on that last drop shot. She prepared it perfectly, just went for a big swing and then changed the last moment for the drop shot. Touched the net, but it was still perfect drop shot.
That's a good serve from Krejcikova, looking with the wrist down the line with that forehand. She's moving Eala side to side and tried to counter-punch her way out of trouble there, but wasn't quite able to do it, the 20-year-old. And 30 all in this 7th game of set 2, and Krejcikova just 2 points away now from taking us down the stretch. Just pausing a little to bounce the ball a little longer here, thinking about this serve, which has invariably gone wide from the juice court. There's the tee serve. Of course it is.
30.
And
That's
again,
smart.
So tough to read that serve from Krejcikova because of that toss. You just don't know if it's going to go across or down the tee. And has so much slice into it. On grass again, it works so well.
First set point for the champion to level this match. Ball toss again is not as she would wish. Gonna try again, Krejcikova here. Serve into the body, and Eala is there with an absolutely sizzling return. And a roar from the youngster.
I love to see that reaction. It's also, you know, you get your adrenaline away from from your body, and you just release the pressure. It's nice to react sometimes.
It sends a message as well. She's not going anywhere.
That's it.
And we talk about the mentality of different score lines. You're 5-love up, suddenly you get broken, 5-2. Hang on a minute, she holds, it's 5-3. Oh!
Suddenly you're like, oh, I wish to win the set 6-0. It breaks my theory.
Can I just go back in time 15 minutes? How quickly things can change in what feels like the blink of an eye. Big serve down the tee again from Krejcikova. Big forehand cross-court. Eala is there, just moving the champion. And that was a little bit sluggish again, the movement to her left from Krejcikova. And here is that scenario. Break back point.
Yeah, Krejcikova was too close to that ball on her backhand side. It's not enough footwork. And the ball bounce wasn't perfect.
Break point. Eala charging the return of Barbora Krejcikova. Now she looks cross-court and defensive from Krejcikova on the forehand slice. She's looking for the pass now because Eala came forward and she finds it.
But what I have to mention, what Eala is doing good in this particular game, is that she's back on the baseline and she's just refusing to move backwards. That's what I like to see. Her open stance is more wider, so she's trying to be more stable and just anticipate the power from Krejcikova.
Serving at juice. Lovely return from Eala down the line. Big slice from Krejcikova. Under pressure here. Finds another slice right deep to the baseline. Now she's chasing a forehand slice and she's getting there, but she's getting nowhere near that. Delightful drop shot from Eala.
I mean, every point right now is just beautiful, delightful to watch. Great drop shot from Eala. Just perfect timing again. It was a very powerful exchange of the ground strokes and finished by the drop shot from Eala. Very smart.
Feels like she had a sort of a power snooze for the first 15 minutes of this set, and now she's woken up with a vengeance as Eala, because she's got a break point again here. And she's taken it superbly. Smash that forehand return cross-court. And now she's in the head of the champion again, because it's just the one break of serve that separates them on the scoreboard in set 2. Krejcikova leading 5-2.
It feels like she found the momentum. Eala right now, she moved her game to another gear or two. Now, yeah, back to my theory. I think Krejcikova would rather take set 6-0 rather than being in this position right now. But again, we know that she is very, very experienced player. She's been into this situation many times, Krejcikova, and she knows what to do and how to approach these kind of situations. So I'm sure she tried to calm herself down.
But then I've got a counter theory to your I don't care tennis theory,
I mean,
which I think is brilliant.
Better,
I love these theories, but I think sometimes you can fight back from 5-1 or 5-love down.
Yeah, you can.
You get to 5-all, but then the expectation changes exactly, because then you think, oh, hang on a minute, I was nowhere in this set, and I quite enjoyed playing my tennis when I had no hope. But now, not only do I have no hope, I've got bags of hope, and actually, now I'm the favourite in the set because I'm winning all the points in the games, and that's when it changes again.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? It kills your mind.
It so does. This sport is definitely officially nuts, mentally. There's no doubt about it. The things that players go through out there are extraordinary to have to try and battle with, as well as hitting a decent ball on the run coming at you, maybe 100 miles an hour. But apart from that, no biggie. As Eala serves wide, Krejcikova's there with the return, and Eala just leaks that a little carelessly beyond the baseline.
But if you're Krejcikova right now, you have to kind of think about it, like, calm down, nothing is happening, it's still 5-2. I just have to, you know, play my good level.
Oh, that's a little wasteful from the champion.
15.
Got that all wrong, trying to slice the forehand return. And
She's not sure about the, Krejcikova is not sure about that call.
the serve is she complaining about?
Yeah,
But it can't have been the return because that went miles wide.
no, it's the serve. But now you can't complain to anyone.
You cannot argue with the computer. Well, you can, but it's a fruitless task. Eala lines up a big forehand. That's got Krejcikova reaching for it, and she's got time and space as Eala. She's come forward to the net. That's a nice volley, but brilliant from Barbora.
It's the approach shot from Eala. That's the one she played maybe a bit too carefully.
15.
And Krejcikova did so well by reading it. And then just redirecting that forehand on the run. She does it so well, Krejcikova, again, so much feel into her hands. So skillful player.
15-30. Again, Krejcikova a couple of points away. Already had the opportunity to close out this set, and she might do it right here, right now.
15-14.
Already had a set point. Here comes number 2.
You could see on players' faces how hot it is out there, how humid it is as well.
Eala serving at 15-40, lining up a backhand slice drop shot, beautifully done. Again, it had the element of surprise, and Krejcikova was a little slow moving forward to that because she just didn't read it.
Yeah, I like that from Eala. She spotted maybe a slightly weaker spot, just to make this match more physical for Krejcikova. Again, knowing the amount of matches she played in the last couple of matches, it's always good to make the match physical.
Oh, delightful serve wide for the ace. I mean, I think at times she hasn't been able to cut through punchily from the baseline in terms of moving Krejcikova in the way that she would have wanted. So dragging her forward when she's not expecting it with the drop shot is such a good tactic. And she's starting to use it more and more. And she's looking for a third game in a row here. She might just find it, you know, because that's gone long from Krejcikova.
Advantage.
It's a big mistake from Krejcikova. Didn't really let go her hands on the last backhand. It went miles away from the court.
Well, she doesn't want to get broken here, Eala, and find herself serving second in the final set, as I say, if that is where we are to be heading at the moment. She's got game point, Alexandra Eala. And the forehand is deep to the Krejcikova backhand. Another forehand from Eala. Krejcikova on the forehand this time, and there is another absolutely supreme winner from the champion.
Not much you can do when Krejcikova's forehand on the move. When she had that time and space to make her big swing, not much you can do.
Back at juice then. Key moments, you feel, right here, right now. And the first serve doesn't land. Although it's 5-2, 2-5 from the Eala perspective, if she could chisel out a hold of serve here. The pressure would be on the champion, but Krejcikova knows that too, as she crunches a return winner.
It felt like Krejcikova doesn't feel pressure at all. Just to go for that return. Looks so effortless.
Yeah, she certainly
Didn't
seems to be
doubt it.
playing with freedom
in
this second set. That's the experience she has, though, as she gets back to set point. Second serve incoming from the 20-year-old from the Philippines. Krejcikova thumps a return, and Eala goes wide with the forehand, and we are going the distance on centre court, where the defending champion is fighting back.
I love the reaction from Krejcikova as well. It's very rare you see any reaction from her, but seeing that roar, come on, after winning this second set, shows how much she wants it and how much she believes in it.
Well, unwavering conviction, I think I would describe that as, in terms of what she was able to do in the second set. She didn't panic, used all her experience, and I think that really showed on the scoreboard and in the stats that we were treated to in set 2, because Krejcikova was dominant. She was aggressive, but it was controlled aggression, and look what she was able to do on the second serve, which is a far cry from the first set when she only made 33% behind her second serve. Second set, 62% behind it.
Yeah, it's a massive improvement, right? So it means and it shows that she did relax after losing that first set, which is often happens when it's first round, especially on center court. You're defending champion. You know, everybody, every press conference you go, they ask you about last year memories, right? So you're probably almost like tired of talking about that because you now want to be in the present. I mean, you're never probably tired about talking about winning Wimbledon, but just like, you know, you want almost to shift your focus on the present day. So I think that first set, it was just, you know, find a way how to relax, to be in the present moment, and she did well, Krejcikova.
I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. There was a touch of the gladiators about that in that second set.
How did you think about that? Bringing gladiator
I don't know
here.
why that was on my mind. So, into a final set we go. And of course, the pinching of that break of serve at the end of the second set means that it's the defending champion who has the privilege of serving first in set 3. And I always think, I know the stats don't necessarily emphatically bear this out, but I always think that's a big advantage.
You think?
I really do.
To start serving first?
To start serving first, because it means if you're broken, you've still got a chance to break back. But if you're Eala,
That's
you're
true.
always serving
Yeah.
second, so the pressure is going to come at the end of the set on you to hold your serve to stay in the match. And you don't have much margin for error. She's looking for a good start here, and she's finding it on that forehand. Under pressure, Krejcikova. Oh, but Eala just careless with that forehand into the net.
Yeah, she stopped her hand moving through the ball a bit, Eala, there on the last forehand. But whoever wins this match, I think it's a great preparation for the second round as well. Yeah, like after this kind of level, this kind of match, physical match, you're just gonna feel on top of your game, I think.
So who is going to win this match, Olga?
You said it.
I'm still staying with my pick, but it's got a bit complicated. Serve missed by Krejcikova. And Eala, as has become tradition in this match, creeps inside her baseline to get ready for the second serve, which, again, characteristically, the ball toss comes back down again from Krejcikova.
Now you see Eala putting her hand up, just taking a little pause, just to reset the return position.
Well, she got it right with the return, and now she's on a backhand, probing the backhand of Krejcikova. Now the forehand of the champion goes cross-court and is absolutely stunning.
Absolutely heavy power from Krejcikova. Even though you see Eala is trying to really stay, I mean, on that baseline and anticipate, but it's hard. The ball comes really heavy at you.
Krejcikova getting ready for another serve. Just had a stat come to us that she played the most games en route to the title in history last year for a woman. 175. That's a lot of games. Big serve down the tee. Eala on the stretch of the return, but taking the ball early and beautifully thumping it now with the forehand. She is not holding back.
Absolutely superb quality from both of these players. I mean, look at Krejcikova's forehand. Again, the contact point, the cleanness of the shot, it was just beautiful. And Eala just absolutely crushed it. And you could see a very good reaction from Russell Crowe.
Slice backhand from Krejcikova. Backhand from Eala. And you could hear the miscue off the champion's racket. And again, a bit of an agitated reaction from Krejcikova. She's right in front of her player's box right now. Arms out in front of her. An expression of frustration at Yuri Novak. Who again just looks on impassively. No reaction from him. But 30 all under his nose at the moment. His player is serving, and it's long from Krejcikova. Second serve incoming. The ball toss is good. The return is into the net from Eala. And she'll be frustrated with that on a second serve.
Was it like 100% decision to go for that forehand return, or it was half and half?
It was a big second serve, 100 miles an hour. It wasn't...
But it's such a fragile line when you return and it's a tight moment and you feel, okay, I'm going to go for it 100%, and then you going, but half.
I wonder if she was just a bit surprised by the speed on it. Mind you, that has been a feature of this match, hasn't it? That Krejcikova's gone bigger and bigger with the second serve through force of necessity, in truth. Serve into the backhand of Eala, and then a roar from the champion as she smashes home another forehand winner. That forehand has come to the rescue.
Yeah, she definitely, Krejcikova went for 2 first serves. 20 forehand winners from Krejcikova. That's a great number.
That's a stunning number.
And if you look at it technically, and you could see the Krejcikova shot placement right now. 65% goes to the Eala backhand, which is probably the right way to attack.
But then she changed it in the second set, and half that number really going to the backhand and attacked the forehand a lot more. And it worked.
And it's those inside-out, inside-in forehands from Krejcikova which are just killing you. It's so tough to read, and she does it so fast. And again, a good reaction from Krejcikova.
Well, she knows now the pressure really on the slender shoulders of Alexandra Eala here. Love one. Final set. Big backhand from Krejcikova, matched by Eala, moving inside her baseline, but just taking on a bit too much.
But again, to mention Krejcikova, all the credit to her not being that much on the court, you know, in the last couple of months, is to go on the court and on the center court, first round of Wimbledon, to produce that quality. It's quite big.
Into another long rally here, the forehand punching a hole from Krejcikova, lining it up again. But she leaks one into the tram lines, and that hasn't been a feature much in the last, I would say, 40 minutes or so of this match. Tactically, is there a way that Eala can change her game plan out there just to try and stay away from that forehand as much as possible, because it's really hurting her right now?
It is tough because right now it feels wherever Eala is playing, Krejcikova is there with her forehand, right?
Yep.
And when you're under stress, under pressure, like it's, you know, deciding set, you feel you have no margins to play. It's everywhere is forehand, and you don't think and see the court as clear as we do, as the viewers do. So. Yeah, I mean, I love the way she played the last 2 games in the second set, Eala. She was really going for it. She speeded up the game. She went, you know, in another gear.
Yeah, she balloons a forehand long there. Pressure from Krejcikova, and she looks almost pained on one knee on the baseline at the moment, Eala. The trouble is, in trying to stay away from that forehand, you're going to bump into that backhand, which is rock solid. So no. So I suppose the only solution really is maybe a little bit more slice drop shots. Right now she needs first serves at 15-40. And she's got to go big or go home, I think, on this second serve.
I like that. Go big or go home.
Tried to go big. Good return from Krejcikova. Slice forehand now from the champion. There's the backhand from Krejcikova into the forehand of Eala. Now she's down on one knee, hitting another forehand, Eala. Really long rally developing, and then a miscue out of nowhere, really, from Krejcikova.
Eala absolutely tried to refuse to lose this point. And, a bit not too casual forehand, the last one from Krejcikova, but just I felt didn't treat it as carefully as she should.
Well, she's fighting so hard here. The hugely impressive 20-year-old serving at breakpoint, down a wide serve, dragging Krejcikova wide, and trying to go back in behind into that backhand. Oh, and the volley just wide. It was the right point construction, no doubt.
And for Eala, we have to say this match will hurt if she is going to lose it. It's going to hurt because she really showing great level of tennis. She's fighting. She's doing all the right things. And yeah, and if you want to beat Krejcikova, I guess, or any top players, you want to do it early in the tournament while they're still, you know, not dialed in.
I agree. Well, impressive from Krejcikova as well, though, in fairness. She's fought back heroically after the loss of the opening set. She's won 8 of the last 10 games. And now everything is clicking into place. An ace. Down the tee again. She's really looked for that serve from the juice court. And she's found it. 15-love, looking to back up the break. Eala looking to claw it back. Big serve down the tee. She got a racket on that. It's so good from Eala.
15-all.
Because I think the quality of the return surprised her opponent.
And you could see with Eala those few drop shots and now shorter out wide shot from Eala. When she managed to move, really move Krejcikova, Krejcikova moves slightly slower.
Drop shot incoming. Krejcikova's there with a response of her own, and it didn't get up on Eala. I think she was surprised by the dexterity of the response from the champion.
Yeah, definitely, but that's probably a play, not right now, not only hitting for Eala, but just to play a bit shorter and try to move Krejcikova more. Again, it's been a long match already, physical match, good quality match. The heat is there. You need to use all the tools to make it even harder for Krejcikova.
An hour and 42 on the clock as the serve thunders down the tee again. But the forehand doesn't land
30.
from Krejcikova, and a very good body language reaction from Eala with a clench of the fist. She's still so locked in, and she still believes that the upset is on the cards here. And she's right so to do. She's shown she's got the game style to unsettle Krejcikova, serving at 30-all and not finding the first serve.
Krejcikova taking her time between first and second serves.
Ready with the second serve, Eala again. Showing her intent. She's going to be aggressive with this return. But where is the serve heading? Down the tee again into the forehand of Eala. And that was a little bit ponderous from Krejcikova. The backhand, the footwork wasn't quite right, was it?
Yeah, and she stopped her feet and also her racket going through the ball. Quite tentative backhand from Krejcikova.
Let's not forget, this is just her 7th match of the season. We've only seen her 6 times on a tennis court. Had a couple of 3-set matches last week in Eastbourne. Fabulous serve. And I don't think Eala was hugely trusting of the call. She's asked to see the close call. I'm never really sure if this helps. I suppose it buys you a little bit of time.
Yeah, probably buys you a little bit of time, just why not?
It was well in. But it gives her a chance to just walk into the shade of the royal box and just hit the pause and then reset button for
Just to
Eala.
look at Russell Crowe.
Just to look at Russell Crowe. Krejcikova at deuce, 2-love down the tee again. That has become an increasingly profitable stream of points.
And that's what's frustrating right now for Eala. You know, she's fighting in this game and she's playing longer, heavy points, and then you just get 2 serves that you can't really return. And then the game just slips away from you. That's what is frustrating.
Game point for a 3-love lead on centre court for the champion. She continues to try and work her way back from a set down, Krejcikova. Big serve, big return. And she acknowledges the quality of that. Eala, that has nibbled a morsel of the line.
Did you think she mean that return, or it just happened?
You have always got to say you mean it, even if you don't.
Even if you don't, you say, that's what I train for.
Celebrate it like you absolutely intended it. Second serve, Krejcikova under pressure here to protect what she has, which is the break of serve in the final set. Oh, Eala went big on that return.
Yeah, a bit too close with her body to the ball again. Probably unexpected how strong the second serve will come out at her. Krejcikova has definitely increased the speed of the second serve.
I really do
Yeah.
admire the courage of that.
And the understanding that there is no other way for me to win this match.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be tentative and, you know, not go for it, I'm going to lose this match.
Fabulous return from Eala, met with force by Krejcikova, who's absorbed the pace of the youngster's return and then turned the point her way. And the momentum continues. It's mighty right now, and it's all in favour of Barbora Krejcikova, who leads 3-love in this final set.
Yeah, most of the points of this match is just such a pleasure to watch. It's like the last one where Krejcikova just increased the power again on the forehand side. Look at that clean contact point from Krejcikova.
I think the thing that will frustrate, maybe one of many things that will frustrate Eala if she does go on to lose this match, is how close so many of the games have been. It's not like she's losing a lot of games to love, apart from at the very beginning of the second set. I think she lost 7 points in a row, maybe 8. And that was a big switch. Maybe that was a definitive switch. When you look back at the numbers in the match, it was a bit of a big and rapid turnaround. And I wonder if that rather set the tone for what has followed. But every game, it feels, since then has been so close.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, for Eala, you feel she played, you know, from the beginning on very top of her level, on the, you know, reached the top of her level. But with Krejcikova, you felt that she could increase her game, and what she did in the second set, you know, she got a bit relaxed. She accepted that she might lose this match, and you know, her level just went up. And I think Eala is struggling with even up this level that Krejcikova brings the game on.
This is a must-hold, you feel. Love 3. Desperate to get on the scoreboard. Clip of the tape from the return of Krejcikova. That was a little unfortunate. Or fortunate, depending on your perspective. It certainly put the youngster off.
But also you could see with the return from Krejcikova on the backhand side, it was intentional, you know, to slow down a little bit and bring Eala inside the court.
Chip return from Krejcikova. Yeah, that worked its magic. The magic of the slice. And now she's taking a moment, scratching her head and trying to rediscover the magic that she found in that opening set. Fairness to Eala, it's been taken away from her by Krejcikova. It's a little bit of a tired-looking first serve from Eala, which found the net. Second serve finds the forehand of Krejcikova. How often have we said that? Big backhand from the champion. Slice backhand from the champion doesn't get over the net.
Do you feel that Krejcikova power right now hurting Eala much more than it was?
Yes.
I like that expression as a tired-looking serve. That's what some of the ground strokes from Eala. It feels that she's a bit tired, probably hitting on the maximum. Do you think she hit maximum? Like
I think, as we just watched this point, I think in terms of that serve, it's just you sometimes can see in a player, and you will have felt it, I'm sure, Olga, in hot conditions, you can just see that the leg push isn't quite there in the serve. That's what it looked like in that first serve point. She found a beauty there, mind you. I think it's just the pace that's come back at her.
Yeah, you're right.
Has been the problem, because she hasn't been able to stretch Krejcikova enough in the last set and a half to take her out of her comfort zone, really. You talked about the first strike in the rally, and you're absolutely spot on. That has been the champions, really, that set the tone.
Yeah, and I think also it comes together with, you know, also she must think, you know, I'm 3-0 down in the deciding set, Eala, so it is affecting you mentally, and when you're mentally affected by that, your legs stops moving as fast as they were at the beginning. You react slower.
I think also there wasn't enough time to enjoy what she'd done in the opening set and feel that confidence build at the start of the second. She never had that opportunity. She wasn't allowed it by Krejcikova, who's found a good return there. Backhand, a little more off pace from Krejcikova, and it worked a treat.
Works. So smart from Krejcikova.
Really smart.
Smashing the return and then just taking the pace off on the backhand and, you know, changing the rhythm of the point. Again, giving zero rhythm for Eala.
Under pressure again here. Desperately needs to find the court with the forehand. She does. The forehand from Krejcikova is mighty. What a response from Eala. Now lining up a backhand. Going cross court, but she can't get away from the Krejcikova forehand, and then she does. Shorter angle was magnificent.
And so many of these shorter angles from Eala we've seen today. She does it just beautiful. It's really short, wide angle from Eala's backhand. Open stance, great contact point, all eyes on the ball.
Well, for once, it's Krejcikova chasing shadows there as Eala looks for the big serve. And a backhand to follow. Krejcikova, huge forehand, making Eala scurry to cover the ground. And then she has time, doesn't she, Krejcikova? With the defensive forehand that was thrown at her by Eala to line up another huge winner of her own.
Yeah, and again, inside out, inside in, forehands from Krejcikova.
Well, that's what she loves, Krejcikova, because she's got big takebacks, especially on that forehand. Cannot give her time there, but there was no choice really for Eala. She's struggling to deal with the pace off the ball of the champion at the moment. And under pressure again, break point down, love 3. Finds a wide serve, booming return from Krejcikova. That's a good response from Eala, it really is. I mean, the speed that she has around the court got her there. A lot of players wouldn't have got that.
And again, whenever Eala managed to play those shorter, wide angles, that's where Krejcikova struggles.
You can see her family looking on nervously. Mum is
Can you imagine
nibbling the fingernails. I mean, cannot.
Can.
Well, I'm watching my son play sport. Yeah, I can, but it's not fun. As Krejcikova just balloons a backhand long. Well, your daughter is young, but up and coming potentially on the tennis court, isn't she?
She has no chance.
pressure.
She will tennis.
No pressure, Olga.
No, but you know, I know my mom used to say to me, she traveled with me all my tennis life, and she said I used to die every single match you played, like just watching, and she said the feeling is just unexplainable.
I absolutely empathize with that. Krejcikova with a backhand that follows a very good forehand. Backhand again. Big swing, big finish.
Both of them refusing to lose this game.
I think they sense how important it is, because it is. I'm not saying she's drinking in the last chance saloon just yet, but she might be ordering a double after this if she gets broken. And that's not what she wants.
Just saw a glimpse of Rebel Wilson reaction, and she definitely enjoy Czech tennis players. They just, like both of them, Karolina Muchova, Barbora Krejcikova, has so much variety.
Well, Czech tennis is on a high, isn't it? Women's tennis and men's, to be fair. Big backhand from Eala, moving forward with the forehand drop shot, lovely like that. And Krejcikova got there, but she was squeezed for space down the line and couldn't find the accuracy, and she holds her head in her hands afterwards in irritation that she didn't contrive what she wanted.
Yeah, you could see the reaction on Krejcikova's face. It's hot out there. She wants to finish this match.
She does. Doesn't want to get dragged back into a struggle here. Slice backhand from the champion. Forehand not quite cleanly struck by Eala, but it'll do. And Krejcikova misses, and she's on the scoreboard, and Dad clenches a fist from the player's box in encouragement at his daughter at the far end. And there's a little more of a spring in the step of Alexandra Eala as she walks across to the juice court and shadows once again, forehand, backhand, in preparation to receive this Krejcikova serve. And it's still just the one break of serve. That's why that hold mattered so much.
A massively important game for Krejcikova right now. Don't want to be broken in this game and be in this situation where you had all that advantage.
Serve is a good one, and the return is uncontrolled.
15.
And desperately need a lot of first serves in this game, Krejcikova.
Well, the slice is from Krejcikova. Now she's there with the backhand slice. And Eala's looking down the line, and Krejcikova given the hurry up, but then she does the same in reverse to Eala, who is stretched to breaking point on her backhand wing.
Again, changing the pace of the ball on Krejcikova racket on the forehand side. Last shot she made, going slightly slower, slightly shorter, slightly wider. Again, just having an incredible feel to play right, to make right decisions at the right moment.
So a big forehand from Eala, just on the baseline.
30, 50.
Well, you thought that was long.
I think it was long, and Krejcikova, I think, was not sure, but she decided not to take a reviewing of this call. You could see Eala on the other side of the net, just stretching her back, stretching her legs. Want to avoid the cramping situation. So easy in this heat when you play a longer match.
Krejcikova just bouncing the ball again. Second serve is incoming. Eala crouching down on the baseline, and she's there with the backhand. Krejcikova, big wind up to a forehand, too big,
30.
as it turns out.
And you could see for sure fatigue is slightly built on Krejcikova's body. You could see the reaction and her legs movement slightly slower.
Big point here. Krejcikova at 30 all. Serve into the body of Eala does well to contrive a return, but she was covering the cross court, and Krejcikova went back in behind.
And an inside out, inside in forehand from Krejcikova. Just perfect combination. Good serve, and then the forehand down the line.
Game point for a 4-1 lead on centre court. Eala swaying in the return position. The sun a little less heavy at the moment. Good return from Eala. The response on the forehand is from Krejcikova, and then Eala explodes into a forehand down the line.
She went for it. She really went big, Eala. Forehand down the line. Very important game for Eala. Again, open stance, and her left foot was almost in front after she finished this shot. She looked towards the umpire in the end of that forehand down the line.
Again, not happy with the ball toss. We wait and wonder what's going to happen with this serve. It's a chipped return from Eala. Now she's on the defensive with a backhand cross-court. And again, it's the first strike of the champion that makes the impact.
Yes, the body serve. Both of them gonna jump straight to the ice bars, I'm sure, after this match.
I feel like we might need to do the same as well, Olga.
And all the spectators as well.
Yes. Krejcikova then game point into the forehand of Eala. Didn't quite make clean contact there, Krejcikova, but she'll take it. She's wandering up to the net now to hit a forehand down the line. And that's a big step forward. Another one for Barbora Krejcikova. And a 4-1 lead is hers on centre court. And Alexandra Eala is just starting to run out of road a little bit here.
Yeah, run out of the gas as well, as we say, but you could see Eala is stretching her legs on that changeover using the ice towel, and both of them for sure feel very tired. I mean, tired of heat as well. No air on the court.
Well, over 2 hours this match has been. It's been pretty grueling in the conditions that we have today. Really hot and humid as well, and there's just no air. When I walked in from the car park this morning, I was struck. It was like walking into an oven.
Yes.
I do not know what it's like for the fans sitting down in the full glare of the sun. My hat is tipped to them. It really is, because it is not comfortable out there. Their tenacity is outstanding.
Yeah, and actually when you play, you feel at least you're moving, so there is some wind, you know, but when you're a spectator and you're sitting on those seats, I wouldn't say it's tougher because you're not moving, but, you know, at least when you're playing, you have a slight breeze.
Yes, it's suffocatingly hot, I would say. And as we talk about the weather, the sun has actually gone behind a cloud. We're actually going to get some rain tomorrow. Very, very excited about that. And a bit of cooler weather incoming for a couple of days, so temperatures should drop quite markedly. We kind of need them to. Eala stooping to retrieve that ball.
Krejcikova was a bit, got caught up in her own feet on the last backhand. Was not sure to play open stance or close stance. It's too fast, too close to the ball.
Serving at 15 love. Trying to just keep some skin in the game in this final set. Only the one break of serve. Big return from Krejcikova. Follows it up with a big forehand as well. Oh, and that's hit the net and dribbled over.
Bit of some luck for Eala. And if you're Krejcikova, you want to finish this match as quick as possible. Don't want to stay on the court extra game.
Looking for that first serve. Hasn't been as present as she would have wanted. Second serve a bit more robust though for Eala in this set. She got a good return in there.
30-50.
Yeah, putting some pressure on the Eala serve. Now it is a time when you have to go for it for both of these players. That's the time you have to take this match away.
Serve down the tee from Eala. Big return from Krejcikova, and Eala makes the error under no pressure, really. She had plenty of time.
Yeah, felt a bit hesitant on the backhand, Eala.
Maybe a little bit tight, understandably, looking at the scoreboard as she will down the far end over the right shoulder of Barbora Krejcikova. She can see 2 hours and 5 minutes on the clock. 4-1 final set, 30 all. Not much margin for error here. And again, the first serve missing without leave. Taking her time with the second serve. Into the forehand again of Krejcikova. That's been the problem, and that is a problem because she miscues the backhand that follows. And again, that's the pattern we see, yeah.
To it. Yeah, it's a combination of tiredness, fatigue, being under pressure right now, score pressure, and all kind of thoughts going through Eala's head right now.
I'm imagining a wide serve here, Olga, aren't you? Surely.
Yeah.
She went wide into the backhand. And she's shouting at herself out there.
Trying to bring some good energy to pump herself up. That's the right way to do.
Where's this serve going?
Slice T.
She went wide.
I'm so bad.
You really aren't. But the quality there from Krejcikova was off the charts good. What was interesting is that Eala tried to get forward there.
Probably feeling really, really tired and having the last drops of gas, you know, in her tank.
Trying to make a little surge
shorter,
here.
Yeah.
Didn't get the length on the approach. That's what left her in a spot of trouble.
And as you said, so she played a lot of matches in the last 2 weeks.
She has. She has.
And now being here for so long in these conditions.
And she looked a little tired with that forehand, and the roar you hear is from the other end of the court because Barbora Krejcikova is close. And at the moment, the defense of her crown is intact. One more push here, and she'll get over the finish line. And not just that, but do it against an opponent who was mighty tricky for the first hour. But look at the reactions from Krejcikova. We're seeing slow motion replays up here in our commentary box. Utter delight on her face to get the break there, and the cushion, the double break. And now Eala has to go big, or she is going home. And she tries to do that with the forehand and then thumps her head with her clenched fist as if to say, what are you doing?
Good move from Krejcikova to move forward, as well to add some more, even more pressure on Eala. And that's somewhere where she feels very comfortable, Krejcikova. She knows her game at the net.
And you can hear the apology from Krejcikova. 2 ball tosses come straight back down. And now Eala's doing up her shoelace. She's making the champion wait. I don't blame her.
She's doing it. She's done it quite a few times now after the bad toss from Krejcikova.
There was a little bit of exasperation in that thumped return, which went miles long. Well, it does affect your rhythm, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and it's a good choice from Eala. You know, no, we're going to play on my terms now. Your turn to wait.
True.
It didn't work today, this trick from Eala, but it is a good way of reacting on that toss.
.30 love, excuse me, 5-1 final set. That ball hammered into the net and it just hopped over. And now Eala just walks away from her baseline, wanders back, just taking her time. Again, she's well inside the baseline for the second serve. Still looking to be aggressive. And swing big. Gets a racket on the return. That's huge from Krejcikova. And the forehand reply is good from Eala. Now they're trading blows. The backhand from Eala. She comes forward cross court, and that was picked off magnificently by the champion.
14.
You just knew it's gonna come from Krejcikova's racket. Whenever Eala has a shorter ball and comes in, you know that approach shot has to be perfect. Otherwise, Krejcikova is just gonna play the chess game.
Well, she looks a little dejected, Eala. She's given a magnificent performance out there. She mustn't be too hard on herself, but here come 3 match points for Barbora Krejcikova. And another winner from the racket of Barbora Krejcikova wraps up a successful opening to the defense of her crown on centre court. She had to go the long way round, mind you, against this supremely talented 20-year-old from the Philippines. We are going to see so much more of her on centre court in the years to come. But Krejcikova absorbs the applause from the centre court crowd. That's an excellent performance for a woman who hasn't played much tennis this year because of injury. But my goodness, she found quality when she needed it, and she's through to round 2.
Yeah, I mean, what a match, what a way to finish for Barbora Krejcikova, and what a way to start this championship for her and to defend her title. Of course, it's a long shot, but she will be so happy with this win and with the quality that she produced, both of these players produced. And it will be a very bitter loss probably for Eala. She had her chances, but overall she played a very, very outstanding level match.
43 winners today,
Yeah,
Olga,
I mean,
from Krejcikova. 43, and 26 of them came off the forehand. That's where this match really was won and lost today.
yeah, that forehand from Krejcikova is just huge, and the fact that it's really hard to read, I think that's what really outstands from her game. And overall, how she managed this match, Krejcikova, and you know, losing that first set, not feeling her best game probably, and for sure feeling the pressure, the nerves of the playing first match at the Grand Slam, and just dealing with that in the second set so perfect. Just shows that she is a champion, and shows why she's won 2 slams.
Well, Alexandra Eala departs to a very, very big round of applause from centre court. And Barbora Krejcikova is getting ready to do her post-match interview.
Barbora, huge congratulations, not just on this victory today, back out here on centre court, but just by getting yourself back here, because if anyone doesn't know your story, you have had such a tough 12 months since you won in the final. How hard has it been for you to get yourself back out here this year?
I mean, I would like to start with giving the credit to Alex. I mean, what the hell she played in the first set. Yeah, I mean, she was smashing the ball and she was cleaning the lines and all that, so wow. Wow, it's a next generation coming that she's gonna come up, and she's gonna be really good in a couple of years. So first of all, big credit to her.
And in terms of how hard she pushed you,
big credit.
she pushed you incredibly hard, and you had to really fight back. And you couldn't have done that 6 months ago, could you? You've worked so hard to get back out here.
I mean, definitely 6 months ago, it was pretty much during the Christmas, and I was in a lot of pain with my back, and I didn't really know how my career is gonna go, and I'm super happy and super excited that I can be here and that I can play, and that I can play on such a great court.
I saw you in the clubhouse before you walked onto the court, and you were taking some time to look around. You actually walked over and looked at your trophy. What was going through your mind?
Well, I was definitely enjoying the moment. I mean, I was really, really excited for this day, and I mean, before the match, I was really counting every minute to to the time when the match is coming up, and then when I walk from the locker room down here on the stairs down, it's just very nice and very special moment, and having that opportunity that you know, that I can see my name there, and that I can see the trophy, and that I can just enter such a beautiful court and such a beautiful venue. It's super special, and I'm really happy I can be here and I can experience this.
Well, huge congratulations today. Put your hands together for Barbora Krejcikova.
Thank you.
Lovely words from the champion, talking to Lee McKenzie. And we will see her again in round 2, and I think that is a hugely impressive win from her today, given how well Alex Eala played.
Yeah, it is, and I think the biggest challenge for Krejcikova will be now is how she's going to recover for that second match, because when you don't play a lot of matches, you know, one match can absolutely kill you, you know, you get so tired. But it was definitely a very high quality match from both of them. And as we heard from Barbora Krejcikova interview, that she was really impressed, especially in the first set, how Eala came out for this match today, and it was really hard to win for her.
So the defending champion, Barbora Krejcikova, is through, and it's either Caroline Dollarhide of the United States or Aranska Roos of Netherlands next in the firing line for Krejcikova.
And I'd like to thank our colleagues now over at BBC Radio 5 Live, who have done a sterling job. And we are about to go underway with our second match of the day here on Centre Court on JB Sports. And it will be the resumption of the match that failed to finish yesterday as well. Currently between as well Rinka and Zverev, it's 7-6, 6-7. So a tied game between them that was not able to finish yesterday. That's coming up on Centre Court now. Take a quick look at the battle screen for everything else that's been happening around the match so far of Wimbledon. Live scores are looking fantastically juicy. Centre Court number as well, complete. Court 1 looking good as well. Brit Watch on court 12, he's going quite well, 6-1, 5-5 between the two. But let's now take the opportunity and check over with the BBC and see what they're making of this.
She ramped it up off that forehand wing of hers, 26 winners in the end, created plenty of breakpoint opportunities, started to look for her forehand more off those returns, and it all paid off for her. 43 winners to finish that match off with.
Annie, great to be alongside you, and the defending champion through to the second round.
So Centre Court will change over now for the resumption of the first game that was ended yesterday. 2 hours on the clock with play suspended. 45 minutes left for the gentlemen's singles on the first match as well coming in. It's a bit of an interesting one here today at Wimbledon. Play was suspended with 45 minutes left on the clock. And everybody said, well, that's the wrong call. We've had more we've had more time to play. A set to decide, really. A third set would have possibly done it. But tied up, we now must go for at least another 2 sets, possibly 3. So our third match of the day, which will be on the commentary for, is looking good. And then Matthew Owens from USRN, the Eala Sports Radio Network, will be taking us through the final match of the day later on for our American viewers. Still, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup coming in as well. We're just gearing up our Delta screens now with all of our information so that you at home can follow along cleanly as we will await to return as Wimbledon Radio will continue our coverage for their match they had last night. Same commentators, easy for you at home to keep an eye on. If you are enjoying our coverage here of Wimbledon, make sure to like and subscribe to the JBSportsXtra. Every day of Wimbledon we'll be bringing you from centre court, and all of the finals as well we'll be bringing you. Plus also we'll have some more football shows and big sporting events from around the world. Definitely this is the place to be for all of your sporting watch-along action. Well, if we take a look now as well and open up the system gauges, you can see that it's looking so good so far everywhere else. I would love to check in with the BBC at the moment, but it's not 100% going well. Just trying to get to the stats page that we had from yesterday's suspended play. I'm being told and it will be going about 5 minutes for the resumption of match 2. How many of you watching at home have had any strawberries and cream coming in? I hope it's been a good day so far for you all at home. Okay, let's take a look then at the stats page. This is how it currently stands then from last night's opening round of how we have to change it back. So fingers crossed it's going to be good, and we'll be having that next on centre court here. For now though, if I get it working, we're going to head down to the BBC and catch up with the latest news from Wimbledon here in 2025. Oops. Let's check in.
From Dan Evans, it was defensive mode, but somehow turned into attack.
Gotta say, I don't know where he pulled that one out of, but that was impressive. I thought Jay Clark had done everything right. Look at the volley, fantastic. Oh wow, too good.
That's right to the corner from Jay Clark, but inch perfect from Dan Evans, and 2 points for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Tripped over nothing there.
So we're currently looking at Evans and Clark on the screen right now on the battles, as we await our resumption of our main game. This is on court 12, the British runs. 40-15 as it currently stands.
Oh, it's a great winner.
And Wimbledon's also on BBC One. Let's check in now.
And Djokovic with 24 Grand Slam titles, looking for that 25th. And he says Wimbledon would be his best chance of it. He's won the title here 7 times. Extraordinary. Keeps himself in such good shape and fitter this year than he was last year. As for Krejcikova, 2 times a champion here. Well, this is definitely her last Wimbledon. And as such, she's been given a show court, #1 court, to take on Emma Navarro, the 10th seed from the USA. He's a pretty decent player. But fabulous to see Kvitova here. She says Wimbledon is so special to her. She got engaged here. She had her baby during Wimbledon last year, and it will be her final chance to enjoy. Well, not her final chance, because she could easily win today, but it's her final year. And Jack Draper, well, the way that matches are going on #1 court, he'll be on sooner than we might have thought. He's the last match against Sebastian Baez, and Britain's #1 looking to get through to the...
And welcome to everybody now joining us on USRN on the Ultimate Sports Radio Network as we are underway for the matches here today. Joining everybody on JB Sports as well. Let's check in with what Wimbledon means to people.
I believe very much he can go right to the top.
I think he will win the Slam. Jack is absolutely the next best player.
And that Jack Draper match, I would suspect, is maybe 2 hours, less than 2 hours away, roundabout.
Yep, 2 hours away, and we'll be coming here live to come in. Right now, though, let's head down to our colleagues at Wimbledon Radio.
Anyway, you're in the right place as we're looking forward to this resumption of a first-round match, which was suspended last night at a fascinating juncture. 2 sets have been played. Both required a tie-break. The first tie-break won by Arthur Rinderknecht, the Frenchman, and then Alexander Zverev just squeaked through the second set tie-break, a scoreline of 10-8 going the way of the German. So it's fair to say it has been hard fought so far. That's the moment it was called off for the night, and they're back to tie a bow on the first round match this afternoon. We're just waiting the arrival of the players once again. Mikey Pereira in the commentary box alongside Raj Chaudhary, and looking forward to this, Raj.
Yeah, well, I was on this match last night.
Okay.
So I got to see, there was some drama there as we drew into the 11 o'clock hour at the curfew. Basically, they finished 6 minutes shy. But Rinderknecht playing a really aggressive brand of tennis, really bringing it to Zverev, and Zverev looking like he didn't have the answers, down 6-4 in the second set breaker. So Rinderknecht in a position to potentially be up 2 sets to love, but Zverev, to his credit, found a way through 10-8 in that breaker, as you mentioned, coming through with a primal roar.
Yeah.
And he knew how important that was because they weren't going to play on at that point. They were at the time limit, and now we arrive in different conditions. The roof is open, bright sunny day, and we are going to have a best of 3 set match.
Yeah, it should be
to
fun.
decide it.
And it will change that, won't it? The conditions, the fact that the roof is open, it's mid-afternoon. The time is just about 4:04 as the players you might be able to hear are coming out onto court. Arthur Rinderknecht first out, and just about 15 feet behind is Alexander Zverev as they head to their chairs. Will the night's rest and regrouping be a good thing for Alexander Zverev to just work out a game plan and assert his authority, assert his ranking, assert his status in the game over the Frenchman? We will find out over the next couple of hours. Rinderknecht has been causing him problems, though.
Yeah, he's been relentless in his sort of pressure campaign, coming forward, trying to rush Zverev, and that's been effective for the most part. I do think the conditions changed today. Being a bit hotter will make the ball sit up just a little bit longer, which I think tilts in the favor of Zverev. He's been hanging back behind the baseline with some depth, which he can do from sometimes. He's not going to make a lot of errors, but he's not pressing Rinderknecht in any real way. And so at this moment, I think Rinderknecht is going to have to try and stay on track with his plan of putting pressure on Zverev, but it's going to take a lot of attempts, and he's probably going to see a few passes go by him.
Yeah, just the one time that Arthur Rinderknecht has made it past the first round here at Wimbledon. That was last year when he got the better of Kei Nishikori. He then lost out to Taylor Fritz, who in the last few moments has just come through his match.
A little bit of drama there as well. Another match left over from yesterday evening.
Yeah, I was on that one. And they called it off before the 5th set began. So yeah, it was around 10:15. They thought we're probably not going to get this 5th set finished. So they tied a bow on it and came back to finish that off. And Taylor Fritz, he was a relieved man, jumping around in celebration just a few moments ago. But our focus now is on the resumption of this one. And the two players just had a quick word with the umpire. And now about to start the warm-up. Is it a little surprise to you, the record of Alexander Zverev here at Wimbledon? You look at how he's performed at all the other Grand Slams. He's been a runner-up at all the other Grand Slams. Here, he's never been past the 4th round. And from the outside, he seems to have a game that should suit the grass.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he feels that he can play well on the surface, and there's sort of no reason not to. I think it's a little bit of a difficult decision for Zverev. He's so solid from the ground. He can dictate play, even if he's deep behind the baseline. And he's won so much that way. He's 3 in the race at the moment, and he's been in some Grand Slam finals that you've already mentioned. So he's had great success with that style of play. And the question is, does he need to play that style of play and just be a bit sharper? Or Does he then try to adapt just a little bit more to the surface, maybe take a return position that's a little bit closer, look for opportunities to come forward so they can finish some points a little bit more efficiently so he doesn't have the long drawn-out rallies?
Yeah, he'll have to make that judgment today, won't he, against Arthur Rinderknecht, who was impressive yesterday, aged 29. He's a year older than Alexander Zverev. He finds himself way lower in the world rankings than his opponent, Rinderknecht, world number 72. He has been higher than that. He has been a top 50 player at his best. That was world number 42, his all-time best in the ATP Tour rankings. But right now he's down outside the top 70. But he does have the weapons to make things tricky, and we've seen that already. The 2 sets we have played, if you are just catching up, both of those going to tie breaks, and Rinderknecht winning the first tie break 7-3. And then the eventful one, the second set breaker, which went the way of Zverev 10-8, but Rinderknecht was close to winning that one as well. And how different it would be, Raj, if he was coming out here 2 sets up.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge momentum swing at the end of the evening last night. Zverev coming back from the deficit to win that breaker. And of course, he's much more comfortable. But, you know, I think also that momentum shift gets dissipated a little bit over the night because, you know, had they played on, been able to play on, Zverev, you know, would have had that momentum leading into the 3rd set. Now, it really has become a 2 out of 3 set match on the day today. And Rinderknecht yesterday serving extremely well in critical moments, faced a lot of trouble on his serve and didn't end up coughing up the break, but you know, he had to battle out of some holes on his own service games, and he did that with some big serving, and that'll be a key factor if he's able to do that throughout the day today.
Just going through the serves, which, well, we're coming up to the last minutes of this warm-up. Don't really need to warm up too much today, do you? It's absolutely roasting hot. It is hotter today, isn't it? I haven't actually checked the temperature, but it feels hotter today than yesterday.
It is hot. At the moment, the sun must have poked behind a cloud, so it looks like that bright sunlight isn't bathing the court, but I'm sure we're going to experience a bit of that as the match progresses.
Yeah, just making my way over here to centre court. It is that sort of time in the afternoon where some people look like they're melting a bit outside. Just they're really suffering, and just make sure you drink enough and to keep cool as best as you can. It just gets on top of you around this time of the afternoon. But it has been glorious so far, the weather. We can't complain. 2 days of real sunshine. A little bit of rain forecast for tomorrow, but we'll think about tomorrow.
Take it one day at a time.
Exactly.
I like that attitude.
That's all we can do, Raj. But Zverev, can he hit the ground running in this resumption? They've already been playing over 2 hours in this match, 2 hours and 1 minute. So yeah, a couple of close sets. And the players look as if they are ready. The warm-up done and dusted.
End of warm-up.
And this should be intriguing to see if Alexander Zverev can just turn up the dial and find something a bit extra. He was delighted to get that second set breaker going his way last night. Would have been a tall order coming out here to win sets 3, 4, and 5, but he doesn't need that, just needs 2 of the 3.
And I think if you're a Zverev fan, you know that he likes to get a lot of volume in. He practices a lot. He spends a lot of time on the court. So from a physical standpoint, coming back from 2 sets last night, coming back out to just play a maximum of 3 today, I don't think that's going to be a factor for him. Rinderknecht looks very energetic at the moment as well. So here we go.
And it is Alexander Zverev to serve first in this 3rd set. A few bounces of the ball. He's got a white bandana on as Alexander Zverev, and that's a perfect start. What a terrific serve down the tee. An ace.
Yeah, just effortless pace there. Such a smooth motion from Zverev. That one dropping in at 134.
Nice start for Alexander Zverev after sleeping on it. 15 love at the start of this 3rd set. Again, the serve finds the target. It's a backhand return from Rinderknecht, and then Zverev wide with the backhand. He's just having a word with the umpire. Not sure what that was about.
I believe he thought it was a let. So when the ball came back, maybe not full focus on the backhand, which he sprayed wide.
Eva Azdaraki-Moore in the hot seat. Chair umpire for this one of the best in the business. 15 all. Zverev again finds a first serve. It's a good return from Rinderknecht right away. He's found his targets already with the return, and then Zverev with a forehand into the net. So maybe right away, some questions to be answered.
Well, just as the match started yesterday, Rinderknecht asked some questions and put Zverev at a break point. Just a little bit of a peak here in the beginning of the third.
Alexander Zverev, he's just looking to try and turn this game around here. It's another good return from Rinderknecht. He's on the front foot and tried to be a bit more expansive with his forehand, and wide he goes with it, the Frenchman. 30 all. Where next for Zverev? Will he go down the tee or look out wide? Just taking his time ahead of this first serve. He aborts the ball toss. He thought about it, maybe just something putting him off. Arthur Rinderknecht bouncing around about 6 feet behind the baseline, trying to stay on his toes. That's a good serve down the tee from Zverev again. It's a good return from Rinderknecht. Zverev moving forward, but the drop shot's too good from the Frenchman. That was neat touch.
Well done there from Rinderknecht. He really reading the serve today. Got on that return well.
30,
hit it deep. Looking to come forward with that big forehand and then just changes to the drop shot. That was a tactic that was really effective for him throughout the evening last night.
And it is a break point in the very first game of this resumption. Rinderknecht, who has had a quiet season with no main draw appearances past the second round on tour this year, except at Queen's recently, where he just started to get something going. That was a quarter-final that he reached. He lost out to eventual champion Alcaraz as Zverev first serve lands safely. They're into a rally now, and Rinderknecht with a backhand into the net. So the break point is fended off.
Zverev right on top of the baseline there. Had time with the first forehand and dispatched it into the corner. Rinderknecht getting there, but not able to find it over the net.
Last year here, as the 4th seed, Zverev equaled his best Wimbledon result by reaching the round of 16. He's got a task on here in this opening round. He's missed his first serve. Ball boy scampering to get the ball, and Zverev just waiting for him to take his position once again by the net. Juice in this opening game. And Zverev with a second serve to come. And a return on the backhand from Rinderknecht. Zverev with a deep forehand that just has Rinderknecht backpedaling. It's Zverev looking to get on the front foot here. Rinderknecht trying to deny the German right now, and that is good play from Zverev.
Good signs from Zverev today. Staying a lot tighter to the baseline, actually looking to come in. Didn't have to play the volley, but his forward movement pressuring Rinderknecht on the move. It's always tough when you're going out and you know your opponent's coming forward, you're on the stretch, you can't just loft the ball back in play, you've got to do something with it.
Has achieved so much in his career, Alexander Zverev, a runner-up at the Australian Open, Roland Garros and US Open. Never been past the 4th round here. And he's serving with an advantage here. It's a first serve again that is safely in. They're into a rally now. Rinderknecht goes for the drop shot again. He played it well earlier in the game. He's played another good one. And Zverev, even though he chased it down, just couldn't do much with the ball once he got there.
You know, great sense from Rinderknecht on that drop shot. He sees Zverev actually in his splitting backwards away from the court. He just senses that the last second, plays the drop shot. Again, that's been a little bit of a hole in Zverev's game on the grass against Rinderknecht so far.
Tough game right away as these two have resumed battle after a night sleeping on it. Zverev, a few more bounces of the ball. It's juice here, and that is out, the first serve. Wide and long. Will Rinderknecht just move in a little bit to receive this second serve? Bouncing around the Frenchman. Trying to show that he's got the energy here this afternoon. Zverev with a second serve, and it's into the net. So it's a double fault. A little bit tame there from the German. And a celebration from Rinderknecht, just a little pump of the fist. Another break point. Zverev just looking a little distracted right now. Got to focus here as a break point for the Frenchman once again. First serve comes in, and it's a good one from Zverev. Rinderknecht stretching to get the backhand back into play. Zverev looking for a drop shot, and this time it's he who finds a delicious drop.
Well, he had spread the court beautifully there. Rinderknecht did very well on that forehand to reach it at all and get it back in play. And Zverev with the slice drop shot, cut it quite fine. Very beautiful, actually, in the end.
What surface is the drop shot most effective on, do you think?
Well, I think grass, because grass is one of them, and clay as well, because court positions on the clay, people get pushed so far back. And on the grass, it just dies.
Yeah.
If you hit it well, it just doesn't bounce up and doesn't give you too much opportunity to get your racket beneath it.
We've seen 3 good drop shots in this opening game of the third set. Zverev at deuce on his own serve. Feeling the heat here as Rinderknecht finds a forehand return. Zverev moving forward on the forehand, goes cross-court, and Rinderknecht with a forehand up the line into the net.
Well, a welcome game point here for Zverev on his own serve. Rinderknecht is seeming to read the Zverev serve, though. Even on first serves, he's making clean contact. Seems to be able to pick it as Zverev's in his motion as to where he's hitting it.
Can Zverev wriggle out of this opening game? It's not been easy. First serve, and it's an ace. And a look towards his team, and just 1 or 2 words with his team, Alexander Zverev. His father, of course, front and center. Alexander Zverev Sr. Not sure what that was about.
Looked a bit strange. It looked a little questioning now. He's asking.
Well, he's still checking, isn't he?
I think he was asking about whether it's time to change rackets or not, potentially. But he settled it anyway. He's walked off.
Yeah, big hold. Feels a bit strange saying that right at the start of a set, but that felt like an important one.
I wouldn't disagree with you there, Mike. That would have had some weight coming out after the night of rest and all the drama from last night. Getting down into a break early in this contest today would have been challenging. So right on serve, big battle right out of the gates, but looks like these two are picking up right where they left off last night.
Certainly are, and it's Arthur Rinderknecht who now has the balls to deliver his serve. Serving at 1-love down in this third set. A few more bounces. Quite an interesting style that he has with his serve. Rinderknecht almost stands front on as that is out on the return from Zverev.
Yeah, and that's probably what that conversation was about, because they just started the match. Zverev probably had a new racket in hand. Oftentimes when new balls come into play, you take out a new racket. And this time it's just one game, so he's stuck with the same racket.
Good serve. It was a bit of a swing and a miss from Zverev. I don't think it was quite an ace. Maybe a clip of the frame on the way through from Zverev. 30-love. Good start on his first service game of this set for Rinderknecht. Here comes the point at 30-love. The return from Zverev down the center of the court. The forehand from Rinderknecht, a cross-court forehand, and then the follow-up forehand from him into the net.
Good moving from Zverev there, and that speaks to the conditions a little bit. That forehand off of the Rinderknecht racket seemed like it rushed Zverev last night a little bit. Zverev having just that extra bit of time could produce that wallop of a forehand.
30-15. Rinderknecht, first serve, misses. Tried to go wide and was too wide. Zverev waiting for the return. Here comes the second serve from Rinderknecht. It's Zverev who finds a backhand return. Now it's a backhand slice from the German. Forehand comes in from Zverev. Rinuknesh with the backhand down the center of the court. A backhand slice now from the Frenchman. And it just bamboozled Zverev, who goes wide with a forehand.
And the change of pace there with the slice from Rinuknesh. Zverev seeming to have the forehand that he wants. Couldn't quite get enough spin on it to get it back up and down over the net.
40-15. And for Rinuknesh, trying to seal this service game here. Misses with the first serve. World number 72 taking on the world number 3 in Alexander Zverev. Second serve here. This one lands safely. The forehand from Zverev into play. Here comes a backhand from the German. Again, it's that use of the slice from Rinuknesh. He goes with a two-handed backhand up the line, and Zverev drags a forehand wide. And that's a more routine service hold for Rinuknesh.
Good start for him. As I mentioned last night, he struggled on his own serve. Didn't get broken, but was working really hard in service games. This one a bit more comfortable.
Played college tennis. He represented Texas A&M University, did Arthur Rinuknesh from 2014 to 2018. Was named a 3-time All-American in singles. What does that actually mean?
It's just essentially an honor that you're just one of the best in your sport, in the nation. It is a high honor in college to get. So, you know, if you say you're an All-American, that's a good accomplishment. 3-time All-American. He was playing at the top levels and was recognized for it throughout his college career.
Texas A&M, were they rivals to TCU, Texas Christian University, where we've seen Cam Norrie, Jacob Fernley?
Yeah, well, they would have been. I can't say that I have good knowledge of what that was like during his time at Texas A&M.
He played well there for 4 years. And it's Alexander Zverev, who's 15-love up in this third game of the third set. And here comes the second serve from Zverev. Good and deep from him, and the backhand is excellent from the German, who then finds another backhand cross-court. It's Rinuknesh who's scrambling around at the baseline, and he goes long with a forehand. He was just running out of ideas there, the Frenchman.
Well, he covered a lot of court, didn't he? Zverev had him on a yo-yo from corner to corner, in complete control of that court, and eventually Rinuknesh just had to go for something big, flew the forehand.
Zverev coached by his father, Alexander Zverev Sr. I believe Rinuknesh currently without a permanent coach. Right now it's 30-love Alexander Zverev. Great return from Rinuknesh, a forehand crack that just caught out Alexander Zverev, who sort of almost just finished his service motion before that ball came back to him.
Yeah, Zverev taking a little bit off that serve. 124, still had some speed, but not the 135s that we've accustomed to seeing from him. Rinuknesh reading it beautifully.
30-15 here for Alexander Zverev. First serve into the net. Here on centre court, where it's not bathed in sunshine at the moment. There's a little bit of cloud about, which I think will be some respite for the fans who have been here all day. Zverev with a second serve, and this one does find the target. Again, it's a brilliant forehand return from Rinuknesh, who's thinking, why not? Let's have a go here.
Yeah, full commitment there. Big split step forward and then movement forward into that forehand. Really seeming to pick up early on the Zverev motion where that serve's going to go. He was all over that.
30-all now. Zverev again with some trouble on serve, like the first game of this set. Wide this time with the first serve. And the ball is ricocheted. It's almost in the royal box. Don't think it's got all the way in there. It's been retrieved now. Second serve here for Zverev. And this one is a let, called by Eva Astaraki Moore in the chair. Another go at the second serve here for the German, who's never won a Grand Slam despite achieving so much in the game throughout his excellent career. Second serve, this time gave it a bit more air and it lands safely. the backhand from Rinderknecht. It's a cross-court backhand from the Frenchman that is too hot to handle, and Zverev spoons his backhand long.
Yeah, that backhand, the two-hander cross-court, deep and wide in the court, stretching out Zverev, earning him in a break point.
Yeah, another break point chance for the Frenchman early in this set. Zverev feeling the spotlight trained on him. He's got to work this out here, the German. Can he find a first serve, which has slightly evaded him in this game? He does find it. The forehand return from Rinderknecht down the centre of the court. Now it's a forehands trying to go up the line there. Rinderknecht, and long from Zverev. A shake of the head from the German. A different reaction entirely from the Frenchman, who pumps his fists. And that is a great start to this third set for Arthur Rinderknecht.
Well, you got to give Rinderknecht a lot of credit all through the evening last night. He kept his energy levels high. He wasn't able to get the break. He ends up coming out with the first set. And just throughout the evening, between points, just urging himself on, keeping the energy levels up. And he's continued that today, putting himself in a good position. Up a break early here in this third set. Zverev again looking at his box, kind of a little bit, it's a bit of a quandary essentially as to how he could be in this position, it seems.
Yeah, he's looked distracted, hasn't he, from the get-go, after they've resumed here today on day 2 of this round 1. And I think there's yeah, some whispering, some mutterings around the stands here. Are we going to see a shock as well? Because we're seeing lots of surprises.
We are.
The seeds are falling by the wayside.
Men's and women's side, we're seeing some of these seeds exits early. I think it just speaks so much about the depth of the game on both sides for the men and the women. It's remarkable, the level of play, and that the ones that are at the top of the game that can continue to stay there, given all the challengers that are playing such high quality.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that is just the start that Rinderknecht was after, as he's taking on one of the best players in the world. And he's in the ascendancy in this third set. And now it will be the Frenchman to try and extend his lead here in set 3. It's only a break if you hold your next game. The first serve comes in from Rinderknecht. It's a good one out wide, and Zverev gets a return back into play, and it's a poor follow-up forehand from the Frenchman that goes wide. Love 15.
Zverev on the full stretch there, but able to produce some fantastic depth, forcing Rinderknecht to sort of half volley it from the baseline, and he couldn't control it.
It's not been a vintage season for Rinderknecht, but he just started to get something going on the grass courts of Queens, where he reached the quarterfinals. That's a good serve that is an ace. Flies past, whistles past Zverev.
And once again, the serve comes to his aid. He's used that weapon extremely effectively in times of need, erasing that initial deficit in this game, and as he did many times yesterday.
His best Grand Slam result, the Frenchman reaching the 3rd round at the US Open in 2023. Lost out to Andrei Rublev that year. First serve lands safely, and Zverev tried to give himself a little bit of room to play the backhand, but he just puts it into the net.
Long grass. Oftentimes that body serve could be used to great effect, especially against somebody with sort of the long limbs of Zverev. Rinderknecht using that tactic there well.
30-15 here for Rinderknecht. First serve down the tee, and Zverev gets a return into play. The forehand just getting him moving forward here, Zverev, and he is unable to control a volley. And again, looks towards his dad, the rest of his team, and is not happy.
And just a bit of hesitation coming forward from Zverev there. He looks like the right intent, but it took him a second to recognize that it was a moment to come forward, giving Rinderknecht a little bit of room to get down at his feet.
And it's another great serve down the tee from the Frenchman, Arthur Rinderknecht. Looking to reach the second round here for the second time in what is his 5th Wimbledon appearance. So far this year, Rinderknecht has lost in the first round of both of the other majors. Lost in the first round of the Aussie Open to Francis Tiafoe. First round of Roland Garros to Yannick Sinner. He gets tough draws, doesn't he? He's got Alexander Zverev here. But he's making a good attempt of it right now. And Zverev goes long to start his service game. Love 15.
This is a tricky moment for Zverev. Just a slight opening there, a little bit of a loose error on the forehand. Certainly doesn't want to stare down a double break here, so he's going to have to find his serve.
First serve to come here from the German. And he's missed that one as well. Done so much in the game. He's won a gold medal at the Olympic Games. He's won multiple Masters 1000s. He's won 2 Tour finals as well. But he's never won a Grand Slam. There's a good serve from Zverev, and it's wide, the return from Rinderknecht.
15-all.
Well, he seemed to read it just a little bit late on it. Missed the line by a couple inches. Back to level in the game.
$15-all. 3-1 the score for Arthur Rinderknecht as Alexander Zverev trying to find a service hold here. Misses with the first serve. Just been a little off at the moment with the serve. Rinderknecht looking at a second serve. It gives him the chance to move a little closer to the baseline, which he does. The second serve is in this time, and it's a good return from Rinderknecht. He's trying to get on the front foot. The backhand slice from the Frenchman is long.
30-15.
And that was interesting. Rinderknecht lining up for the slice. And I think Zverev was anticipating the drop shot, actually moved forward into the court. And that forced Rinderknecht to go a little bit deeper and sail that long.
30-15. Alexander Zverev again misses with the first serve. He's been a bit scattergun so far with his first deal. Can he get it done behind the second serve once again? Just waiting, Rinderknecht, and it's a second serve into the net. It's a double fault again, and looks a little subdued at the moment, does Zverev.
Yeah, on the upside, it doesn't look as if he's panicking at all, but on the other side, it seems to be a little bit of a lack of sense of urgency.
30-all. There's Rinderknecht. Maybe he's just looking for a double break here. Got an outside chance right now as Zverev again aborts that ball toss. There's something putting him off. He's just not quite in the best mood right now. It's not at full flow. Here comes the serve. This time it is safe. Rinderknecht moving forward with a forehand. That was a big chance for the Frenchman. And it's a half-court forehand into the net.
Well, he got the return that he wanted. He guessed right, was on that forehand, hit it with great depth, and got the short forehand that he's produced so many times in this match. That one finding the net.
40-30. And the German just trying to get something going in this set. It's a forehand return from Rinderknecht, and the forehand winner. That's more like it from Zverev. And that will feel good for him. But Rinderknecht does have the break in this third set and leads the way 3-2.
He does, and you can sort of put your finger on it. Zverev just looks a bit unsettled at the start of this set as we get underway here in the continuation of the match. And just looking at his box a little bit more than normal, just seeming a little out of sorts. As you mentioned, the service rhythm a bit off, had to sort of restart the motion. So hopefully he'll find his rhythm a little bit better and continue to improve as the set goes forward.
Well, Zverev, he has never won a grass court title. He's been to 3 finals on the grass. He's lost all 3. He lost in Halle on a couple of occasions. He lost in Stuttgart as well. That was more recent.
Time.
That was this year at the hands of Taylor Fritz.
And Taylor just squeaking through that 5-set match with Giovanni Impesci-Perricard. Such drama there.
Oh, that'd be a huge relief for him. I mean, he was 2 sets to love down. He's come back in fine style to win that one. But our focus very much on what Zverev can do. Can he try and get a break back to level up things here? Right now, it is the Frenchman, Rinderknecht, in command of this one. It's only a narrow lead. A break can go quickly as a few more fans make their way in to take position for this set. Taylor Fritz with a win earlier today. We mentioned this is another match that has been resumed. Great serve.
Yeah, big clean ace down the tee. Was nice to set the tone with that first point.
15 love. First serve into the net from the Frenchman. Elegant motion he has, the Frenchman. The second serve, it is a let. We'll reload again here. Played well at Queen's, as I mentioned. He lost out in that quarterfinal to Carlos Alcaraz, but pushed Alcaraz hard. 7-5, 6-4, the Spaniard. It's another let for Rinderknecht. Came up with a couple of good wins, didn't he, at Queen's? Shelton and Pelka. 2 rounds running. Rinderknecht, 15 love up. Here's that second serve again. This one is safe. And the backhand into the net from Zverev.
Rinderknecht has been, as you mentioned, he's faced some of these top players at the Grand Slam, so the occasion doesn't seem to be affecting him in any way. He's kept his energy high, not been overwhelmed by the circumstance by any stretch.
Well, he's done something to upset the tennis gods, getting Francis Tiafoe in the first round of the Aussie Open, Jannik Sinner the first round of Roland Garros, and Alexander Zverev first round here. Carlos Alcaraz awaits, I'm sure, at the US Open.
Yeah.
40 love. Nearly 2.5 hours played of match time. Of course, from yesterday into today. Another good serve from Rinderknecht, who's just finding things easy going at the moment. And that's the opposite that we can say for Zverev, who sends that backhand long. And it's 4-2 for Rinderknecht now.
4 games to 2.
Yeah, and the general theme of the match so far has been that Rinderknecht has been the player who wants to be on his front foot, who wants to be dictating play. And Zverev, you know, he's so good from the ground, so solid. He's just been maybe a bit passive in trying to sort of enforce himself on Rinderknecht. So we'll see if he starts to change that dynamic. He's in a little bit of a hole here in this third set.
Serving at 4-2 down is Alexander Zverev, and the forehand return from Rinderknecht is good. We're into a rally now at the start of this 7th game in the third set. That's a great cross-court forehand from Zverev, and it's sent long by the Frenchman.
15 love.
Great pace from the Zverev forehand. He does possess the power that can just open up a point at any moment.
Zverev, 15 love to the good as a forehand comes in from the German. The volley is just about okay from Zverev. Rinderknecht had a little bit of a chance to chase it down, but couldn't quite get there.
Well, Rinderknecht has basically conceded the point. He had to hit this pass. He ran so far out of court, he just thought the point was over. And Zverev, with the volley, just lofted it. Had a lot of airtime. Rinderknecht decided to make a move for it, but it was just a bit too late.
30 love for Zverev. Is this a bit more neat and tidy, this service game? That's more like it.
Love.
Right down the tee. An ace from Sasha. 40 love. More routine service game this, because he's had trouble so far on serve in this set. This time the first serve is wide after a net cord. And Rinderknecht waiting for the second serve. He's bouncing around, just flipping his racket around in his hands. Now he gets into position. Second serve from Zverev, and it's... well, it was returned from Rinderknecht, and then the forehand was poor from Zverev.
Rinderknecht, again, just trying to get his body out of the way, floating way out of the court to his left. Somehow shovels it back in the court. Zverev couldn't find the open court, just really had to put that ball back in play.
40-15. And Alexander Zverev trying to tie a bow on this game, which he does. And he swaggers to his chair. He never looks overly in a rush, does Zverev. He's got his own time. And he does get to within one game. But Arthur Rinderknecht still with that break of serve. He leads 4-3.
Yeah, now, if you're Rinderknecht, you just want to focus on your service games. He's been serving extremely well. His first serve percentage in this set is 79%. I don't think anybody would be upset with that kind of a percentage, especially when your average serve is somewhere in the 130 mph zone. So if he can maintain that kind of service performance, he does have a good likelihood of coming away with this set.
Great buzz around centre court. Not sure I've seen more linen shirts in one day than I have today. It's the fabric of choice today.
Yeah. Did you bring yours?
I didn't, no. I've gone for plain old cotton today. Need to get on the linen. I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, we still have some heat tomorrow. I think it starts to break tomorrow, doesn't it?
Still got time, these championships. Gentleman in front of our commentary box in a nice crisp white linen shirt. Looks like he's kept pretty cool today, which is impressive.
Yeah, well, he is in the covered part. He is under some shade, so he's probably a little more comfortable than some of those exposed to the sun.
Well, those exposed to the sun are the players out there on court. As Arthur Rinderknecht 4-3 up in this third set. That's a great first serve, and it's too hot to handle for Alexander Zverev, who frames it. This time that the ball does land in the royal box. And it's retrieved well. I think it's going to be a souvenir for somebody there. Rinderknecht with a first serve into the net this time. Playing nicely, though, is the Frenchman. He's been really impressive as we've resumed this first round match. Zverev with a forehand return down the centre of the court, and it's a wild one from Rinderknecht this time.
Yeah, big forehand swing there. He has been aggressive off that forehand wing, and it's been dependable for him. That one getting the error, and now 15 all, getting to the business end of the set.
Coming up to 4:45 here on this Tuesday late afternoon, turning into early evening here in southwest London. First serve is accurate this time from Rinderknecht. The forehand has just got Zverev deep in the court, and that is a delicious drop shot again. He's used that tactic very well so far in this match, and once again, the Frenchman pulls it out of his bag.
Absolutely, the combination of pushing Zverev back deep in the court with some depth on the ground strokes, and he looks to be approaching and coming forward, which just keeps Zverev at bay. Opens up the short part of the court, and he takes full advantage.
He's keeping cool in hot conditions, Arthur Rinderknecht. 30-15, the first serve into the net. Let's see what the second serve will bring. Doesn't waste too much time between first and second serve, and this one is safely in the service box, and Zverev gets the rally going, and the backhand into the net from Rinderknecht. So it's 30 all now in this game, so maybe a little opening here for Zverev.
Yeah, just a couple unforced errors creeping into the Rinderknecht game. It's not something that we've seen creep up, especially back-to-back in points. This is typically where in this match he comes up with a big serve. See if he can find one here.
Sunshine really beating down now. Any semblance of cloud has disappeared above centre court as the first serve is out there from Rinderknecht. Sunglasses needed now as second serve is just delayed as the ball toss goes awry there for Rinderknecht. He'll try again here. Big point here at 30 all. Second serve is good this time. Forehand is accurate from Rinderknecht. He's gone for the drop shot again early in the point. Zverev is wise to it. He got there with time to spare, but it wasn't a great shot when he did get there.
Yeah, he had plenty of time when he got there. Opted to go with the slice. Was attempting to sort of return with a drop shot of his own, but didn't get the slide right, and that's interesting. We're talking about sliding on grass.
Yep.
It's a new phenomenon that the best of the best are able to control.
40-30. Arthur Rinderknecht trying to seal this game as well, and he's getting closer to sealing this third set. He's missed this first serve. Can Zverev just become a nuisance late on in this set? The second serve is accurate this time, and the forehand into the net. Rinderknecht ticks off another game. He's getting closer to sealing this third.
Well, that was a big hold there. Couple errors off the Rinderknecht racket there that put him in a little bit of trouble. You could hear how important he knows that hold is. Big come on when he fired that second serve down the tee.
Alexander Zverev with 4 tennis balls delivered by the ball boys is now knocked 2 away. He's decided which 2 he wants. Serving at 5-3 down in this third set. He's got work to do here, Zverev. That's a good first serve down the tee. Strong, but the return is good from Rinderknecht. Deep forehand from Zverev, and it's good enough there to win the point.
Fantastic depth there off the Zverev racket on all of the ground strokes. Just a couple feet inside the baseline. It's just so difficult to neutralize that and change the power dynamic when you're pushed that far back in the court.
15 love. Zverev leads the way. That's a good serve from Zverev again. The backhand comes up the line from Zverev. Just backpedaling a little bit there, the German. Again, the drop shot comes from Rinderknecht. He's gone for the drop shot and lob combination, but it wasn't high enough, the lob. And Zverev slams it away with authority.
Well, that's actually a big moment right there. That's, to my recollection, the first time that Zverev has picked up on the drop shot and actually won the point. It's been such a trusty tactic for Rinderknecht to get some points, and that might change the dynamic a little bit.
30 love. Zverev leads in this game. And the first serve is out after a net cord. And the second serve to come here for Zverev. Rinderknecht prowling around at the baseline. He's just moving and shuffling around his feet. He doesn't quite know where to stand, but the second serve is out from Zverev, so it doesn't matter where Rinderknecht stands.
Well, I think that court position, when you're the server and you see the returner eating up court saying, look, I'm going to challenge you on this return, you oftentimes try to produce just that little bit of extra depth to keep them off of you, and oftentimes can just influence the serve enough, and in that case, Zverev with the double fault.
30-15, Zverev in this game. Just waiting for something to die down in the stands before he starts his first service motion. And this one is a good serve to the backhand of Rinderknecht, who gets it back into play, but then it was too short, and Zverev gobbles up the forehand.
40-15.
Yeah, good looking forehand from Zverev there. Ball sitting in the middle of the court, but just such a clean stroke when he hits it the way he wants.
40-15, Alexander Zverev trying to keep this set alive and kicking. The first serve is into the backhand of Rinderknecht. Cross-court forehand from Zverev. Again, the drop shot from Rinderknecht, inviting Zverev forward. And then he was there to apply the finishing touch with the volley there, the Frenchman.
Well, neutralizing well on that point early, Rinderknecht getting inside the court. And again, that drop shot paying dividends. Had to follow it up with the volley. Zverev did get there. Rinderknecht able to knock off the backhand volley.
40-30 now. Bit more work to do on the Zverev serve. He's not had things easy on his service game so far in this set. This time it's a serve and volley. It's not a great volley, and then the follow-up volley is even worse from Zverev. He sort of mishit the smash attempt, and that gave Rinderknecht the chance, and then the follow-up volley from Zverev into the net.
Oh, that was a bit awkward from Zverev there. Hit a good serve, came forward, had the high volley. It was kind of halfway between a volley and an overhead. Didn't get it right. Had a good play on that volley. Just didn't have position and dumps it in the net.
And it's juice now as Rinderknecht is trying to find a way to seal this set on the Zverev serve. First serve into the net. And the second serve about to come here for Zverev. This is a big moment here as Rinderknecht senses this could be his moment to finish this set. The backhand is terrific. A winner off the return from the Frenchman. And it is a set point now.
He just was going to seize this opportunity, taking that backhand early, going for broke. Just a laser backhand return.
Can he seal the deal here? Arthur Rinderknecht, set point. Alexander Zverev with the first serve that is good. It was deep.
Big first serve there, and Zverev actually showing serve and volley there. Haven't seen much of that tactic from him. Boy, he just got a few blades of grass on that serve. What a time for it.
Yeah, we've just seen the replay. It must be 1 millimeter in there from Zverev. No wonder Rinderknecht was staring down at the line. He wasn't sure that was in, but it was in, just. Fine margins here to keep this set alive. Alexander Zverev. It's juice now. As he's feeling the heat on his serve. The forehand return is good from Rinderknecht, and Zverev deep in his court with the forehand. Rinderknecht moving forward with the backhand, but then he retreats behind the baseline again. This is a good exchange between the two. The drop shot from Rinderknecht. Zverev gets there in time, and then Rinderknecht puts away the forehand. He's got that thing on a piece of string, the drop shot.
Well, amazing ability from Rinderknecht to actually shift gears. I mean, there was some big hitting in that rally. Chooses a drop shot off of a very deep, fast ball. Draws Zverev forward and then gets the easy pass out of it. Wow, great feel to produce that drop shot, especially off such a high-paced ball that was deep in the court.
And it is set point again here for the Frenchman. Can he get it done here to go 2-1 up on Alexander Zverev, the world #3 and the 3rd seed here? Misses with the first serve, Zverev. He's looked out of sorts today. And he's finding this tough going against a player who had some good results at Queen's recently in Arthur Rinderknecht. Clearly feeling at home on the British grass courts this year. Second serve from Zverev. It's met by a forehand return of Rinderknecht. Now we're into a rally. This is set point, remember. Zverev with a shot that hits the net cord and goes long. And it is Rinderknecht who takes the 3rd set. And he's looking very good here on centre court. And Alexander Zverev, is he going to become the latest big name to fall by the wayside in round 1?
Well, that is a huge break for Rinderknecht on so many levels. He bags the set. He gets to start the 4th set serving on his terms, and got to give him credit to this point. He really has been the player that's looked to take charge of the points. He's been, you know, his risk tolerance. He's taking a lot of cracks at these serves, taking them early and really challenging Zverev. And then, of course, the drop shots, the mixture of play from Rinderknecht coming forward, also using the drop shot, using pace, meeting the balls early. This is just a great combination that's unsettling Zverev. You know, you could say Zverev's not playing well, but gosh, Rinderknecht has a lot to say about it, and that's part of the reason why.
He's been so good. He's been solid, Arthur Rinderknecht, and Alexander Zverev is finding this tough going to break the resistance of the Frenchman here.
And I think that's the challenge for him. I think in that last couple games, we started to see Zverev looking for ways to get forward. I think that's you know, probably a lot of people have mentioned to him that, you know, if you could add that dimension to your game, you're so strong from the ground, you're moving so well, you hit such a big ground stroke and pace, and you can open the court. If you could sneak in just every now and then, you know, you just have another level of threat. And I think he did extremely well with that in the US Open when he found himself in the finals. He was doing that quite a lot, actually. And he hasn't been doing it as much. I think it's difficult, you know, at this late stage, he hasn't done it at all in this match for the most part. It's a good sign that he's trying to do it, but I think for him, you know, to sort of turn that on with a switch is a big ask.
It certainly is, and he's got to try and turn things around quickly, Alexander Zverev, because time might just be running out for him as Arthur Rinderknecht just needs one more set, and he's into the second round here at Wimbledon. What a moment that would be for the Frenchman to record a big win over the world number 3. He will start this fourth set on serve, will Rinderknecht. Zverev in real danger of being an early casualty here. First serve hits the net, so the second serve will come here from the Frenchman. Can he just keep his cool? That's not a great start with the double fault.
Oh. A little chink in the armor there. Maybe a little signs that he's starting to sense that if he does his job well, he could come away with this match.
Love 15. Alexander Zverev would love a fast start in this set. And the return is wide from Zverev on the backhand.
15.
Well, that's a good response. Double fault in the first point, but comes back with 136 out wide.
5th Wimbledon appearance here for Rinderknecht, and his 19th Grand Slam overall. As the serve comes in, it's a first serve that is accurate from Rinderknecht, and the forehand is terrific. A big 1-2 punch there.
30,
he is just taking his chances when he sees him. That ball floating a little bit. He was just on the baseline, had to produce all the pace of his own. Crushed it cross court.
Rinderknecht trying to defeat a top 5 player for the first time
14,
in his
15.
career on what is his 8th attempt playing at a top 5 player. Not easy to beat these top guys, is it?
No, and you know, it's these critical moments where these guys can just be so solid, and it's just up to, at the moment, it's on Rinderknecht's racket. He's the guy that's dictating how this match is going to this point.
Arthur Rinderknecht trying to keep Zverev at bay. First serve into the net. Sunshine continues to pour over centre court as late afternoon turns into early evening. It's just about bang on 5 o'clock here in London. Rinderknecht with a serve that is accurate, and it's long there from Alexander Zverev. The returning's been a bit all over the place from him.
First game.
A good start for Rinderknecht. That's a tough position for Zverev to be in now, serving from behind, knowing that he's got to win this set. Pressure just a little bit harder when you're coming from behind, serving second in the set. Knowing your opponent's already got a hold in the bag. Zverev still a little unsettled, getting out a new racket, kind of testing the tension.
Yep.
Just doesn't seem comfortable with sort of the goings-on, understandably.
Well, this will be a big indication of where this match is going to go. That Alexander Zverev, who may have found himself in a situation like this in the past, you just would think, okay, he'll find a big service game here. Can he do just that?
Well, he's got some new balls to work with. That'll help.
And he is bouncing those new balls, and he's ready to serve in this game. The first serve into the net with this new racket that he's grabbed from his bag with the new balls. It's all new. Second serve here. Rinderknecht comfortably behind the baseline. The backhand is good from Rinderknecht down the centre of the court. Zverev with a cross-court forehand, which is deep into the corner. But Rinderknecht is resisting well. He's putting up the barricades at the back of the court here, the Frenchman. The backhand cross-court attempt from Rinderknecht. Good volley from Zverev.
Well, that was a great volley from Zverev. Rinniknesh really challenged him, got the ball down on his feet. Zverev, big, tall stature, getting down low to execute that volley.
Good start to this game for Alexander Zverev. Took care of business with that volley. It was a high-pressure volley, but it was soft hands from the German. 15-love, he leads. As the backhand return from Rinniknesh is deep. And Zverev with the backhand slice, which is put away by Rinniknesh at the net, so he can move forward. He can get it done in the forecourt as well.
15-all.
Great approach behind that backhand. Zverev just floating the ball back, and Rinniknesh closing very hard, high backhand volley down the line. Beautiful technique on that.
Can he keep being adventurous, being attacking Arthur Rinniknesh? He's going for his shots, and it's paying off right now. Just a few minutes shy of the 3-hour mark. This match has been going on as Zverev with a serve that lands safely. The backhand is back into play by the Frenchman. The forehand into the net from Zverev. Still out of sorts. What's going on here?
Well, desperate saves from Rinniknesh there. He was able to stab at a couple balls, return, and then the next one, Zverev going for that forehand down the line, just clipping the tape. And he is in a bit of danger here. 15-30.
Can he just turn the screw here, the Frenchman? He's in a good spot right now. Can he sense the frailties in the game of Alexander Zverev? Wide with the serve again, out from Zverev. As a very lively ball kid goes to retrieve that ball. Zverev with the second serve to come. This is a big chance here for Rinniknesh. Can he find a good return? He can find a really good return. It was deep and it was awkward for Zverev.
Well, as he's done so many times in this match, he's read that second serve location, thrust his body into the court and connected with great depth. And even as solid as the Zverev backhand is, he couldn't handle it. We've got 2 break points for the Frenchman.
Zverev serving at 15-40 in this game. Can Rinniknesh make this count, these break points? The backhand again is back into play from Rinniknesh. We're into a rally now. The backhand through the center of the court from Rinniknesh. Zverev with a forehand. He's comfortably behind the baseline. Rinniknesh just ups the ante a bit with a backhand, and it's long. There goes one of the break points.
Yeah, Rinniknesh got the ball he wanted, got the backhand, just overcooked it. Could be forgiven seeing
Seems like we may have lost commentary there from... Okay, so it's 40-all at the moment. We're into a juice. I think they've realised...
Alexander Zverev trying to recover in this game. It's juice now. And for Zverev, can he just keep this set alive and kicking? Arthur Rinniknesh is in a good spot here. Leads by 2-1. Zverev, he's just been a little bit out of sorts, hasn't he? All through this resumption of this opening round. And the serve, it's a double fault again.
Well, as you just mentioned, feeling out of sorts. A little bit of a challenge, I think. Rinniknesh somehow seems to be reading the serves. Zverev accustomed to getting free points off of his first serve and hasn't had a lot of the service winners and aces that he's used to. Maybe feeling a bit of pressure, especially on that second when he hasn't produced the first serve.
Breakpoint chance here for the Frenchman. Zverev, so often he can rely on a big serve, and he finds one there, just in the nick of time, Raj.
Mikey, got a little bit of
Mystic
going on
Mystic
there.
Mikey.
Yes, oh, I like that.
Did you like that?
Is that a thing?
Well, I just made it up there.
Okay, then we might stick with that. Mystic Mike, what will happen on this point, Mystic Mike?
Well, I did say that Zverev would win in 5 sets, didn't I, before?
Oh,
but
okay,
now
you're going to stick with that call.
No, I'm not sure. Well, what's going to happen here is he's going to bounce the ball a few more times. And the first serve will arrive here. And it's a good, well, it looked okay, the return, but it's just long from Rinderknecht.
Advantage, Zverev.
That's a serve that Zverev going into the body there when your opponent's trying to take the serve early. It's such a good tactic. We haven't seen too much of that from Zverev there. He's been trying to stretch the Frenchman out wide, and he's been reading it well. The body serve was effective there.
Just 3 minutes shy of the 3-hour mark this match. Zverev with a serve into the net. Rinderknecht has a look at a second serve. It's an advantage here for Alexander Zverev in this second game of set 4. Rinderknecht held serve in his opening service game of this set. The second serve is a good one from Zverev, and that's a big reaction from him. He needed that. Boy, big time.
Yeah, that's a big time hold there, and letting out some emotion. Probably does need to get himself a little bit more energized and activated. So good signs, I think, if you're in the Zverev camp, to see him activate a little bit.
Well, he certainly celebrated with some gusto there, did the German. It's 1 game all in this 4th set. Rinderknecht, can he keep finding the tennis we've seen so far from him? It's a return from Zverev, and Rinderknecht moving forward, but he was caught out there. A passing shot of real quality there from Zverev.
All right, he had the swing volley to work with Rinderknecht and just hit it down the middle of the court. Zverev with a good pass with the forehand side. Gosh, that hold literally put a pep in the step of Zverev. It's the first time I've seen him sort of bounce around before the point, kind of get himself active, looking for the opportunity.
Zverev's best result this year, winning the title in Munich in his home country, getting the better of Ben Shelton in that final as this rally gets underway. Backhand comes in from Zverev. That's better depth from him. Suddenly the shots look a little bit different from Zverev, and there goes Rinderknecht long, and another big shout from Zverev. This is what the best players do.
Yeah, just in the critical moments he has elevated in this game. Somehow finding that hold has just injected some energy into his game.
Love 30. It is the Frenchman who is feeling some heat now. He's under the microscope on his own serve. And what can he do here? The first serve is good. It was out wide. It was an ace.
Well, he took some pace off that and just bent it with that slice out wide, just tailing away.
Well, could do with another serve like that, Rinderknecht. Is he able to find it? 15-30. Zverev just poised and waiting for the return. Out it goes with the first serve. Fascinating moment of this match here in the 4th set, early on in the 4th set. Zverev gets a look at the forehand return. It's into the net, though.
Well, that second serve sat up a little bit for Zverev. Had the forehand. I think he'd probably like that one back. Still level now in this game.
30 all. And Rinderknecht with a first serve again. He goes out wide. Zverev with a return into play. Backhand comes in from the German again. And the forehand is good. It's deep from Zverev, and it allows him to move forward to the net. And, well, it's Rinderknecht who finds a good shot, and Zverev with a diving volley to keep the points alive, and then Rinderknecht putting it away.
Wow, what a point. Zverev laying at full stretch out. A little Boris Becker-esque. Wasn't enough to come up with the point, though. Rinderknecht following in. A little quick flick from the forehand into the open court. Yeah, Zverev on the full stretch. Got back to his feet, but not in time.
It was Becker-like, wasn't it? I saw Taylor Fritz do an unbelievable dive yesterday as well, which should get some credit. Rinderknecht long with the first serve. He's 40-30 up in this game. And remember, it was love 30 in this game, so he's done well to win 3 points in a row here, the Frenchman. Can he make it 4 points in a row? The second serve requires a return from Alexander Zverev, which he finds. The forehand from Zverev. Sunshine beats down on centre court. It's been a hot day once again here, as Zverev trying to get on top in this rally. The forehand cross court and then down the line from Zverev. It's defensive play at the moment from Rinderknecht, the Frenchman, and then he tries to up the ante and he goes wide with the backhand.
Zverev doing what he does well, dictating play from the baseline. Lots of pace in those ground strokes and enough depth. Rinderknecht fending off 5 or 6 shots, looking to try and change the dynamic in the rally, goes for the down the line, and we're back to deuce.
So it is juice here with the sunshine of centre court. It has been a glorious couple of days weather-wise, as it is wide there from Rinderknecht. Plenty of famous faces in the Royal Box today. Here comes the second serve. Zverev gets a return away. The forehand comes from Rinderknecht, and Zverev wide with the pass.
Oh, such measured play from Rinderknecht there. Had the short forehand, but Zverev being so deep out of the court, Rinderknecht didn't opt to just sort of punch the forehand deep in the court, and it was the depth that was the thing that kept Zverev from getting a clean pass off.
Well, we are just approaching 5:15 on this Tuesday evening. The first serve is excellent this time from Rinderknecht. That's a gutsy hold from the Frenchman, because he knows what it's like playing some of these top players. They just win a couple of points, a couple of big celebrations like we saw from Zverev, but Rinderknecht stood up to the test.
Yeah, oftentimes we'll see that kind of emotional kind of outburst. It was a positive one from Zverev, and you can see sometimes that momentum shift can occur. It looked as if Rinderknecht was going to surrender a break, in trouble, down at love 30 on his own serve, but huge credit to him to stay stable, stay on task, and to come out with that hold, and that blunts that momentum that Zverev felt like he was building after that monumental hold of his own early in the set.
Well, intriguing stuff. It really is right now. This could go anywhere.
Oh, Mystic Mikey. We're going to call on your powers. That's the best part of it, isn't it? That, you know, we can all speculate and try and figure out what is happening, and as we see the matches ebb and flow, but just that's what makes sports so great. We just don't know when things are going to unfold as they do. And we get to sit here on center court and witness it all.
We certainly do. And this is a great seat alongside you, Raj, as we're enjoying how this one unfolds. Just having a look at scorelines elsewhere. Ben Shelton's just started on the second, on number 2 court against Alex Boltz, 3-all early on there. Petra Kvitova in action on court 1. She's a set down to Emma Navarro, and she's a breakdown as well to Navarro. But what a wonderful grass court player Kvitova has been. Has had some famous moments here. And it's Zverev who is looking to create some famous moments of his own here on these famous grass courts. Zverev serving at 2-1 down in this 4th set. First serve is accurate from the German, who is allowed to get onto his forehand and unleashes a forehand there.
It just seems to be a little bit more intensity behind the Zverev game at the moment. His movement looks a little crisper. It's good signs if you're in the Zverev camp.
Yeah, it just seems to have a bit more energy about him right now, Zverev, even if it is just a bit more when he celebrates. Misses the first serve there. It's into the net. Just stretches out the shoulder after that serve, does Zverev. Second serve to come here. A few more bounces of the ball. And the backhand comes in from Rinderknecht. Now it's onto the forehand of the Frenchman, who's outside the top 70 in the world rankings. But Zverev, the world number 3, goes long with the forehand.
15.
Rinderknecht winning that forehand-to-forehand battle, returning equal pace of his own.
all in this fourth game of the fourth set. Zverev with a first serve that is perfect down the tee.
15.
A big booming serve down the tee. Maybe a point or two ago, just sort of checking in on his contact point when he stretched his racket up. Looks like he found it perfectly there.
Yeah, it looked very good there. If he can get the serve firing a bit more, he's got a great chance of still winning this in 5 sets, and he's just found that serve again.
40-15.
Another ace from Zverev. He does lead 40-15 in this game as Rinderknecht is poised and waits for the serve to come to him. But he's got nothing to do with that serve. It is another ace. Is that 3 in a row?
I think it was, yeah. And I think, you know, when you start to find the rhythm on that serve, it gives you some breathing room because you feel like, okay, I'm going to hold serve now. I've got my serve under control. And that frees you up as a returner then in turn to sort of be a little bit more aggressive and take some chances. When you're not feeling secure on your own serve, you want to just make sure you're conservative getting into the points. So again, we're seeing more energy from Zverev, bouncing around prior to the serve.
So it is Rinderknecht serving at 2-all in this fourth set. It's a return from Zverev, an attempted drop shot from Rinderknecht, which is nowhere near. It almost bounced before the net there.
Yeah, he got pushed back. The ball was right on him. Zverev meeting that ball and sending it with good depth. Rinderknecht going for the drop shot, improvised, not enough.
Love 15 in this fifth game of the fourth set. The return this time into the net from Zverev.
And you got to give some credit to Rinderknecht as well. Oftentimes in these situations, you start to see the potential finish line. Lose your focus a little bit. He has kept his energy level at a very high space.
15-all. Rinderknecht aborts the ball toss. Just got away from him, that ball toss on that occasion. This time it's a better one, and the serve is accurate here. The forehand is wide, though, from Rinderknecht. So it's 15-30, and again, the door just a little bit ajar here for Zverev.
That was a forehand that he actually hesitated a little bit on there. That one he tended to want to, earlier in the match, he would take that one up the line and follow. He sort of hit it off his back foot.
15-30. Work to do for the Frenchman. That was a wild first serve that is some way out. So now some pressure on the second serve of Rinderknecht. Can this one find the target? No, it can't. It's long as well.
Just as we were saying it, just a little bit of a blip here. He's been in trouble on his serve throughout this match, including last night, and his serve has come to his rescue. Taking an extra moment at the towel to sort of regroup, refocus, thinking about where the best serve location would be.
2 break points here for Alexander Zverev. to take command of this fourth set. Rinderknecht misses with another first serve. He's not found these easy going in this game. Second serve to come here. Needs to do it here. He does land the second serve, and then the deep return from Zverev. Rinderknecht just about digs it out. Zverev up at the net. The volley is decent from Zverev. Rinderknecht there to apply the finishing touch with the volley himself, though.
Well, what a point. Both players scrambling, improvising, finding a way, and in the end, Rinderknecht right on top of the net. Zverev going right at him on the full stretch. Rinderknecht just dumps the volley over the net. Big point, big save from Rinderknecht. Still in danger here. Yeah, 30-40 on his own serve.
That was helter-skelter stuff, that point. And what can Rinderknecht find here? He'd love just a big first serve to make it a simple point, but he doesn't find the first serve. Into the net it goes. Second serve with the world number 3 waiting to return. And the second serve is deep and it's accurate this time. Forehand comes in from the German. Cross court from Zverev. Backhand from Rinderknecht down the center of the court. It's a cross court backhand slice this time from Zverev. Here comes a forehand from Zverev, which is deep and just has Rinderknecht on his heels. But Rinderknecht works it out and flicks a forehand winner down the line.
Well, Zverev changing tactics with the slice backhand, setting up an approach for himself, comes forward, has a high volley to put down, takes it right through the center of the court where Rinderknecht was waiting. Literally had a continental grip and just pushed it down the line. Oh, that's a huge point. Rinderknecht back to deuce on his own serve, really having to scramble to find his way back.
On to juice here in this fifth game. We've had some close games so far in this fourth set, but a good serve this time from Rinderknecht, and it's wide on the return from Zverev.
Out wide serve. Nice to get one of those free points after battling back. He's really had to work hard here.
Are the fans on centre court potentially watching an upset brewing as Rinderknecht finds a first serve, and then Zverev spoons the return long. And that is another big sigh of relief, another big examination passed for Rinderknecht.
It's just interesting to watch. That was a big save from Rinderknecht. And again, sort of the energy sway. You could see Rinderknecht look to his box, shake his racket, sort of say, come on, that's it. And Zverev, that pep in his step that we saw a minute ago, went back to that slow, deliberate walk to the chair. Not that he's despondent, but definitely a tangible change in his demeanor.
Certainly is, as Rinderknecht has taken his shirt off. He's got the ice towel wrapped around his neck. He's got an umbrella above him. He's trying everything to keep himself cool, taking on water and electrolytes. He's got it all going on here. I'm sure we'll see a change of shirt as well. A fresh new one to try and see him over the line here. Feels like a day to get through 6 or 7 shirts if you're in a 5-set match, maybe more.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that ice tactic is not even just to cool you down in the moment. It's sort of that cumulative effect over the match. Even if you're not feeling it that much, you want to get ahead of it, get your body temperature down. There's all kinds of research on just cooling your hands can actually extend your stamina. So the ice packs, all these tiny little details that go into this kind of a performance on center court.
Well, Alexander Zverev serving at 3-2 down in this fourth set. He's got some work to do. And the serve comes in from Zverev. It's a return from Rinderknecht into the base of the net this time. There seems to be improvements, Raj, on the last couple of service games of Zverev.
Yeah, he seems to have found his rhythm on the motion. He's not sort of looking a bit disillusioned and sort of confused on his serve. He's starting to hit his spots more often.
15-love, Zverev, the German who's won so much in the game, but he's not been able to win a Grand Slam. That backhand is long from Rinderknecht, and these short, sharp points, these are welcome short, sharp points for Zverev on a hot day like this. Don't want to expend too much energy on your own serve.
Absolutely, and this would be sort of what Zverev would be a little bit more accustomed to, getting some free points off of his serve, or at least a serve +1 circumstance. Again, Rinderknecht has been reading the serve quite well, so he's been challenging that serve.
30-love up here is Zverev. He's missed that first serve. A reminder, we've seen so many men's seeds fall by the wayside already at this year's championships. Zverev trying to avoid being another one. Second serve for Zverev. It's a good backhand return from Rinderknecht. It's a winning return from the Frenchman.
And again, full commitment from Arthur Rinderknecht there inside the baseline, taking a cut with that backhand, driving it down the line. No time for Zverev to make a play on the ball.
Alexander Zverev with the first serve to come here. Sends it long. Wipes a bit of sweat off his brow as the second serve needs to be a good one here, as Rinderknecht has just got the bit between his teeth. Can he get something going here, the Frenchman? The forehand is good from him. He has got something going.
And again, whenever he's seen that second serve, he is no holds barred. On the previous point, the aggressive backhand. On this one, inside the baseline, forehand up the line. Just taking it so early, Zverev has no time to react.
30-all in this game, where Zverev is just feeling the heat once again. A couple of brilliant winners from Rinderknecht on return. This time the backhand into the net from the Frenchman.
And that's a serve I think Zverev could start to use just a little bit more often, into the body. It's getting into the wingspan of Rinderknecht. He's been able to connect, but when you choke them up, it's just difficult to create that kind of pace.
Zverev 40-30 in this sixth game of the fourth set. First serve is good, and Rinderknecht with a forehand into the net, so he can breathe a sigh of relief, the German. Who I mentioned is trying to avoid an early upset. He would be the highest seed that has lost in the first round. We've had Musetti, the 7th seed, lose, Rune, the 8th seed, Medvedev, the 9th seed, so we've had 3 of the top 10 seeds lose in the opening round. Other big names as well. Cerundolo, Popperin, Tsitsipas, Berrettini, who's played well here in the past, of course. Rinderknecht serving at 3-all in this fourth set. Time here in southwest London, it's just hit bang on 5:30. As Zverev gets a forehand return away, and Rinderknecht with a backhand, a simple-looking backhand into the net.
We have seen on his service games just a few of those errors creep in. Certainly doesn't want to open the door for Zverev.
Trying to skip around at the baseline is Rinderknecht. 29 years of age, he's a year older than Alexander Zverev. The serve is a good one, and he comes forward to just apply the finishing touch with the volley.
Great serve out wide. Zverev did well just to put a racket on it, floating up. Rinderknecht does a great job closing forward, doesn't let himself have any trouble with that. Didn't want to get it down any lower, way above the net, just angling it off.
15-all, and a first serve out wide from Rinderknecht. The return is deep from Zverev. Here comes the backhand from Rinderknecht, and it's long, comfortably long.
15-30.
Lost his radar a bit here.
Yeah, that was good 8-10 feet long of the baseline. 15-30 here. Again, Rinderknecht under a little bit of pressure.
15-30 in this Rinderknecht service game. He's missed another serve. As Zverev goes back to his return position.
Whoa, way back.
Yeah, a long way behind the baseline to receive this second serve. And, well, it was an attempted serve and volley from Rinderknecht. The volley wasn't quite right.
Well, I can't blame Rinderknecht for going with the serve and volley tactic. Zverev, usually quite deep on the return, moved back an extra 8 or 10 feet. Felt like Rinderknecht had a lot of room to work with, but wow, that was a quality return from Zverev from that position, putting it right on the feet of Rinderknecht, and couldn't handle that volley. 2 break points.
More big moments in this big match here on the big stage. Arthur Rinderknecht with his back against the wall here. First serve misses the target again. What can he conjure up behind the second serve? Or will Zverev make this moment count? The forehand from Zverev, cross-court. He's into the rally now. The backhand from Rinderknecht is cross-court as well. These two locked in battle at the baseline. Zverev, backhand through the center of the court. The forehand is cross-court from Zverev. It's a chance for Rinderknecht to move forward. The volley is deep from the Frenchman, and then he's got the put away on the smash. He's played that well, Rinderknecht. That was brave.
Well, that was just high quality, stroke for stroke, just pushing each other around the court. Rinderknecht finally coming in, having to make a stab volley on the stretch. Produces it with enough depth, and Zverev can only flick the lob up in the air, but Rinderknecht dispatches that quickly. That is a huge point to save for him. Still in trouble here, down a break point. Have to come up with a bit more magic.
Yeah, can he find that magic? Arthur Rinderknecht up against one of the best players around, as the first serve is good, and the return comes in from Zverev, and in the end, Rinderknecht just had a bit of an awkward ball to deal with, didn't he?
Well, it was a good serve, and Zverev didn't hit it cleanly, so when it landed short in the court, it just sort of stood up. Rinderknecht was right on top of it, but bounced away from him. He had to stretch for it. He guided it up the line, finding the line just barely. So what looked like it was going to be a comfortable point got a bit dodgy. Nonetheless, saved it. Back to deuce.
Yeah, 2 break points. Seen off by Rinderknecht. Still some work to do in this game, though. Midway through this 4th set. It's 3 games all. It's juice. These two resuming battle after 2 sets of play last night, and the suspension of this match. They're finishing it today on this hot afternoon as Rinderknecht moves forward, and the backhand is a good one. It means Zverev has to spoon the ball high into the sky, and Rinderknecht with a smash, and Zverev into the net with the forehand.
Well, great defense from Zverev to throw that ball high into the air, and Rinderknecht hit the overhead. Zverev guessed right, had a play on it. Couldn't manage it. A lot of pace on that overhead. He cranked it.
Oh, this would be something for Rinderknecht to wriggle out of this game, because he has been under sustained pressure over the last few moments. He's found some big-time tennis when required. The first serve is good. He's moved forward with the serve and volley, and the volley is decent, and Zverev attempting the pass, but it's into the net. And Rinderknecht again says to Zverev, yes, you can get to break point, but you're not going to convert them.
Well, that was just phenomenal effort from Rinderknecht there. He really worked hard. Some variety in the play, coming forward, pressuring Zverev, and wow, just impressive that he held his nerve there. This is, you know, oftentimes in this match, you get confronted with that moment and maybe just by a hair miss your mark and open the door. That's when these top flight players like Zverev can walk through that door, and Rinderknecht says, nope, I am going to stay on top of you in this 4th set. And now he's put the pressure back on Zverev.
He throws the gauntlet back down, doesn't he, to Alexander Zverev. Arthur Rinderknecht, who has only ever reached the 2nd round here at Wimbledon once before. That was 12 months ago, when he lost out in the 2nd round to Taylor Fritz, who was a winner earlier today as well. The other 3 times that he's played in the first round here, he's lost in 2021, 22 and 23. But here in 2025 is Arthur Rinderknecht going to find the biggest win of his career. It would be. He's never beaten a top 5 player.
Well, you wouldn't know that he wasn't playing at that level at this moment. He is playing a high brand of tennis. Deserves a lot of credit to be in this position, but still got a lot of work to do if he wants to find himself in the second round.
Alexander Zverev serving at 4-3 down. Can he find the serve? He does.
15 love.
Out wide, ace.
Zverev definitely finding a bit more of his rhythm on this serve. What is he at? 68% in this set. He's winning 80%, 87% of the points when he does land that first serve delivery.
And he's found 20 aces so far in this match. He leads Rinderknecht in the ace count. The return from Rinderknecht into play, but Zverev too strong with the forehand. He wants a swift game here, Zverev, just to keep some pressure on the shoulders of the Frenchman, who can see the finish line, but can he race towards it here, Arthur Rinderknecht? First serve in from Zverev, the backhand return from Rinderknecht, and a backhand winner from Zverev. These are the short, sharp points he likes, the German.
And he's setting those up with that serve. Mentioned how he's found his rhythm there. He's really starting to land that serve, and it's giving him a good crack. Rinderknecht not able to get aggressive on those returns, and Zverev with the first opportunity to be aggressive from the ground.
40 love. Alexander Zverev here. And the first serve is excellent. Right on the line. And Rinderknecht just the frame striking that one. And it's 4 games all. And that is exactly the type of game that Zverev was looking for. It's the type of game that has earned him an Olympic gold medal. Twice a Nitto ATP Finals champion. 7 times a Masters 1000 champion.
That's quite a resume already. Certainly looking to round that out with a Grand Slam victory as well.
Arthur Rinderknecht, 4 games all in this 4th set. He just needs 2 more games to get a place in the second round. It sounds so simple, but Zverev moving forward with a forehand, and Rinderknecht just with the frame into the crowd.
Well, a little bit of a miscue from Rinderknecht there. Came forward on the serve and volley, had a forehand volley, looked a bit indecisive with it, thought maybe the dropper, maybe drive it deep, and it landed somewhere in the middle. Zverev with plenty of time to produce a pass.
Love 15. And is this going to be another tough game for Arthur Rinderknecht? That does help. I said that he's trailing in the ace count. He's just got another ace. He's gone on to 17 aces now, the Frenchman. Zverev with 20. But more often than not, when he's had to find big tennis, he has done, Arthur Rinderknecht. Where next with this one? Serve is into the forehand of Zverev, who miscues. These courts are lively today.
Yeah, that was a great serve there. Zverev doesn't hit it clean, gets a little bit of the racket frame, and Rinderknecht definitely got up there just to ensure. Didn't make it into the court, but he was not going to take any chances.
30-15, Arthur Rinderknecht. He finds another big serve. Outstanding serve.
40-15.
As a ripple of applause goes round, I think he's earning himself a few more fans here, the Frenchman. He's kept cool in some tricky circumstances here. Rinnik leads the way in this game, and that is an excellent serve, but it's well returned by Zverev, and the smash put away. He let it bounce. He was near the baseline when he put that one away, Rinnik. That often is a tough shot to pull off, but he made it look simple.
Yeah, that ball was dipping down fast, doesn't bounce up quite as high on the grass, but he handled it well. 5-4 now. Sasha Zverev will have to serve to stay in the match. Rinnik has really played just some stunning tennis and big moments.
Yeah.
He really hasn't backed down at all, and to be fair, and that's in the face of Zverev actually raising his level in the last 20-30 minutes of this match. Would you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that,
Yeah.
Raj. And Zverev, well, he's trying to throw a lot more at Rinnik, but he's just standing up right now, the Frenchman, and he's got himself into a position now where he needs just one game. Sounds simple, doesn't it?
Oh, so easy.
Just go and grab it.
Gosh, it's amazing how far that can feel. And, you know, at those moments, no matter how experienced you are, you know, even the greats, and Nadal talks about, you know, when he's serving for the match at a Grand Slam, how he has to work so hard to stay present and contain those nerves. And that's what the best players can do. They can, it's not that they don't experience the nerves, it's that they find a way to manage them so that they can do what they've been trained to do, what they've practiced all those years to accomplish. And so we are getting to the moment where we're going to find out how each of these athletes' nerves hold up.
Well, let's see. Alexander Zverev serving at 5-4 down. He's got no wiggle room now, as Zverev serving to stay in this match. Arthur Rinnik, a few big returns, that's all he needs. Backhand comes in, this one is safe, and it gets him into the rally, but the backhand from Rinnik after that into the net.
Yeah, maybe just a touch of hesitation. His reaction was sort of hit out on the backhand. Maybe he just was a little bit conservative. Haven't seen much of that from him today, Rinnik.
Zverev 15 love up in this game, and that is an ace down the tee. He's found that serve in this fourth set. Excellent pop on it from the German. 30 love he leads. Fans inside centre court trying to keep themselves cool as Zverev misses with the first serve. Wafting themselves with the fans that they've brought from home or bought on the fly as they've came here today. Second serve into the backhand of Rinnik. The forehand follow-up from Zverev cross court is returned by Rinnik, but Zverev with a forehand of real quality down the line.
Yeah, the serve still setting up Zverev in these points. Able to start the point. Yeah, well, he's popping some aces, but if he's not, he's still starting the point in a positive position with the first crack at striking with aggression. And so, 40 love.
Looking for a big first serve. He lands a first serve, and then he finds a cross-court forehand. A really good angle from Zverev, and a winner.
Wow, 5-all. Gonna get some new balls now. That does help the server, Rinnik. Balls will go through the air a little bit faster, through the court a little bit faster. So take a moment. Zverev will change rackets, do that. They'll have a slew of rackets strung. With every new ball change, they'll grab a new one just so the tension is the strings are a bit fresher, because the ball's going to move a little faster, a little bit better control.
I know the logic is that new balls is always good for a server. Is there sometimes a circumstance where a player doesn't like having new balls?
I mean, yeah, there are players that don't enjoy that. Typically, if you're a bigger server, you take advantage of that, and over time, you've learned how to use that to your advantage.
Yeah. Well, it is Rinnik who's just showing the new balls to Alexander Zverev here. Can he make them count? At 5-all in this fourth set, he's clipped the net cord and it's gone wide. Zverev poised. He's not quite as far back as he has been at times in this match.
Let
And he's
second service.
fired a return, but it's a let there from Rinderknech Nesh. So the second serve to come again. Eva Razdaraki Moore in the umpire's chair declaring that. Waiting patiently is Zverev. The second serve is accurate this time from the Frenchman. And then the backhand from Zverev into the net.
Well,
15 love.
Rinderknech Nesh took that ball off the ground, redirected it down the line. Not an easy shot, off the half volley almost from the baseline. Interesting though, typically he would have followed in. He hesitated and held back. Zverev wasn't able to produce the return, but
here comes the serve from Rinderknech Nesh. It's good.
30 love.
again, Rinderknech Nesh finding that big serve, not backing down.
30 love, the advantage now for Rinderknech Nesh. The backhand return from Zverev is deep, and it just has the Frenchman backpedaling. He's trying to play the defensive role here, Rinderknech Nesh, and moving forward this time, the Frenchman, and he goes long with the forehand.
And that time Zverev using the short part of the court. Rinderknech Nesh on the full sprint forward.
30,
just overcooks the forehand.
30-15. Rinderknech Nesh just taking a little bit extra time to go to his towel and wipe his hands free of sweat. He's in position now. Feels so simple for him. He's closing in on getting into a winning position, and that is an excellent serve. Another ace. He's moved just one ace behind Zverev now in the ace count.
And you just kind of noted he went back to his towel. It's just managing the situation well. There's tendency to rush in those big moments, try and get the point over with, especially if you have a big serve. Took his time, very deliberate, drops the ace.
40-15 at 5 games all. Rinderknech Nesh lands the first serve. The return is in from Zverev, but Rinderknech Nesh with the serve and volley. He makes that look very simple.
Oh, he did. That's just, it's very, very good tactically. Took some pace. That serve only landing in at 102 miles an hour. And just bamboozled Zverev a little bit. He made the return, but just bumped it back into the court. Rinderknech Nesh there to punch the volley into the open court. And we are at 6-5. Again, that's the challenge. That break at the end of the third for Rinderknech Nesh. Big, putting him in the position that Zverev is going to serve from behind him for the last 2 games now on his serve, serving to stay in the match.
Yeah, we are getting towards the business end of this 4th set. And Alexander Zverev again will step to the line with nowhere to go. He's serving to stay in the match. And could it be a big seed falling by the wayside?
Time.
Fans all around us just taking the opportunity at the change of ends to stretch their legs. They've stood up and trying to keep themselves limber. Long day of watching and enjoying. Today for a cold drink as well. Plenty of them. And for Zverev, he's serving at 6-5 down in this 4th set. Rinderknech Nesh, he is basically dancing at the back of the court. He's really jumping up and down to say to Zverev, this is my moment. Can he find it? Zverev with a first serve. The return is excellent from Rinderknech Nesh. And he's just got the start he wanted.
Yeah, and that is the type of returning that has put him in this position, striking the ball with authority, meeting it, being able to read the serve and produce excellent depth on that return.
Love 15. Zverev under pressure, but that is a good first serve, and Rinderknech Nesh goes long with the return.
Rinderknech Nesh probably wants that one back. He read it right. was there for the forehand return. Just too much pace, 132 miles an hour.
$15 all. And Zverev looking for a big first serve. He finds it, and Rinderknecht digs out a return. It was a Zverev short forehand, but Rinderknecht goes long with his forehand.
Rinderknecht hit a really low slice, stayed low. Zverev did such a good job producing racket head speed, whipping up on that ball, getting the short angle.
Big moments here for Zverev. Can he stand up to the test? He's been in so many tricky moments on tennis courts all around the globe.
Let for service.
A career that has brought so many trophies for him. 3 times a runner-up at Grand Slams. He wants to keep his dream alive this year, but he's under pressure. 30-15 he leads in this game. Good serve, and the return is short from Rinderknecht. Zverev getting on the front foot. He should put this smash away. He does.
Well done there. Rinderknecht just throwing up a sky-high lob, hoping that maybe the sun and some of the shadows that are starting to creep across the court might cause problems for Zverev, but no issue there.
And to get us to a tiebreak, Alexander Zverev, he leads 40-15 here. Rinderknecht waiting patiently, and he gets a forehand. It's a terrific forehand up the line. Did not need a second invitation there, the Frenchman.
We've seen that return on that out wide on the deuce side, cutting the angle off, driving it straight through the court, up the line. Produces it yet again here.
40-30. Zverev trying to get us to a tie-break in the 4th set. And the serve is good, and that's exactly our destination.
Well, that feels just about right, doesn't it, in this set? Both players digging deep to find their way through this set and earn the tiebreaker. Now,
well, the 4th set requires a tiebreak here. That's our destination. Arthur Rinderknecht serving first in this breaker. Alexander Zverev skipping around behind the baseline as he waits to receive this serve. It's a good serve from Rinderknecht, and that's a big reaction from the Frenchman. We've actually not heard a whole lot from him, but that's positive.
yeah, absolutely. His energy level has been good. He's kind of urged himself on, but that was a vocal response. Knows he wanted to get out of the gates.
7 times Rinderknecht has tried to beat a top 5 player. On the 8th attempt, will he succeed in that endeavor? Alexander Zverev aborts his first serve. He was just put off by something, so he's going to start his motion again. First serve here from Zverev. This one lands safely, but it's a miscued return from Rinderknecht, but actually it worked out for him. Zverev with a net cord and wide.
Absolutely. Rinderknecht just finding part of the frame on that return. It just lofted up in the air, but when that ball bounced, took an awkward bounce, Zverev couldn't wrangle it, and we have our first mini break.
And it goes the way of the Frenchman. What can Zverev find here? Sunshine continues to beat down on center court. The first serve is excellent and wide from Zverev. He needed that.
Absolutely great location, just the outside edge of the line, really halfway up the service box. Such a cute angle, just an unreturnable.
Arthur Rinderknecht receives 4 tennis balls from a ball boy, and he'll decide which ones he wants to use. Sends away one of them. Keeps the rest. Can he sense his moment, the Frenchman? Rinderknecht with a first serve down the tee. That is a monster serve.
Just stand and deliver. Just a big moment to come over that serve up the tee. A little bit of breathing room. He's got one more to come here to really, truly consolidate that mini break.
3-1 he leads in this tie break. Remember, he's 2-1 up here after Rinderknecht. There's a good serve, and Zverev wide with the return. He has got some breathing room now, the Frenchman.
4-1.
Well,
Rinderknecht.
Rinderknecht, let's just remind us that last night he was up 6-4 in the breaker, so no lead is safe. He will have learned from that. He's going to keep that concentration. Looking to take care of his two serves here and have another opportunity.
What can Zverev find with this serve? He's got some work to do now. First serve down the tee, and it is too hot to handle there for Rinderknecht. He got a racket on it, but not a lot of the strings. And they'll change ends with Rinderknecht leading 4-2. He's keeping his cool though, isn't he, Raj?
Yeah, absolutely. Not getting bent out of shape either way. It's such a critical thing to do in these moments, to keep your energy levels and focus in the right spot, not too activated and not too subdued. And you can see Rinderknecht dancing his way back to the baseline, keeping the legs loose. Looking a bit more deliberate.
Zverev 4-2 down in this tie break. He will serve again as they've changed ends now in this breaker. Got to try and reduce the arrears, and he does just that with a big booming serve down the tee. It's another ace, and suddenly the scoreline for Rinderknecht doesn't look quite as good.
Not quite as much space. Technically still has the mini break in hand, so he's got two serves to come. Shadows starting to creep in just about at the point where serve from Rinderknecht is going to be starting in shadows and coming into the sunlight.
4-3. The Frenchman leads in this fourth set tiebreak. Sends the ball into the sky. The first serve is accurate, and it's too good. And Zverev with the backhand, he sends it wide, and he almost puts his head in his hands. He had a play on it.
He did, and I think he's a little frustrated. It looked like he was just trying to block that one back, make Rinderknecht play. Wasn't able to do it, sailed it wide, and a little bit more space on the scoreboard.
5-3 for Rinderknecht as he's closing in on his biggest ever win. First serve is long. Second serve to come here for Arthur Rinderknecht. Reached the second round here last year. That was his best ever performance at Wimbledon. Can he match it with a second serve there that lands safely? Zverev with a backhand down the center of the court, and Rinderknecht blinks. It's a forehand into the net.
5-4.
That's the way you put it there, Mike. A blink. It just felt exactly like that. Pretty standard forehand. Wasn't going for the biggest shot. On the top of the net. There's a mini break. Now really wanting to see more tennis here. I think they're thinking Zverev might have a chance to take this to a fifth.
Zverev serving at 5-4 down in this breaker. Usually in this situation he can find a big serve. He's looking for that again. But once more he aborts the ball toss. And we'll try again. A few more bounces of the ball. Rinderknecht waiting in this shaded part of the court now. And the forehand is good from Rinderknecht on return. He's into the rally. The backhand cross-court from the Frenchman. Forehand excellent up the line from Zverev, and it's long from Rinderknecht, who is stretching on the forehand. The Frenchman, he looked a bit laboured getting across to that forehand.
He was pulling out all the stops to get to that ball, try and find a way back into the court. Just too much from the Zverev racket. Dead level at 5-all.
And where are we going next? 5-all. We'll move to either set point or match point. Zverev with the ball and sends it high into the sky. It's a serve that is long. And Rinderknecht just senses his moment to move a little closer to the baseline. He's going to have a look at a second serve. He's skipping around again, Rinderknecht, trying to tell his body, I'm not tired. Can he find the energy just to find 2 more points? That's all he needs, 2 more points. It sounds simple. Second serve to come.
Oh.
It's a big second serve.
No hesitation there from Zverev. He just punished that second serve. What a risk to take, but it pays off. That was a 133-mile-an-hour second serve. Is that right? No, that may not be right. It was big.
It was big. It was probably about that.
It was fast. Yeah, oh, there you go.
136.
136, in fact, yeah.
What a second serve.
Yeah, at 5-all in the 4th set breaker, down 2 sets to 1.
It's gutsy from Zverev, and he's got a set point to show for it. Rinderknecht with the serve, though. The first serve into the net. And the tension just cranks up a little bit, the pressure on the shoulders of the Frenchman. Second serve here now. And he throws the ball. He doesn't like that ball toss. He's going to try again. He's feeling it right now. Wonder what the heart rate is like. Second serve here. It is safe this time, and Zverev with the return. Rinderknecht with a backhand moving forward. Zverev has the look at the pass, and for Rinderknecht, it's a half volley into the net, and Zverev, he turns to his team and sort of flexes his muscles and says, what were you worried about?
That's just stunning. I mean, that second serve in this moment to go that big from Zverev. What a gutsy move, and it paid off. Rinderknecht just gonna have to settle himself. Again, just like what happened last night when they were about to finish, just sort of a last-second momentum swing in the favor of Zverev. And now here we are, Mystic Mikey, into that 5th set that you so omnisciently predicted.
Yeah, I'm not sure I should deserve that nickname. I mean, I've got so many wrong over the last couple of days, but I'll take it with this one. I thought we'd get to 5 sets, and we are there. And now, well, we are looking forward to the 5th set to come. What a contest we have here. So it is 6:05 here on this hot Tuesday evening in southwest London. And this one going all the way. Zverev, he's remaining out there on court. Of course, he is diabetic, so he's checking the levels of everything there.
Oh, it's just remarkable. Back up against the wall, Zverev finding a way into this 5th set. Feels like he's got the momentum on his side. Rinderknecht is going to have to settle himself, get back to work. He is playing a very high level of tennis, deserving of winning the match, in fact. So he's got to know that deep down inside. He's got to stay on track with that. Keep pressuring Zverev. Critical in this 4th set. He found his serve rhythm. Just started to really land his spots. And I just can't get over that second serve. That 5-all in the breaker just went full on first serve. And it paid off. Just unbelievable to see that with his back against the wall. Really impressive, really impressive.
It certainly was. It was a big-time play, wasn't it, from a big-time player. He needed that. He needed something special because Rinderknecht was closing in. And now it just feels like this is going to be tough for the Frenchman. He's headed off court. Zverev is waiting patiently out there on court. Rinderknecht is taking full opportunity to head off and change his kit and think about where to go with this 5th set. But has the opportunity passed Rinderknecht. Zverev, you'd imagine, will start to go through the gears. But strange things can happen.
Yeah, well, you would think also after last night, Rinderknecht had the opportunity, two set points to go up to his 2 sets to love lead. Wasn't able to convert, comes back today at a set apiece and showed no signs of wear and tear from that. Coming back to win the 3rd set 6-3 and maintained his level. Just couldn't get over the finish line here, as it is so difficult. Those last handful of points proved to be challenging. So now he's left the court, going to gather his thoughts. Djokovic talking about leaving the court, giving himself a stern talking to. Stay on course. It was effective for him. We'll see.
Well, a few fans, they've also headed off and just stretching their legs and maybe getting a light refreshment. They'll be back in a couple of games, you'd imagine, to see the end of this one.
Yeah, and it is, the light is changing on the court. We mentioned it earlier. Shadows are starting to creep across the court, and that does change the way that you can pick up the ball off your opponent's racket. And it leaves the shadow and comes into the light. It changes dramatically, and you're tracking a ball that's going at 135 miles an hour. Those subtle changes make it more difficult to really read the ball well. So we're going to see if that affects both the servers and the returners as we resume. The time that Rinderknecht is taking has allowed those shadows to sort of sweep into the court a little bit more.
Zverev, he's up from his seat now, is Alexander Zverev. He's trying to keep his legs limber and move around at the back of the court. He's got the tennis balls in hand because he will be serving to start this 5th set, this deciding set. But he is just waiting for Rinderknecht, who might just be talking to himself in the locker room right now. He's never beaten a top 5 player. He's trying to do that at this, the 8th attempt. Still got a good chance, the Frenchman. He's got to remember that. He probably would have signed for a deciding set shootout if you'd asked him, well, when they started this match 24 hours ago, 36 hours ago, when was it? 30 hours ago, somewhere there.
Somewhere in that ballpark, yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right that, you know, in this position, he feels like he would have had a shot at winning the match at this point already. But to say that you're in the 5th set on center court at Wimbledon, and you've got a shot at winning it still, you'd sign on for that before the match started. Well, I know I would, but I'm not anywhere near what these guys can do.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to be for Arthur Rinderknecht up against the world number 3. Alexander Zverev, who is the 3rd seed here as well. What have you made of the first couple of days of action, Raj, in terms of what we saw from Carlos Alcaraz? It was surprising, I thought, how much difficulty Fabio Fognini gave him. I know Fabio can be a master and he can get under the skin of just about anybody. I thought Alcaraz would win that comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Fabio, I mean, given the circumstance, probably the last woman we'll see from him. He has such athleticism, such flair, can create so many shots from so many positions. And throughout his career, he's had the knack to really summon some of his best tennis on the biggest stages against some of the big guns in the sport at the time. And so I wasn't too surprised to see him play a high level. To be fair, going to a 5th set, you know, and really pressuring Alcaraz for the whole entire distance was a bit of a surprise, even to Fognini. He said in his press conference afterwards that, you know, he did shed a tear at the end of that match just because he didn't expect to be that close in it. But, you know, Alcaraz, he does sort of have this ability to get into some troubled spots, but he always finds a way to explode through them. So he's done it once again.
Well, back comes Arthur Rinderknecht. Change of kit, and he is ready to resume play as Alexander Zverev waiting to serve here.
Final set.
I wonder where this goes, everybody. I mean, this really has kept us guessing this match over the course of 2 days. And it comes down to this, a deciding set as we move into the 5th hour of this contest. Match time of 4 hours and 1 minute so far as Zverev will get this 5th set underway. Again, he's just not liking that first ball, that first toss. Start again here. First serve is a good one. And he had time to think about where he was going to serve, and he waited patiently for Rinderknecht to come back. And he's played that well. Love. Rinderknecht waiting in the sunny end now. Zverev is in the shaded end, away from the royal box.
30 love.
Rinderknecht missing with the backhand early in the rally. He's been quite stable in those rallies. He's been going toe-to-toe with Zverev.
30 love. Solid start from Zverev. First serve is perfect as well.
Love.
Down the tee. Taking care of business so far in this game. Love to make it a simple first service game, and Zverev with a good serve, and Rinderknecht able to get the return back into play, but it was just over the net, and Zverev eagerly puts it away, and a service hold to Love to kick things off.
Now it is the Frenchman Arthur Rinderknecht's turn to serve from behind in this 5th and final set. So he's going to have to bear down, really take care of his own service games. As we know, things can get away from you very quickly on grass.
Yeah, Alexander Zverev is at the end where his team is stationed, and he's just had a quick look and a quick word with his father, Alexander Zverev Sr., who's wearing a white cap and a white shirt himself. That is the uniform here. As Arthur Rinderknecht serving from the shaded section, and it is long, the return from Zverev.
And also this kind of start that Rinderknecht wants on his own service game. Again, that first point, give yourself a little bit of room, take your time, pick your spot on this ad side.
15 love, the Frenchman leads. It's a very good serve there. Again, just evades the forehand as Zverev. It's another ace. Can both players get off to a solid service start? 30 love, Rinderknecht leads. The forehand is a miscue there from Zverev, and wide it goes, so 40 love now.
40 love.
Ticking through these points. As these two going all the way to a 5th set. Who wants it more? Who can find a way to victory right now? Doesn't really matter what's happened in the 4 sets prior. It comes down to this 5th set shootout. And for Rinderknecht, he's got to clear the mind, and he does clear the mind with an ace.
Not quite as big of a second serve as Zverev pulled off in that tiebreaker, but he did go for it. A lot more space for him at 40 love to go for that. Not as risky. Gets the job done. Now we'll see if he can find a way to put a dent in the Zverev serve. He's been able to pick up on the location, but Zverev's pace has picked up on the serve in the last set.
Zverev serving at 1-1 in this 5th set. First serve is a good one. It's a powerful one, but Rinderknecht able to get the return back into play, and Zverev slams away a forehand. And that is good enough to win the point.
And Zverev is looking much more settled, obviously, in the beginning of this 5th set. His back was completely against the wall, but he definitely looks much more within himself.
15 love, the world number 3 leads in game 3 of set 5. Misses the first serve, second serve to come, and Rinderknecht again moves a couple of steps forward to receive this one. Nearly at the baseline now is Rinderknecht. He wants to take it early. He does take the backhand early. Zverev with a forehand that just gets Rinderknecht back behind the baseline, and Rinderknecht with a forehand into the net.
And more when Zverev is getting an opportunity to have some time on that forehand side, he can rip it cross, put Rinderknecht in a position where he has to go for broke on that forehand because he's so far outside the court.
30 love. Third game of this deciding set.
40 love.
Lovely serve.
Really sinking into that rhythm. Just see Zverev again settled, feeling like he's owning his serve at the moment. When that's the case, the panic button starts to get shifted further and further away.
40 love, Zverev leads. Serve down the tee. It's returned by Rinderknecht and then sent long
40-15
by Zverev. Rinderknecht gets a foothold in this game, but maybe too little too late. 40-15, and Zverev, there's been so much improvement on serve from him as we've moved towards the back end of this match. And Rinderknecht, that is a blazing return on forehand from him.
Serve out wide, Rinderknecht on the full stretch, using every inch of the court. Looked like that caught the back of the line from outside the court back into the far corner.
40-30, so from 40 love, it's now 40-30. And Zverev with a first serve that misses. Needs to be careful in this game now. Rinderknecht hits his shoes with his racket, which seems a bit more like what you do on the clay courts, but he does it on the grass courts here. Second serve to come. Rinderknecht finds a forehand return that just has Zverev scrambling backwards, and Rinderknecht moving forwards to the net. Zverev attempting the pass and missing, so he's lost 3 points in a row.
Yeah, only just missing that pass. Rinderknecht opting to leave it. It was a little bit closer than I think he thought it was going to land, but it was out indeed, and we're back to deuce.
On to deuce. Suddenly a game that was looking comfortable for Zverev feels a bit more complicated. First serve down the tee, and again it's a return into play from Rinderknecht with the backhand. Zverev with a forehand down the centre of the court, and Rinderknecht with a forehand cross-court winner.
Nice little change of pace there. Rinderknecht had a backhand in the middle of the court, sort of just rolled it down the line, but when he got a look at that forehand, he unloaded on it cross court. And we're another critical moment, break point.
Break point here for Rinderknecht, bouncing around on his toes, waiting for the serve to come. Zverev will be thinking, how's this game turned around like this? Rinderknecht digs out a forehand return, and Zverev with a backhand into the net. And it is the breakthrough for Arthur Rinderknecht. And all the logic that you'd think Zverev, the world number 3, would start to pull away here.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to Rinderknecht. he is stuck in there. He's stayed aggressive on those returns. Zverev, who had found his service rhythm, suddenly, with the shift in momentum, down a break, Rinderknecht now has the opportunity, if he can hang on to serve the set out.
Well, it sounds simple, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's still a lot of tennis to play.
But, I mean, this is a good spot now for Arthur Rinderknecht. And that is the beauty of a match like this. These 5-set tussles, they just go one way then the other. Long and meandering road.
Time.
Well, it's great to see that Rinderknecht just seems to believe that he can win this match. He's had opportunities to sort of surge ahead and maybe not cashed in fully, but he's bounced back in every instance. As you said, oftentimes, maybe when you can't convert that opportunity against a player of the caliber of Zverev, you just end up feeling like you've missed your mark, losing your focus just a little bit, and that's enough for someone like Zverev to just steamroll you. But that is not the case. Rinderknecht now serving with the break in the 5th set. And we'll see if he can produce the type of tennis that has brought him to this spot.
Well, he's ready to serve here with the break of serve here at Rinderknecht. And the first serve lands safely. Zverev with a backhand deep into the court, and Rinderknecht goes long with the forehand.
Love 15.
There's still going to be some twists and tails, aren't there?
Yeah, absolutely. And gosh, anytime you can give Zverev some time on that backhand side when he's inside the court, he's going to cause some damage, as he did there.
Love 15. Arthur Rinderknecht with the break in this 5th set, misses the first serve there. Zverev with a look at his second serve now. Will he be licking his lips with it? The backhand from Zverev is into the onrushing Rinderknecht, who puts away the simple forehand volley.
And again, coming in off that second serve, just much slower. And while it seems counterintuitive that that lack of pace might not put you in good stead for serve and volley, it gives him more time to get forward, close on the net, finish off the volley.
On to 15 all we go. Rinderknecht sends the ball into the sunny sky. He doesn't like that ball toss. We'll go again. This time he likes it, and it's down the tee, and he really likes it now.
30, 15.
Another big serve down the tee, just what the doctor ordered.
Can he keep his composure, Rinderknecht? Never easy playing with a lead, and he's doing that against one of the best in the business. And he lands a first serve again. Zverev with a short return, and Rinderknecht takes full advantage of that short return and just sort of caresses a little drop shot back over the net.
Well, he approached it. I think he almost oversold that he was going to hit it big. Big backswing. Just at the last moment. Switching over to the short part of the court. 40-15.
First serve to come here. Zverev with a backhand return. Backhand follows up by Rinderknecht, and he's keeping his cool. It's a backhand winner, and he's at the point now where he's just going to start mentally thinking, I'm going to tick off the games here.
Yeah, and he's shaking the racket head, looking at his team, confirming that he's feeling pretty good about his chances right now.
Start to make a mental checklist and think, okay, it's only 3 service holds that I need.
Well, I hope he's able to stay more present than that. That just that's a long way away right now. He's gonna want to focus in right now, right here, see if he can find a few returns.
First serve into the net from Zverev, who trails 3-1 in this 5th set. It's not been a great season for Rindiknesh. He's found results hard to come by. The best performances have come on the grass courts. Queen's Club quarterfinal, and that is
15 love.
wide on the return from Rindiknesh.
Yeah, but I will say for Rindiknesh, he's been successful on the Zverev serve when he's pressured it, tried to take it early and attack it. He did there, didn't get it right, but it's been the strategy that's helped him throughout this match.
15 love, Zverev leads, and now it's a quick point that goes his way with an ace. 30 love. Zverev, who has reached the fourth round here at Wimbledon on a few occasions, but he's never been further than that. And will the grass court struggles continue for the German? Second serve to come here. 30 love, he leads. And it's a serve into the backhand of Rindiknesh. Backhand again from the Frenchman, cross court, and it's too good for Zverev, who spoons his backhand long.
Slightly different look from Rindiknesh there. Step back on that return, gave himself a little bit more time.
.30-15 now in this fifth game. Zverev with a first serve to come. And he misses this one. Never quite looked set with that first serve. He aborted a ball toss again. Rindiknesh trying to stretch out his legs at the back of the court, waiting for this second serve. And he dances round onto the forehand side. He had a big look at that and misses with the wide forehand.
He went for broke there on that forehand, ran around the backhand, got a hold of it, missing it just wide.
40-15. And Zverev with a big booming serve that Rindiknesh can only frame into the royal box.
And that body serve effective there. Rindiknesh has a big wide arm span. Anytime again you get into that body, that serve coming in at 134 right into the body. Difficult to put a racket on it, and even still, if you can, to produce a shot that has any kind of quality back. And that's why it's a good choice on grass to do that. Oftentimes, if you go back and you look at the great serve and volleyers, they would use the body serve as a tactic. It seems strange to say, well, I'll just go right at my opponent, but oftentimes you get a floating return or something that you can close in on. At that time, Rindiknesh couldn't even come up with the return, but it's a good tactic. And I think when you serve as big as these guys do, yeah, you can paint the lines all day long, but you keep them honest by going to the body every now and then.
And for Rindiknesh, can he just keep his nose in front? He's playing with a lead. And it's like a horse that has made an early move in a race. He's got to try and lead for a long time here. A couple of furlongs to go here in this fifth set.
And to be fair, in these pressure moments, I think we mentioned 1 point in the breaker where he just may have blinked. But over the course of 4.5 sets, that is not much.
No.
He has conducted himself extremely well, stayed very focused throughout the entire contest. And it's going to take every bit of Zverev's capacity to get through this match.
Buzz around the place again here on centre court. The fans will just quieten down a little bit more as Rindiknesh gets ready to serve. And the first serve lands safely, and Zverev moving forward. There's a net cord from Rindiknesh. Zverev does well to manipulate his body to keep the rally alive, but the volley put away by the Frenchman.
Good scrambling by both in that point. They had to figure out a way to get to the ball. Rindiknesh coming in, getting a let court. Zverev scrambles up there. But again, Rindiknesh's movement at the net was what won him that point. Able to keep his balance even when on the stretch.
He's a tall guy, Arthur Rinderknecht, 6'5" he stands, and he's got a good wingspan at the net. As that serve misses. Second serve to come here. Zverev waiting in the shaded part of the court that he's in. Backhand return up the center of the court, and that is long with the forehand from Rinderknecht.
And that deep return up the center, pushing Rinderknecht back. Couldn't control it, but it's just a difficult shot because you don't have any angles to work with, and you know, you give Zverev some time with the ball, he's going to hurt you. So Rinderknecht pushed that one long.
$15-all with the scoreline 3-2, Rinderknecht leading in this deciding set, and that's a big booming serve that Zverev can get a racket to, but it's only the frame.
And again, Rinderknecht with getting vocal, looking straight to his team after he bombs that ace. Well, service winner rather, but almost an ace.
Yeah, just as good. 30-15. And the serve comes in from Rinderknecht, and the miscue again from Zverev. He's not getting too much luck on return right now, Zverev.
Rinderknecht just staying on task, trying to hit his spots on his serve.
Can he tick off this game as well? He's found a few first serves in this game, and he's found another one here, and the volley put away from Rinderknecht. What a cool customer he is.
Yeah, absolutely, and just great to see Rinderknecht. He's coming forward a lot, and he's putting pressure with the volley, but the secret to why he's so effective is how well he's anticipating at the net, how well he's moving when he's at the net. It was a pretty good pass from Zverev down the line there, but Rinderknecht just anticipated it there, made the volley look easy, but really just because he picked up on it so early.
2 games away. Here's the Frenchman. In terms of best Grand Slam performances, he's reached the 3rd round of the US Open. That was in 2023. Elsewhere, he's only ever reached the 2nd round of the Australian, Roland Garros and Wimbledon. He's trying to get to the 2nd round of Wimbledon again, but what a win this would be. It would be the biggest win of his life. Zverev serving at 4-2 down, and that's a first serve that Rinderknecht can't get back into play.
Yeah, that had some speed on it, but it also had some spin, just kept spinning away. Great serve from Zverev.
$15-love. Zverev leads. And again, it's a fine serve, and Rinderknecht barely moves for that one. He can't get near it. It's an ace.
So Rinderknecht actually one of the few times that he guessed completely wrong. Sort of cheated to his left, served down the tee.
30-love. And the first serve is perfect again, down the tee, and Rinderknecht, I mean, he's not investing a huge amount in this return game, is he?
Well, that was another untouchable from Zverev, just too good.
Sort of saunters to the other side of the court, Rinderknecht, to receive this latest barrage.
First service.
Let, so it will be a first serve again here. First serve is accurate and powerful and too hot to handle, and Rinderknecht quickly moving over to his chair.
Rinderknecht leads by 4 games to 3.
I think he wants to get it done on his own serve.
Well, that was efficient and clinical on that game from Zverev. When he is firing with that serve, you can see why he is so difficult to break. It's so difficult to get, one, just touch the ball. Second, to get a return in, and 3, to hit a quality enough return so that he can't hurt you on that first ball. And Rinderknecht has done that throughout the match. He's taken chances. He's gotten up early on that serve, and he's read it quite well. This is one of the first games I've seen Rinderknecht look a little confused, not in the zip code of the serve at all. I mean, the quality of serving is definitely increased, but he's not able to read it as cleanly as he was earlier in the match.
2 games away. Arthur Rinderknecht, he's sitting down, and I'm sure there's lots going through his mind. I don't know how these guys keep things simple in their minds when they're sitting there in this sort of circumstance. That's why I'm not out there.
Well, it is a challenge for all of them. And that's, again, it's not that they're not feeling those things or those are tempted by those thoughts of thinking about, oh, what comes next? If I could just get over this hurdle, if I could just win that point. It's tempting to start thinking at getting ahead of yourself, but the biggest thing you can do for yourself is stay present, be very clear about what you're up to, making distinct choices, especially with your serve location here if you're Rinderknecht. Making sure that things are on your terms.
Well, he's in position now, Rinderknecht. Can he keep that clarity of thought that we've seen all through this 5th set from him? A few deliberate bounces of the ball as he winds up for the first serve. And it's a good first serve that Zverev gets back into play, but that's a bit of a wild follow-up forehand.
Yeah, an unusual mistake from him. Again, he's been going aggressive on that first ball off the serve routinely through this match. That one missing by a wide margin.
Love 15. Zverev on the prowl perhaps, and he's missed this serve for Rinderknecht. 4-3, he leads in this 5th set. He can see the finish line. Can he race towards it? The second serve comes in, and the forehand return from Zverev, and this is a forehand that's wide from Zverev.
Rinderknecht caught Zverev by surprise. That forehand typically has gone down the line from Rinderknecht. Took it short cross court. Zverev raced to get there. Kind of shoveled it down the line wide. Back to level.
$15-all, Rinderknecht with a first serve. That is wonderfully placed.
And if you're Rinderknecht, you just want to see those serves hitting their spots. Just gives you the advantage. 30-15 as we get closer to the finish line.
Rinderknecht, 30-15 he leads. He misses this first serve. Second serve to come. 3/4 of this centre court is now bathed in shadow, which I think will be a relief for the players as the return comes in from Zverev. The forehand is deep from Zverev, but that's a good strike from Rinderknecht. He gives that forehand a bit more, and you could hear the gusto and effort he gave that.
You could hear him. Big swing on that forehand, huge inside-out forehand, the grunt indicating how much extra pace he put into it. Serving at 40-15.
Well, to move a game away from victory, Arthur Rinderknecht throws the ball up into the sky. He doesn't like that ball toss. He'll try again here. 40-15. Zverev waiting for the return. He gets a good return away, does the German. And the backhand is wide from Rinderknecht.
Great return from Zverev, deep at the feet. Rinderknecht just trying to corral it, redirect it to the open court. Too difficult. Zverev's quality of return, too good.
40-30. Rinderknecht trying to tie a bow on this service game. And the first serve is out, so we'll have to try and get it done behind his second serve. Second serve to come here. And it's in the service box here, and the forehand is pacey from Rinderknecht. The forehand again from the Frenchman is too hot to handle. It stayed low on Zverev, and it's another game closer for Rinderknecht.
Yeah, he's clenching his fist, walking back to the baseline. The crowd really enjoying this contest. You can hear them. And Zverev now really has to hunker down. He's done it before in this match. He's found a way to claw his way back into it each and every time. Can he do it here?
Well, Zverev on the brink of an exit here in the opening round of this year's championships. Serving at 5-3 down, and that's a good start though from Zverev. The first serve is accurate. Do wonder what's going through the head of Rinderknecht as he waits to receive this serve. Zverev winds up, and the first serve is wide from the German. On a day where we've seen the third seed on the ladies' side, Jess Pegula, fall by the wayside. Are we about to lose the third seed from the men's side in Alexander Zverev? Double fault from the German, 15-all now.
Rinderknecht has played with his return position throughout this match, that time showing he was going to step up, take the ball early, perhaps getting into the vision of Zverev on that second serve, eliciting that double fault.
15-all. Zverev with a first serve into the backhand of Rinderknecht, and the backhand is sort of framed wide from the Frenchman.
Tense moments here in the Zverev camp.
And for Rinderknecht, can he keep his composure? Can he keep his cool as he tries to get this over the line here? Excellent serve from Zverev.
Another big serve. Zverev would love another one here to punctuate the game.
Certainly would, just to make things simple for him. And then throw the tennis balls back the end of Arthur Rinderknecht and say, go on then, if you want this victory, go serve it out yourself. Zverev with an excellent first serve, and that's exactly the gauntlet that he lays down for the Frenchman. You've got yourself to this position. Can you take that all-important final step?
Absolutely. Well, Rinderknecht has looked the part the whole way through, and he is going to relish this moment. It will be difficult to quell those nerves. He knows he's on the precipice right now of the biggest win of his career, and to be fair, he has earned this position. It has not been a lack of performance from Zverev. Zverev has actually increased his level of play as this match has progressed. The serve's gotten better. He's been much more tidy from the ground. So I think Rinderknecht is really just going to have to bear down, pick his spots on his serve, and hold his nerve, really put the challenge to him. He's been the aggressor throughout the match. Will we see him stick to that play? Oftentimes we can see people hedge their bets just a little bit.
Time.
Can't afford to do that against potentially, well, the number 3 in the world. So big moment for the Frenchman.
Well, the stage is wonderfully set, and Alexander Zverev is out there on court. He was up from his chair before time was called by Eva Razdaraki-Moore in the chair. But Arthur Rinderknecht, he's taking all the allotted time that he's allowed. And can he soak up the occasion, soak up the moment, Rinderknecht? Serving for a place in the second round. And for his biggest ever win. How are the nerves, Arthur, as he throws the ball high into the sky, and that first serve into the net. Alexander Zverev will have a look at his second serve. Can he make that count? Rinderknecht with a serve into the forehand of Zverev. It's returned well by the German. He's into the rally now. Rinderknecht with a forehand down the centre of the court. Zverev with good depth, but Rinderknecht responds with good depth as well. And moving forward, Rinderknecht to the net, and the backhand volley put away. Neat and tidy from the Frenchman.
Just again, displaying his skills when he comes forward. His ability to close the Frenchman on that backhand volley. He finished just about on top of the net, making that volley look easy. Out in front of the body, great shoulder turn as he made contact with that ball. Very secure.
15-love. Arthur Rinderknecht. Alexander Zverev is on the brink here. And again, Rinderknecht doesn't like that ball toss. Are those nerves perhaps just exiting his body? Goes again here. First serve down the tee. It's a good serve, and it's sent long the return by Zverev. 2 points will do the trick now for Rinderknecht.
Absolutely. Got that toss right in the end there. Landed the big first serve. 2 points away now.
It's a match that was started yesterday and will be finished today. Arthur Rinderknecht, 30-love. Zverev waiting for the return. He gets a racket on it, but it's long. Alexander Zverev. Rinderknecht is serving nicely in this potentially final game. And he has match points now, the Frenchman.
3 on his racket. Looking to use his serve to clinch this match.
First serve to come here from Rinderknecht. And it's long. 3 match points. What a win this would be for the Frenchman. Is there still something up Zverev's sleeve? Second serve here. The forehand return from Zverev. It's long there from Rinderknecht. Still, he has 2 match points, but 1 slips on by.
Well, had the forehand that he wanted inside the court. He's executed that so many times today. Missing that one long. He's got 2 more chances on his serve. At least 2 more match points.
And it takes a bit more time deliberately to pick which tennis ball he wants. He's got the choice now. 2 more match points here for Rinderknecht. And this serve is wide and out. Second serve to come. Is that service box just looking a little bit smaller now to Arthur? Second serve here. And it's into the forehand of Zverev, who gets a return down the centre of the court. And Rinderknecht then puts a forehand, a simple forehand, halfway up the net.
Yeah, and for someone who's held his nerve so well, just some signs of that finish line influencing his shots. Look at him now, up to the line, looking at his team, shaking his racket. Just say, I've got this.
Yeah, he's backing himself. I'm sure his team is backing him as well. Match point number 3 for Arthur Rinderknecht. The serve is accurate and the return comes in from Zverev. The backhand from Rinderknecht cross court. Zverev deep with a backhand as well. Zverev trying to get on the front foot. He's looking more comfortable in the rally. Rinderknecht backhand, not a huge amount of pace on it, but he's trying to keep things alive here. The forehand up the line, and Zverev responds with a forehand down the centre. Rinderknecht moving forward and senses his moment and finishes with a backhand cross-court winner. And he's down on the famous grass of centre court. He is soaking up the moment. And now he moves to the net to have a handshake with a beaten Alexander Zverev. Arthur Rinderknecht, head in his hands now. What have you just done? Well, you've knocked out the world number 3.
Oh, I've got chills. I mean, just an amazing moment for the Frenchman. Really struggled with his nerves in that last game. Those are first signs throughout the match, but wow, held it just enough, getting across the finish line. Just an amazing moment. Crowd giving Sasha Zverev a hand for the play that he put into this match. He fought valiantly, didn't find the solution in the end, but really Rinderknecht earned it in the end. He really just stayed aggressive throughout the match, didn't let the bumps along the road knock him off course, and he really deserves this, and you could see how much it meant to him. As soon as that ball landed on the line to end the match, he went straight face down onto the grass on center court.
Amazing. It's the sort of reaction you see when somebody wins the title. He was down on the grass. He was just taking in the moment entirely here on centre court. And Arthur Rinderknecht, well, it is the biggest win of his life, as he's beaten a top 5 player for the very first time in his career. And he's done so by beating the world number 3, Alexander Zverev, who is out at the first round stage. And Arthur Rinderknecht, well, we should just about be able to hear from him. I wonder what he's thinking. Well, take in the moment, Arthur, and let's get his thoughts.
It was a marathon. You started on Monday night. We're here now on Tuesday night, and you have got through to the second round at Wimbledon here on centre court. How does that feel? This must be the biggest win of your career.
I don't know. I don't even know where to start. It starts for sure with the crowd, because I'm feeling the same way as you guys. I don't know, this woo, every time I'm dying. I'm dying every time you guys are saying woo. I'm like, my legs are still shaking. I can't do it anymore. Just so happy the match is finished. We started yesterday at at 8. We finished today at 7. Slept about 6 hours last night, so yeah, it's very difficult, this sport, but what a moment, such emotions.
In these moments, can you give us an insight into what is going through your head? Because on court, you are playing incredibly well. You don't drop a service game, but it's all fine margins, and you looked in control throughout. Did it feel that way?
Kind of. I don't know if I was in control. I probably won 6-6 and 3, but 6-4 in the fifth. 4 hours and 40 minutes later. So I don't know. I wasn't in control of everything, because you can't really be in control when you play someone like Sasha Zverev, who's number 3 in the world. Such a consistent player. He's been there for 10 years. You know, it's my first top 5 win on the biggest stadium in the world. So I don't know. In front of my family, Lucas, who is helping me so much lately, and all the other members of my close team, and I'm so happy to do it in front of them. It's such an incredible moment for me and for them.
I'm not sure who's more exhausted, them or you. They've lived and breathed every single second.
About the same, for sure.
But the great news is you get to go again. Huge congratulations. Put your hands together for Arthur Rinderknecht.
Thank you, Lee. Well, what a long course we've had coming up as well to come into it.
What a fantastic...
Don't know what JT's signaling to me for to come into it as well. I don't know if that's JT talking to me or not now. What a fantastic matchup we've had. Were you talking to me? Oh, Discord, apparently. I've just heard him shout because I was watching something else. Let's check out then what's happening around Wimbledon. Drapier and Bez are on court 1, 6-2, 5-2 in that order so far.
2 sets, isn't he? Almost over the line, and he's on service now too. On court 17, Britain's Jack Pinnington-Jones is playing against Thomas Martin Etcheverry. He is 1 set up. This one's available on iPlayer if you want to watch it. And over on court 3, Grigor Dimitrov is 2 sets up against Yoshito Nishioka. They're battling out in the third right now.
Okay, now I know why JT was signaling to me, because he couldn't hear me over the Discord call, which was a problem. So we have got Alexander Muller alongside Novak Djokovic about to take place here on centre court. The 20th championship that Novak Djokovic is going to be in play with. And I'm on the call, so what could possibly go wrong? Coming up shortly as well.
Shelton is 2 sets up.
JT's position.
America versus Australia. And we're going to enjoy...
Okay, so we're getting ready for that coverage to begin. I think it's going to be on BBC One. Just checking in a moment as well as we prepare our coverage for that. We've got 4 matches coming your way as well. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. The predictor is putting that we're going to see Novak Djokovic win, hopefully this quite quickly. So we will keep an eye on that as we go. For now, let's check in with Wimbledon, as we've still got a few minutes to come through. Let's head back over
serving set
to court 1 with Jack Draper alongside Sebastian Bez on the call now.
So 100% on serves 1, and then total winners from Baez 0.
Yeah. He's got some pretty good hands. You know, use the feel, hit more short, angled balls, try to get the bigger guy off balance, possibly. He takes the ball on pretty early. I mean, I'm just trying to think of ways. He's got to think, what can I possibly do? Let's see, what was his first serve percentage so far in the match? Is at 67. It's not bad at all.
Has it done him any good? No.
Maybe get up to 80. Rinderknecht, who just beat Zverev, the second set of that match, which finished late last night, he served 85% and lost a set.
Yeah.
These guys, I think they missed. It was 8. What was it? I'm trying to think what the tiebreak score was, but they missed one first serve.
10-8 in the tiebreak.
They made 17 out of 18 first serves.
Right.
No.
Welcome to your evening entertainment here on BBC One, where we're watching Jack Draper with ruthless efficiency take a 2-sets-to-love lead against Sebastian Baez. We're going to leave you on BBC Two, so do please now retune to BBC One.
And that's where we're going now on our coverage as well. Ready to get going here at Wimbledon. Centre court is coming up.
And Jack Draper hoping to become the 9th British player into the second round. We saw 7 go through yesterday. Already today we've seen a great win for Dan Evans, beating fellow Briton Jay Clark. Jack Pennington-Jones has taken the first set against Thomas Etcheverry, but of course the British #1, the highest ranked of all of those, the ones who John McEnroe says has a real chance of going deep in this tournament and possibly even winning it, is Jack Draper, and 6-2, 6-2 his first 2 set scores. Let's see how he gets on in the third as we join John McEnroe, who is alongside Todd Woodbridge, and leading the way is Simon Reed.
First game, third set.
He was a brilliant junior, Sebastian Baez. He was the #1 junior in the world, but he hasn't been.
Yeah, well, we're just finding out where our coverage is going to be on this one, because it is a bit all over the place at the moment. So I think, shockingly, the Djokovic match is going to be online only, which is a surprise. Novak Djokovic is going to be relegated to BBCI player. That is not what the things should be at the moment. Meantime, while we wait, we will stay then with the battle on court number 1.
Got stronger, and that's where that pace of shots coming from.
Let's for certain.
Paez is a poor man's Diego Schwartzman. Same country, the same height, just a battle. I mean, Diego did incredible.
This is interesting. Top spin rate from Jack Draper. You see the difference between the forehand and the backhand, and that is where we see the different trajectories from both wings. The forehand is an aggressive, like safe shot. Whereas the backhand, if you can get it there, you can get some more errors out of it, and it's got lower margin for error because he hits it flat. In some ways, that's the wing that still needs plenty of work on. And in a way, I think that's why he tries to wing with using the forehand too. If he'll hit as few as possible.
Gotta say that flat backhand will work well in this court.
It's true. It's a little like Kyrgios on the grass, the way he used to kind of come under it. Or your mate Jimmy.
I thought I saw John twitch just then.
You did.
My heart rate just went up.
But there's an example of what I was talking about, though. That backhand down the line, the higher part of the net. That's where you'll find an error or two from Draper. It's something that. You don't want to focus on the negative, but it's something that you improve upon.
40 for 10. Game, Draper. One game all, third set.
So far this year, in the slams, Draper, round of 16 in both the Australian Open and Roland Garros. 3 times in Melbourne, he came from 2-1 down to win. And had to retire with a hip injury against Alcaraz.
Well, that's why you want to get through these early rounds as efficiently as possible. So you ran out of gas, dude. Tank was empty.
And then at Roland Garros, he went through to the last 16, and then ran into Bublik, put in, you know, a stratospheric show, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And Draper happy to see that he's not going to be his potential third-round opponent, losing today.
Love 30.
Third double. Danger lurking. keeping it deep, making life so difficult for Bias, and here are 3 break points.
14. Game Draper.
Relentless pressure from Jack Draper. There's the break, and he leads now by 2 sets and 2-1.
Draper leads by 2-1.
Jack Draper firmly in control of this match. As and when it finishes, we will be heading over to centre court, because just a few moments ago, the man who's looking for an 8th Wimbledon title and a 25th Grand Slam title, Novak Djokovic, walked out onto his favourite court. He's facing Alexandra Muller. He's the 6th seed at this year's Wimbledon, but he's in the same section of the draw as Jack Draper, and my word, he would love, if he gets the chance, he would love to break British hearts. But what news of Jack Draper, because Sebastian Baez has been in trouble. What has happened? Simon Reed, he's packing up his bag.
Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately due to injury, Baez has to retire. Game set match Draper 6-2.
That's due to injury.
Feel for Bias, feel for the crowd to a certain extent, but as you say, John, they've seen an awful lot of tennis here on court number 1, but the star turn, it was only an hour and a quarter. Pity for Bias.
Visibly upset too by having to leave. These are the things that you work for, that you practice hard for, that you dream about being on these show courts.
There's the moment. Decided that he was in too much pain. He couldn't compete with Draper. He had to be 100% or more than 100%.
Well, I think he just avoided a knockout, basically, right?
TKO.
Yeah. But let's focus on Draper's performance, because everything that you would have hoped for, he's been able to deliver. Sharp, off to a good start. Serving was good. Forehand in great shape. He looked healthy. John said, you know, an hour's enough. He had an hour and 15. And so everybody in Britain can sleep well tonight.
Well, I think you made a good point, though, a couple minutes ago, saying he's never been past, and you said it earlier, so he's never been past the second round. So now he's playing a guy who's been there and done that.
It's a challenge, this next match.
It does almost.
Okay, so we're going to wait to get going as the match is going to start now. Ready? We're going to rejoin BBC One shortly and get ready for the opening half of this match then to get underway. So, 15 love already for Djokovic, who's against the serve so far. So, Muller with the serve. It goes to 15 love as we begin. But unfortunately, nothing is working because BBC iPlayer has decided to crash. So, while we wait to get TV pictures operational, let's hand you over to BBC Radio 5 Live.
Through into this corner and still reflecting off the faces on this in this side of the stands, in the lower rows of stands anyway. So it's potentially a little bit awkward returning from the deuce court in front of the royal box. Djokovic still has won the opening point and returns a first serve here from Muller, slicing to the Frenchman's backhand, then going forehand too deep.
15-all.
And that, in the inimitable tones of Mohamed Layani, is 15-all. So 10 past 7 local time, quite a late start. I guess we've got until, what, round about 9 o'clock at a push inside centre court to get this done in natural light. And then, of course, the benefit of having the roof to close if further time is required. Muller slices long, and it's 15:30 straight away. The 38-year-old Djokovic. Last time we saw him in a competitive match was in the semi-finals of Roland Garros. Having a fortnight before that, clinched his 100th title at tour level in Geneva on the clay. Here's Muller with an off forehand. Djokovic is there, striking the ball well, timing it well, seemingly. Hitting forehand up the middle, finding his length within a metre of the baseline. Now a backhand again, right onto that centre mark almost, keeping Muller pegged back behind the baseline. But Muller's responding well and hitting to a decent length of his own here. It's a long exchange. Muller moves out to the backhand side and has to slice. Djokovic drives through a cross-court ball, keeping it low, but Muller responds to a good length and then changes up and misses, trying to hit the backhand line. 15-40, and Muller under pressure in his opening service game.
Well, straight away, some good ball striking there. That's a long rally. How many shots did we have in that rally? Do we know?
We do know if we press the right buttons here.
Yeah,
22.
22 ball rally. Finally, Muller succumbing with the backhand down the line into the net.
Break points. Djokovic makes another return right up the middle. Again, that same length, but then slices fractionally long and looks to the heavens as if that was an opportunity missed, which it was. You don't want to draw too many conclusions, Raj, from the opening game of the match, but for Djokovic to come in and start timing the ball immediately as well as he appeared to in that previous rally would augur well for him, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he's mentioned how he feels good this year on the grass. Body's feeling good. He obviously, I think you would agree, wouldn't be competing in the event if he didn't consider himself a contender deep inside.
Seeking that world record 25th major title. And looks hard there at the centre line, as if he thought that the serve from Muller was a fault, but it was not called such, and Djokovic on the stretch missed with his return. So a couple of break points have come and gone here in this opening game of the match. Alexander Muller, 28 years of age, so 10 years Djokovic's junior, ranked 41 in the world. That's just a couple of places below his career high achieved earlier this year. And he served the double fault there, the second serve just a fraction long.
Djokovic.
Won his first tour title, did Muller, right at the start of the year in Hong Kong.
And we've got the comms. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much to Claire Balding, as our microphones have been restored. Apologies that you weren't hearing anything for a few moments. First game then goes to Muller. Straight down on the board after the opening 7 minutes of play. Hello, JT.
Hello. A different Muller to what we're normally
A different Muller, yeah.
It isn't Nico.
It's not Nico, no, it's Alexandra Muller coming in. Right, apologies for the microphone breakup. Something on OBS went wrong with the computer, but it has been streaming for 6 hours non-stop, so it's having a bit of a panic.
I am the voice in your head.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Centre Court, live here on JB Sports and USRN. We are watching Alexander Muller versus Novak Djokovic in our third game here on Centre Court. First game down, and that's gone down to Muller as well. Djokovic, a 6-time reigning champion here at Wimbledon, currently serving on his side as well. Well, apologies for the small mistakes we've had so far today. Hopefully that's going to be rescinded now. We're all good to go. Djokovic serves straight down centre. Backhand return from Muller into the net. 15 love goes the way of Djokovic to begin with. So it's going to be a strong game, this one. We're expecting Djokovic to have a exciting run to close this out, hopefully without the need of a 5th set as we go straight into the net on his serve. Fault on the first. But JT, just quickly, that previous match, 4.5 hours. It took 2.5 hours more than it should have done as Djokovic serves down. Backhand return from Muller. Forehand from Djokovic down to the bottom right. Goes straight through and makes it 30 love. Yeah, it's been sort of a tricky one, hasn't it? Because we've been delayed all day. We've been delayed from the delayed match.
Yeah, absolutely. A 4-hour and 40-minute match it was at the end. Over 2 days, the round 1 game that we had from yesterday completed this morning. Fault on the first serve for Djokovic. We'll try again. 30 love, as you mentioned.
Yep, and Novak Djokovic, the 38-year-old, versus Alexander Muller, the 28-year-old. One from Serbia, one from France. And of course, Djokovic is from the Serbian, serving down the match now with a backhander. The forehand return, though, from Muller puts it to 15-30 on the board as well. So Muller's coming out strong here. The 2 championships played. Best singles second, of course, in 23 and 24, in both the singles and the doubles. He's won 44 matches, lost 54. Compare that, though, to Novak Djokovic, who's won 1,145 matches and only lost 230 of them. So it is straight down to come through as well with a lovely attack run. Takes it up to 40-15 and an ace up his sleeve for Novak Djokovic straight down the centre. 3, 4, 5 bounces of the ball, straight up, straight down. And another ace up his sleeve. 2 aces comes through. And he takes the second game. 1-1 then after 9 minutes of play here. Let's check in with our BBC commentary team as well, alongside me in the booth tonight.
Elbow was too low. He was bowling it
of course
into play and now hitting his target so consistently.
You need to fan yourself. It's so hot out here this evening. Service. Although it's cooler than yesterday here in my commentary box. 19 degrees it was yesterday. JT, however, has got his giant fan. I haven't needed it today. Into the net, though, for Muller on his serve. So it's a couple of bounces of the ball this time round. 3 a bounce. Up, straight down. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand quite late in as well from Muller. But the return from Djokovic with a forehander. Straight down, makes it love 15. Muller now sensing a little bit of pressure. If Djokovic breaks his serve.
Alex Muller thought when he saw the draw.
Straight down on his serve, fault straight out.
Excited about the opportunity?
Nervous.
I think so, nothing to lose.
Straight down into the net there for Muller.
Love 30. I mean, he's a tall
Or did
winner.
he think there was 126 others that he'd rather have played?
Where's the prize money office? I think we shouldn't underestimate him. He's 41 in the world. It's a very good ranking. He's a tour winner this year.
Straight down centre court, forehand return from Djokovic, and then from Muller, backhander from Djokovic, backhander to the right, forehand now coming up from Djokovic, putting some more power into the swing of things as well. Backhander coming in, Muller forehander, now trying to change the direction. Djokovic getting very close to the net, and just goes out his return serve, 15-30.
15-30.
Oops. TV pictures having a bit of a lag. Muller serves straight down into the net. I've lost Wi-Fi signal. Straight down, over, forehand return from Djokovic, backhander from Muller. Now they continue on. Pictures break up ever so slightly. Forehand return from Djokovic. Change of the direction, a little bit of a drop shot attempt coming in from Muller. Hasn't worked out. Djokovic very much into the volley, but Muller on his return with a forehander into the net. Break point. 15-40. 15-40. Djokovic on break point. So definitely now his to lose. Can he get a return and break Muller's serve? Muller straight down. Backhander goes up from Djokovic. Into the net for Muller on the return. 2-1 in the opening 15 minutes. Djokovic leads.
And Djokovic is 2-1, first set.
Well, let me ask you then, if you were talking to Alex Muller ahead of this match, and obviously there would have been a big build-up for him, and mentioned he's a tour winner, he's plenty of experience at 28 years of age, number 4 in France, makes you a good player. What are you going to say when you're playing against Novak Djokovic? How would he have prepared for this? Do you try and change your game, or do you just say, well, I'm just going to try and play really well at what I do?
Yeah, and I think obviously the nature of the surface, grass is the toughest surface to defend on, so you want to be playing offensive front foot tennis. Does he have the weapons really to be able to do that against someone like Djokovic? That's got to be the game plan, to hit your spots on first serve. Don't think he's going to serve a lot of aces, but try and get a relatively defensive reply and then dictate from the back of the court, exactly as he tried to do on that last point, but unfortunately dragged the second shot into the net. So yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, but the more Muller can try and play the points on his terms, the more chance he's got of having somewhat of an impact in this match.
We go again for point by point alongside us here in the comms box tonight.
They're ready for play, thank you.
It's been 19 years since
down
Novak Djokovic lost in the first round of a Grand Slam championship. Crazy statistic, really. 2-1 up here. Bird's in trouble on the left there.
Djokovic returns the backhander coming in from Muller. Forehand, oh, but the backhander from Muller goes into the net. 15 love. Djokovic on his serve, not broken yet. The ball boy getting out of the way. Djokovic with 3 in his pocket. 1 out on centre court. Straight down. Backhand goes up! Muller going to go out with that one.
Out 30 love.
30 love. Too much of a sky high there, unfortunately, coming through. I just need to turn my monitor brightness down so I can actually read the stats up here. Both players right-handed, though, something interesting to remember. Djokovic serves straight down centre court. Backhander again goes a bit wrong, coming in from Muller. Djokovic drop shots it in, very much for a play. Touches the top of the net, but out of the field of play goes Muller. 40 love. Yeah, it was beautiful from Djokovic. Just completely played the scenario to his advantage, slowed the play down and just tapped it back over the net. Muller had to run in to get it. It's going to be 3-1 here so far. Oh, but a fault in the first serve coming from Djokovic. Straight down, return serve with a forehander from Muller. Backhander Djokovic, forehander now from the pair of them. Backhander comes in from Muller, goes out.
Game Djokovic.
3-1 for Djokovic then at the start of his first round here at Wimbledon. 16 minutes of play.
Djokovic is 3-1, first set.
Barely able to do the talking myself. Alex Muller now will serve as Mr. Smith watches on. Return hands coming in. Backhand skies it. Djokovic drop shot attempt coming in now from Muller. Djokovic back up, composed himself. They return to the volley status. Forehands, backhander from Muller. Backhander Djokovic slows down the play, tries the same trick again, gets caught out. Muller brilliantly this time was ready for it. 15 love.
15 love.
Beautiful return there. Let's check the replay. So Djokovic tries to slow it down. Forehander that comes in. Muller was ready, and Djokovic thought he was going to go the other way, and yeah, it's like, oh well, can't do that trick again. A rookie mistake there from Novak Djokovic. Straight down on Muller's serve, tries for an ace. Djokovic is ready for it. Forehander returns now for the pair of them to get into the volley. Comes straight down centre court, over the net, sliding it down. Both sending each other opposite ends of the court at several times. If one of them doesn't hit the net, we're going to see him. And it's Muller who does hit the net. 15 all.
15 all.
Such explosive hitting from the back of the court from both men, side to side, corner to corner.
It's the way it goes these days. As Muller serves again, straight down centre court. Forehand return. Oh, but Muller on his forehand return, straight into the net again.
15-30.
15-30 Djokovic.
Nice idea, the change-up. Use the serve and volley, but you've got to be a little bit more accurate with the serve because that return was coming back with interest.
It was a bit pointless, really, wasn't it? Straight down centre court, clips top of the net, let first serves. Djokovic poised and ready as Muller sends it down the court. Backhander return. Now into the volleys with forehanders. Just gets over the net this time with a backhander. Djokovic again slows play.
Yes.
Beautifully done. To come into play to make it 30-30. Even Djokovic applauding.
30 all.
Muller's slow down the ball there.
Djokovic playing in the short ball here.
Yeah, but Muller was ready for this time.
Very well handled, coming right across him with his modern strength. That deftness of touch is not always easy.
But even Djokovic, a gentleman player, knows when there's been good. This is going to be an interesting matchup. Centre court starts to get a little bit torn up. It goes out 40-30. Muller on 40. Djokovic already looking a little out of breath and a bit. He's just warming up, really. He'll get going soon. Muller, though, up, straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic, sends it back to the right. Forehanders with power, return from Djokovic. Muller struggled to keeping up and does so. 40-40, juice. Muller will realise that Djukovic can prick up the pace anytime he likes.
The power that's generated on this backhand.
Oh,
steps in and just
shot.
crushes that one cross court.
Muller could not even catch up to it. Djokovic was ready for him. Straight down from Muller. Backhander from Djokovic. Goes a little bit wide, goes out. It's advantage Muller.
Advantage Muller.
Looks like we'll get another upset if this early game is the way to play things. It is a surprise. Straight down centre court for Muller. Tries for an ace. Djokovic gets there in time. Now into the volley. But into the net with a forehander.
No such
Muller.
thing as an easy service game against Djokovic. And when you exert pressure against the serve, it makes your service game a little more comfortable, perhaps. Always pressuring the opposition, never giving them any moment to breathe and to settle.
It's second juice. Straight down from Muller. Backhander from Djokovic. Goes out. Advantage Muller.
Advantage Muller.
Decent change up on the serve there. Needs to use the service box.
And he's serving okay. He's made 73% of first serves, but only winning 58 behind the first serve and 29 behind the second.
Fault on the serve from Muller. Yes.
Just emphasises the challenge that faces Muller.
Straight down, forehander coming in from Djokovic, backhander for Muller. Now into the volley we go once more, and they're bringing them in very much short. Shot doesn't work out. Muller gets sent back to juice. Third juice, and Djokovic now playing with Muller.
And I think again, going back, Andrew, to be in Muller's camp, this is a well-played point. Big second serve, heavy slice, backhand approach.
Just misses it.
Just the most perfect topspin lob from Djokovic. Tip your hat, too good. Let's go again.
Straight down. fault on the serve. The automated voices. Straight down. Backhand return coming in. Muller again in the net. Advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
It is break point for Djokovic.
He's beaten Rublev, he's beaten Zverev. They weren't in Grand Slam championships, but they were obviously in big tournaments. He's beaten these names before, but this is a step up, obviously.
Straight down for Muller. Backhander from Djokovic now for Muller again. Goes a little bit too wide, just about stays in. Forehander now with power from Djokovic as they continue the volley. Djokovic tries to slow it down. Muller went wide.
It's a demonstration.
And through it goes, 4 games to 1. Break point for Djokovic.
Full control, 4-1.
Djokovic is 4 games to 1.
So when I say the greatest player of all time, I don't think there's any doubt really about it. Everyone's entitled to an opinion, but it was Rafa Nadal who said that. And he said the numbers don't lie. He said the single sort of, you know, the quality of individual performances I've seen from Novak have been finer than any performances I've seen from anyone else. And that's from Rafa. So enjoy him while he's here, because he's 38. Only Monfils is older in the draw. Fognini 38 as well, 3 38-year-olds. But who knows? This realistically could be his last real shot at winning a Grand Slam championship.
Yeah, and I think when it's the topic of conversation comes up about the greatest player of all time, I think it does become a numbers game. And certainly on the men's side of the draw, the equation, with Djokovic at 24 slams, with so many other records, the most weeks at #1, the most Masters 1000s, and many, many more. I think it's tough to argue that anyone has surpassed his achievements in the men's game.
So obviously he's playing Wimbledon here. The US Open will be number 80, and then he will have that record jointly at the Australian Open of most Grand Slams if he stays healthy.
Straight down the serve. Djokovic goes out, so it turns it out at the moment.
It's a pretty good strike
Djokovic.
rate. 24 major championship victories out of 79 appearances.
Djokovic with the serve once more, trying to come back in. It's 15 love so far as he comes through. Takes it with an drop shot coming in as well. Muller goes high. Djokovic just keeps it out. 15 all.
Coming back to tonight's performance, I've watched Djokovic a lot this year, and I've seen some very, very good tennis, some good tennis, and some pretty indifferent tennis. He's really come out with a focus and intensity. Ball striking has been first class. He means business.
30-15.
Straight down as well, 30-15. Brilliant one from Djokovic. 127-mile-an-hour serves with another ace.
Commentated on Alcaraz yesterday, and that was mostly indifferent.
That was a wake-up call.
So many unforced errors.
Djokovic serving again into the net.
Found a way to get the job done.
5 bounces of the ball. Djokovic serves up high, straight down. Backhander just out for Muller.
Well, there won't be many second serve and volleys
15
over the course of any championship for Djokovic. He's just throwing in a few changes now, working his way and up through the gearbox. Some variation.
Maybe this will be a quick match as well to come through as it comes in. Yes. Yeah. As it comes into it. Go on.
The match which was meant to be following this on centre court has now moved to #1 court. So Krejcikova is now playing on #1 court, and players are arriving on that court.
Thank you very much, JT. So this game will be the final on centre court tonight.
Djokovic.
And we apologise to Matthew Owens.
First set.
5 games to 1 there for
Just 2
Djokovic.
points lost on serve so far.
If Matthew Owens is listening and wants to hop in the Discord call for this end of play, he is more than welcome to. And we will set up a 2-com cam.
I don't think he finishes work for another hour.
We'll probably still be going. Muller's serve goes to love 15. So Djokovic able to keep it through. Why is it still saying Djokovic's serve? I just we both switched it. It didn't work. Muller straight down. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. Goes through.
15 all.
15 all. It was out. Can Muller regain? That's a question and a half. He's got the serve, but his serve keeps being broken. Straight down. Backhander return from Djokovic. Forehand now for Muller. Djokovic slowing the pace down once more. Trying to bounce the ball up twice. Slows the play down. Beautiful for Muller. Takes it to 30-15. Just inside.
30-15.
That's what he's capable of. Good backhand down the line. Moving up into the court. Dictating with that forehand.
Straight down for Muller. Backhander from Djokovic with a bit of power. Takes to the edge of the box. That was out. Djokovic was a bit out of shape there. 40-15.
15.
Looks like this game will go Muller's way. Yet to serve up an ace, though. Djokovic has already done 3 in this game already. We've only been playing for 28 minutes. Straight down. Djokovic backhander, but it's a fault. Muller. 3 bounces. Straight down centre court. Backhander from Djokovic. Muller slows it down as well. Djokovic picking up the pace. Forehand, a bit of lackluster pace there. Goes out from Muller. 40-30.
40-30. 2 first rounds in grass court tournaments for Alex Muller as he prepared for Wimbledon. The last time Djokovic played was in a losing effort to Yannick Sinner, semi-final of the French Open.
Oh dear.
No grass court tournaments before this. That's the way he likes to do it.
I can't read that. Straight down into the net there for Muller.
Deuce.
It goes to Deuce with a double fault. The sun setting in.
Jean-Christophe Farrell coaching Muller.
.40 Deuce it goes. Muller straight down. Backhander coming in. Djokovic tries the slow ball. Foil! Advantage Djokovic with a set point. He crosses and looks up to the sky because how close that got. It hits the top of the net and literally just falls down on the other side. Perfect ball.
Well, it's sort of funny for everyone in here, but this is actually really difficult for Muller because it's not like he's ordinary or average as a player.
Into the
He's
net
being
though.
made to look and feel ordinary here.
Maybe we should get them tickets to Iron Maiden. They are playing in London. Straight down. Backhand. Forehand return coming in actually from Djokovic. Decided against that. Has to run across court 1 though. Straight over. He was 1 foot in front of the other. Is Djokovic now into the volley. Can't get that one. Goes out.
Unbelievable.
Muller is straight out his own. 6 games to 1 in the first set. Djokovic. Beautifully done. Clear.
Doubt there, but Djokovic doesn't want to hang about, does he? Taking that first set 6-1 in a shade over half an hour. We'll be back with the match very shortly. But just to let you know that Coco Gauff, who was due to be last on centre court, this match against Diana Yastremska has been moved to #1 court. And Coco Gauff, who made her debut here 6 years ago it was now, when she was only 15 and beat Venus Williams.
You're a bit late to the party.
There she is with the headphones on, coming in as the French Open champion and hoping to go further than the 4th round, which which has been her best result so far. Now, Jack Pennington-Jones, having taken the first 2 sets against Thomas Etcheverry, in a bit of trouble on the third, this out on court 17. That obviously will get affected by light, because where centre and number 1 can close the roof and put the lights on, they can't out here. But I would say we've got at least another, maybe, yeah, at least another hour. At least another hour before that will be the case. So Pennington-Jones, love 3 down in the third set, but with a 2 sets to love lead. Isn't that the most gorgeous sight? Way across the south of London, and here we are in the southwest corner. Centre court, the roof's still opened. Novak Djokovic starting his campaign towards an 8th Wimbledon title. And he's taken the first set in some style. You can see all the matches still going on those outside courts, and plenty here for people to enjoy, and you can enjoy it whether you're here or whether you're at home, because every single court is available to you on the BCI player. Crowd doing an iron, because I think Djokovic may have just changed his shirt. Let's rejoin Tim Henman and Andrew Carson.
And they're waving the fans, not because they're overheating, in that way anyway. So it's a nice late night atmosphere here if you're supporting Novak Djokovic. Can Muller make this close? Because the first set was, as their 3 previous sets had been, very, very one-sided the last time they played. 6-love, 6-2, 6-3.
Straight down. Oh, good serve from Djokovic. Sent Muller one way, and then by the time Muller sends it back, Djokovic is ready to send it down for 15-love. Second set. So Djokovic is going to come out to play here. That's that simple. Strange that this is going to be the last match, though, on centre court for tonight, though.
Justin Rose, sporting moment of the year, that playoff with Rory McIlroy, final day of the Masters.
Legends in the boxes tonight. Into the net there from Djokovic on his
fellow Olympic gold medalist. Same as Djokovic in Paris last year.
Straight down centre court. Forehand return from Muller. Power from Muller that goes through. Beautifully done. 15-all.
15-all.
It was a close call, but it's in by a fraction. My goodness me.
That's how good it's got to be.
Straight down from Djokovic. Ace 4 of the night.
30-15.
Ace is high here today this evening. And JT keeps doing the ace sign to me on the comcam as well. You can't see back at home. So can we giggle? Straight down. Forehand return. Lack of power for Muller goes out. 40-15. Maybe I should be on umpire. Favourite day. Sitting in a high chair shouting for juice. I could be 2-year-old again. Thank you, thank you. Straight down. Fault, but that would have been a 5th ace he was attempting there. Djokovic, 5 bounces. 6 bounces of the ball. Straight down. Oh, awkward backhand return goes out for Muller. Game Djokovic, first game of the second set.
The first game, second set.
More accurate serving. One love second set. Serving first with the new balls.
New
Tim,
balls.
some detail on this serve.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been a bit of a serving masterclass so far. When you look at all those yellow balls, which are the points won, and just the one red ball with a point lost on the first serve. So Muller getting very few opportunities to attack the Djokovic serve. Now he's got to focus hard to hold his own serve and keep in touch in this second set.
Forehand and return from Muller on his serve. Djokovic with the backhand and tries to slow it down. Now they're into the volleys. And it's just got to be a bit careful here because Djokovic can get caught out quite quickly. We saw that in the first game. Muller sends it down high. He can pick up the pace anytime he likes. Forehander coming in. Backhander from Djokovic. Drop shot comes in, but it's the net for Muller. Just misses out. It was close, but no cigar.
15. Just add to the frustration because it was a well-constructed point. He got the opportunity to move forward, had Djokovic on the defence, and really shouldn't be missing a volley like that. That first point of the game's just so important. You give yourself 15 love, you've got a little bit of a cushion.
Straight down. And the first ace
down
for Muller
love 15, you need to
in
come
this
up
game.
with big first serve.
All I've got now is Ticket to Iron Maiden stuck in my head, because I mentioned it earlier on. Straight down, top of the net there for Muller.
I've got 2 tickets.
Yeah. Give me a karaoke song, and that's my go-to. Straight down. Forehand and return from Djokovic. Then as well from Muller. Double bounce, but Djokovic still managed to get there in time. Misses out. 30-15 Muller. Beautifully done with a forehander.
30-15.
Well, this is a surprise. I've got tickets to Iron Maiden.
Then there's a tennis game on, JB.
Yeah, but they're waiting for the serves. It was fine. Forehander returns. Backhander just touches the top of the net from Muller. Forehander though from Djokovic goes straight down. It's 30 all.
Off the net court.
There may be a tennis game going on, but we've got time. The BBC don't talk a lot, remember? I have to fill a lot of it. As I dribble down my shirt. Djokovic into the net!
40-30.
Wow! I said the pressure could get to him. 40-30 Muller.
Bit of stretching going on. Loosen up that rib cage.
Hang on. I can't move. Give me a second. Straight down into the net though for Muller. Djokovic needs to make it juice. Straight down centre court. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehand from Muller. Hits the net! Djokovic makes it now to juice.
I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to play against Novak Djokovic. So much of what he delivers is unspectacular, yet supreme.
Straight down from Muller. Djokovic to the backhander. Forehander from Muller. Djokovic was slow. Drop shot coming in from Muller. Goes
Again,
out.
I mean, the serve
advantage.
was very good. The serve came down at 120 miles an hour. Well placed. It might have even hit the line. Djokovic picks it up, makes a difficult ball, slides into a slice pass, makes you play something amazing to have to win the point, and most people are not up to it, of course.
Straight down. Backhander goes skywards. Drop shot. Muller takes it back to juice. Djokovic is a bit sloppy there.
Muller did very well to hold his first service
Yes.
game of the match, but he hasn't had much to shout about, having to fight off these break points. And as you say, when the quality of your opponent is so high, it gets you out of your comfort zone. You start going for shots that are high risk. The unforced errors can flow.
Beautiful. Slowed down as well from Djokovic immediately. Doesn't want to take any more pace out the game. Just a nice little flow here. And then catch out Muller. But Muller catch out Djokovic!
Line ball from Muller, so it sort of stopped. Took some adjustment from Djokovic to get a hold of his forehand, which he leaves a little bit short, and it gets the treatment.
It says someone's put amaretto in my Coke. Someone get me a Pim. We'll have one of those during one of the Wimbledon games, I think. Latin strawberries and cream. Straight down, forehand and return from Djokovic. Very much picking up into the net! Muller gets it! 1 game all, second set.
One game all, second set.
First set was in half
Good
an
start.
hour. Usually it takes an hour.
Second set anyway.
JT's giving you all these hand signals.
That
It sounds like we're doing a
baseline
Mexican
has
dance.
been left scarred. That'll be repaired overnight, tomorrow morning as well.
What are you doing back there?
I wonder if that was probably...
I mean, I sent you a message and I thought that was responding to it.
Bringing that...
It was. I was just wondering why you then started doing it, you know, like you were doing a very bad auctioneer at a car restaurant as well. Car restaurant? What's that? A car...
Because
yeah.
maybe's not an answer. It's either yes or no.
Djokovic serves straight down. Backhander was poor for Muller. Goes out anyway.
Big surprise, actually.
You may as well shout it out, JT.
Zverev going out early. He fancied this. He'd done a warm-up or warm-up tournaments. He played very well. People were saying that we should be talking about him a lot more, but not this year.
Djokovic straight down. Fault as he tries to get an ace. Straight down once more. Djokovic with the serve. Straight down. Forehander comes in. Backhander from Djokovic. And then again from Muller. Forehander with power. Djokovic goes out. 15 all.
15 all.
Straight down with an ace from Djokovic on his serves, 30-15. Djokovic now for 40. Needs to pick up the pace a little bit. The first set was done in 30 minutes. This is already taken 22. Straight down.
40-15.
Another ace, 6 ace from Djokovic as he'll attempt to keep going. Into the net on his serve for Djokovic. Djokovic serves. Forehand return from Muller. Power. Djokovic is ready for it. It goes out. 30-40.
He feels comfortable enough in this match to try tactics
40-30.
that probably wouldn't against some others.
It was a nice slice backhand down the line to move forward after and couldn't control the forehand volley.
Straight down from Djokovic, tries for an ace. Muller was ready for it though, sends it down low.
Game
goes to Djokovic, 2 games to 3. To the bead, 2 games to 1.
Djokovic is 2 games to 1. Second set, number 1 set to love.
Was your first match here against Yevgeny Kafelnikov?
It was a long time ago.
What round was that in?
First round.
First round.
Yeah.
So obviously he's the seeded guy, lots to lose. And you came out and felt comfortable straight away?
Yeah, I did, and I think in the lead up to that match, Kafelnikov was French Open champion, and I knew I was going to play on centre court. So my coach at the time, David Felgate, and I sat in the stands for probably 10-15 minutes every day just to get used to the surroundings, so that I'd done all my looking around before the match started. It's easy to come out on a big stadium for the first time and be distracted and checking out who's in the royal box and where the commentary boxes are and everything else that goes with it. But yeah, I felt comfortable from the knock-up, and think was a large reason why I played so well that day.
That was a while ago now.
Terrifying.
You haven't
1996.
Yeah, yeah. Boiling hot day here today. Just working on his diaphragm and the breathing and just trying to make sure everything's in good working order. I'm sure he sees himself as a very finely tuned engine. There's nothing he would not do to maximize his performance, Novak Djokovic. He's barely able to relax when he goes on holiday. He does 3, 4, 5 hours worth of stretching and working.
Please already, thank you.
That's Peter Mortimer with a hat on in there. Very fine
Please try to
skin
keep your
specialist,
voices
world
down,
renowned.
please.
I think retired now.
Thank you.
Professor Peter Mortimer.
Muller with the serve.
And a fault on that serve from Alexandra Muller, and we go again.
Straight down.
This time it's in.
Yeah. Djokovic will attempt now to slow it down. Muller will try and speed it up because he knows he can face something, but it's gone out, so 15 goes to Muller. Djokovic makes the rare error. Only Red Bull have gone for a white livery again, just to let you know. As Djokovic goes into the net. It's 30 love. Well, this is certainly a surprise. Djokovic making a few errors out there. Which counts me up. Straight down to the net. Straight down again. Oh, Djokovic misses that one. 40. Djokovic is about to lose a game in straights. Well, this has certainly come as a surprise. Yeah. It's not something that you see every day. And Muller's done it! 2 games all in the second set. That was a surprise.
2 games all, second set.
Djokovic now
Poor old coach David Felgate that you just mentioned there. He'll be out watching Jack Pennington-Jones on court 17 at the moment. Another of these 26 players in the men's draw who've been to college in the United States. At TCU he was in Fort Worth in Texas. Made a great start against Thomas Echeverry. Won the first 2 sets.
Djokovic with the serve straight down into the net.
Wild card at Wimbledon this year. Jack Pennington-Jones, JPJ.
Djokovic straight down once more. Forehand return. Goes wide for Muller.
15 love.
15 love. Djokovic is having a better game of it so far out there tonight. 6-1, 2-2 so far. I crack my neck. Djokovic straight down, tries for an ace. Now a drop shot. That's too high. Muller's return, skies in. 30 love.
Muller keeps going deep, doesn't he?
All the time.
He keeps going too long, but here we go. Djokovic with the serve.
5 bounces the ball for you, attempts to put it up in the air. Straight down. Oh, just a fault. It would have been a good ace. Let's try again.
6 bounces for the ball.
Backhand return. Forehand coming in from Djokovic. Forehander from Muller. Djokovic will start the backhander. Drop shot. Muller was ready for it. Oh, Djokovic, lovely. Skies in, but it lands just inside. But It goes to 40 because Muller did try to return it in time, but he went out.
40 love.
40 love,
It's
beautiful.
the longest line on the court.
Ball was in
Diagonal,
anyway,
of
so-
course, and
Say again?
Anyway. The ball was in anyway.
Yeah.
On that one.
Still in, still in, still in. Returns it. That was beautiful. At least Muller had a go. Always, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Backhander out. Straight game then, after a straight game, as they come through. 3 games to 2 in set 2 for Djokovic.
Djokovic enjoying himself out on centre court, looking very relaxed, very in control. Once he gets that drink he's asking for, his little pouch should be fine. Coco Gauff, meanwhile, it is going with serve on number 1 court against Diana Yastremska of Ukraine. And Coco Gauff, the 2nd seed this year at Wimbledon. And we let that one continue. It will be on BBC iPlayer. Jack Pennington-Jones also available to you on the iPlayer if you'd like to watch it. He took the first 2 sets against Thomas Etcheverry, but the Argentinian looks to be on the verge of the 3rd set, so it'll be a long evening. As long as the light is there, they will carry on playing. Elena Rybakina, who was a champion here 3 years ago, well, she wasn't hanging about at all. Elina Abanesayan from Armenia. 6-2, 6-1 was the score in double quick time. And Rybakina will be a really tough opponent for whoever is to face her in the days to come, because she really does have a grass court game that is extremely strong. But on the men's side, interesting that we have lost a fair old chunk of the top 10, and Djokovic out there strolling and strutting around, looking absolutely so strong and so much fitter than this time last year when he'd just come back from a knee surgery. My word, he's still got it, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, Claire. Muller with a serve. Straight down, centre court. Out, though, for
15.
Djokovic. 15 love.
So Djokovic lost to Jannik Sinner in the semi-final. Then they had that 5.5-hour magnificent final. Sinner and Alcaraz, which really looks like a game changer in terms of tennis standards.
Djokovic trying now to keep up. Backhander comes in. Forehander from Muller into the net. Djokovic
My
taking
question,
15
Tim,
all.
is that match, Novak will have watched either all of it or he'll know all about it. His task is clear. It's those 2.
Yeah, that's the one to play with in this tournament.
Think he's still got it
Oh, yeah.
to beat those 2?
Into the
On a
net,
grass
though.
court, yes. I think on a clay
30,
court over
15.
5 hours, probably not at this stage of his career, but given his knowledge and know-how of grass court tennis, he's won 7 times here. Less physically demanding. I think this is...
Forehander coming in from Djokovic, and then from Muller. Backhander from Djokovic, slows the play down. Muller takes up with some force, sends it down to the bottom right. Bottom left, though, that makes Djokovic have to slow down the play. Muller tries to send it back up. Wonderful volley going on, but Muller skies it, goes out. 30 all.
I still think this is a very good opportunity.
30 all.
I was going to say, JT, we just had this discussion earlier on that you talk more in tennis than motorsport. I think it's right. You talk more in tennis than you do in Formula 1.
Depends how many commentators you have with you.
Solo with you as a producer. As Djokovic has to return it, they've let the serve. Go on.
Yeah, in motorsport, it depends how many commentators if you have. If you're solo motorsport, then it's constant talking.
Yes. Muller sends it down into the net. Fault again. One more and he'll double it. So he'll have to be careful, otherwise he'll set off the 40 for Djokovic. Straight down. Forehand return as well coming in now from Djokovic. It goes out.
Break point.
Break point again. Thank you, JT. Because here comes 40-30 with Djokovic. Well, this is certainly becoming a fun game, isn't it? Straight down centre court. Oh! A beauty for Muller. We go to Juice.
Well saved.
That was beautiful. If Muller can do that again. An ace, a third ace of his game. 9 in total. 6 from Djokovic, 3 from Muller. Muller straight down. Into the net though from Djokovic, advantage Muller.
Advantage Müller.
Well, this is turning out for the books, isn't it, with these unusual errors. Muller, ready to serve. Sends it up, straight down. Backhander from Djokovic, forehander from Muller. Hits the net.
Second
Use.
Well, this is going to be one of these where Djokovic going, well, come on then. Serve it. I'm ready. You're ready. Come on. 8:07 here in the UK. Straight down centre court. Djokovic sends it into the net. Advantage Muller.
Advantage Müller.
Muller's worked out that Djokovic can't really return it if he goes right where he's putting it.
Yeah.
Because that's the second time in a row now that's been the same serve and Djokovic hasn't been able to return it. Muller again with the serve.
And Djokovic has changed sides. Muller returns it this time. So Djokovic now with a forehander. And you're right, JT, but he was just a little bit wide that time. It takes it back to Juice. But you're
One of
right.
Muller's fastest serves of the match. They're 126 miles an hour, but just comes back with so much interest.
Bottom right.
Immediately on the back foot.
Yeah. Bottom right, though, is Djokovic's
Working
weak
so
point.
hard just to try and stay in touch in this second set.
Muller. Ball up. Connects straight down. Nice up high. Out wide. Djokovic.
Advantage Müller.
Advantage Muller. Djokovic
Just
doesn't know
beginning
what he's
to
doing.
have a little look up at this box. It's full of new people. Dalibor Sorola is a new coach. Dusan Vemic.
Come on,
Boris
Novak.
Bosniakovic. Claudio Zimaglia.
Djokovic sends it the other way. Makes Muller run for it. Tries a cheeky shot. Drop shot. 1, 2. Yeah. It goes out. Back to Juice. Fourth Juice of the game. And this is getting a bit peculiar between these two now.
Use.
Never any doubt who the boss of the team is when Novak is on court. Andy Murray was there for a few months, and that came to an end.
Muller and Djokovic's coaches made everybody giggle. Straight down. Djokovic sends it up. Goes out.
Advantage Müller.
Muller again with an advantage. Go on.
We're currently on our fourth juice, and Djokovic is yet to get an advantage. It's been Muller this whole time. He just hasn't been able to finish it.
Something tells me that Djokovic might be in a little bit of pressure here at the moment. And a lovely ace! He's got him! Muller with a lovely ace, takes it to 4 aces in his run, but makes it 3 games all second set. It's a comeback.
With that,
Second set.
and he's certainly not embarrassed in this set. If he can get to 4, that will be the most amount of games he's ever won in a set against his opponent. Of course, they only played the one other match. That was at the US Open 2023 in a first round on hard courts in New York City.
Native New Yorker. Straight down from Djokovic on his serve. Backhander was a bit poor there from Muller. Djokovic tries to use it to his advantage. Oh, lovely return from Djokovic. Just literally reaches out to get it. 15 love.
15 love.
It's just brilliant tennis.
Was perfect though. Just the touch was correct.
Just controlling the racket face there.
Djokovic again, surprising everybody with what he likes to see on these courts. Straight down.
30 love.
And an ace from Djokovic. 7th of the game, straight down centre court to the right. Match time now for an hour.
7 aces for Djokovic for this set.
For reference, we've got 3 hours left until we have to close up for the night, so we are good to go. Muller returns it though, goes out wide. 40 now for Djokovic. Seems like Djokovic, when he serves, he can control more. So if this is the
Has
case...
still only lost 1 point when he's got his first serve in this entire match.
if this is the case, every time Muller serves, we're in for a long game. And Djokovic serving can do that. Ace again.
Djokovic.
4 games to 3, second set. Djokovic leading.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 3. Second set, number 1 set to none.
So set and 4-3, and expect a challenge to the Muller serve once again here as he tries to open up a 2-set lead. Djokovic, so easy, you know, we focus on Djokovic, we've got all the records in front of us there. Every single one of them is so absurd. I remember at the French Open when we made the quarterfinal, a graphic came up. I wasn't there, I know you were, and it said 19th quarterfinal at the French Open. I was like, you know, you forget just how phenomenal it is to make one.
And I think you also forget just to have that longevity and the lack of injuries. You think of Nadal, and obviously he dominated Roland Garros, but he missed a lot of tennis throughout his career, whereas Djokovic has just stayed so fit and healthy and hungry, and whatever the surface.
Time.
His old trainer told me that he used to go on holiday and would call him, and they would go through 3 and 4 hours of work a day, even on holiday in lovely places, when he should have been relaxing. It's just, once you've got that detail, you cannot let it go.
Oh, they're shutting centre court roof. Lovely.
Look.
Weather's changing a little bit tomorrow. It'll cool down. It'll be more comfortable for spectators if you're lucky enough to have a ticket to come here tomorrow. Temperature's probably 10 degrees less than today. It was too hot today.
Straight down though. Muller, fault on the serve. Muller serves straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic, backhander for Muller. Forehander Djokovic. And now into the volley we go. Djokovic goes a bit too high and out. 15 love.
15 love.
Djokovic is getting frustrated here.
Every time Muller serves... Wait.
That's not a bad effort for a...
I'm going to mute the BBC. Every time Muller serves, Djokovic hates it. He can't control it. And this is a pattern we see with Djokovic. But watch. Oh, it would have been a lovely ace, that one from Muller, but it was a fault. But every single time, Djokovic can't respond to where the ball goes. They get into a volley, Muller's got it. Backhander.
This could go to tiebreaker here.
It could. Look, oh, okay, well that one, it goes 15-all. But, it's just a bit of a problem. It will go tiebreaker, I reckon. Could we about to see yet another shock at Wimbledon this year? With another star
and
player
a
in
big
the
one
seed?
as well, if it would happen.
If Djokovic went out round 1, my God.
First service.
Let first serve. Matthew Owens currently driving at about 1 billion miles an hour to get back home to join the commentary box. Straight down. Backhander returns. And Djokovic now getting a bit frustrated. Muller can just pick up the pace. Djokovic tries to slow it down, and Muller hits the net. That was a mistake from Muller there. But
15.
30-15.
30.
Relentless pressure. Muller just not able to get any cheap points behind the serve. They have to get into these baseline exchanges.
Yeah, but... Oh, he hit the net there. No, but Muller has got an advantage here, and that is he can rattle Djokovic. I agree with you, JT. Straight down centre court, forehand return from Djokovic. Backhander coming in from Muller. Backhander from Djokovic. He'll turn up to a forehander because Muller's out of shape. Muller gets it, but hits on his own
And down the
side.
line did the damage. Forehand finishing the job. Seen it so many times.
Great point.
15, 40.
Devastating shot.
Going to go to get another break point then here, aren't we? Muller straight down. Hits the top of the net. Can't be making mistakes like that. Do it again. You hand the break point to Djokovic. Forehand return. Oh, Djokovic wide.
Second break point.
30, 40.
Yeah, still can't control it. Maybe we should start eating banana like Andy Murray did. Good bananas out here in the commentary box. Strawberries and cream on their way, of course. And strawberry daiquiris. And a pim, of course. You can't have a pim. Straight down. Forehand return coming in. Into the net. Djokovic. Juice. Wow. So far,
Just trying to push that one back into play. He's cross now.
on the attack, 23% attacking for Djokovic. Muller on 20%, 57% in the neutral zone. But they're pretty much even right now. Straight down. Backhand return with power for Muller. Djokovic tries to slow down. Drop shot! Djokovic was ready for it. Sent it up. Oh, he tried the shot to go under the legs. It didn't work out. Advantage Djokovic. Third break point coming.
It was an interesting decision to come in, and he got the volley that he wanted. This is a backhand heave-ho down the line. That volley, again, he's not comfortable up there.
Yeah, he'd have liked to have done more with the backhand volley and then going for the between the legs. Not the ideal shot at 3-4 deuce.
Forehand return.
Deuce. Another good comeback.
Djokovic makes another error.
He's faced 11 break points so far. 5 in this set. He's fought them all off.
Muller wants desperately to win the second set here. It might go down tiebreak if they're not careful. Straight down, forehand return. Drop shot,
That's
beautiful from Muller.
Advantage, Muller. Well, they'd love to see a match here, a tight match. He's trying to go where he hasn't gone before against current world number 6. That's 4 games in a set. Not easy.
Muller straight down. Djokovic hits it back. Backhand return into the net. Juice. Third juice coming away for Djokovic and Muller now. This is insane. This game's gone on longer than any of the others so far. Muller serves straight up, down centre court. Forehand return. Goes out. That's advantage Muller.
Advantage Muller.
Djokovic was too hard on the return hit. All quiet here on centre court. Roof's still open on centre court. Court 1 is closed, as JT's pointed out. Straight down, clips the top of the net. I wonder when they'll close centre court's roof. Sunlight not too bad so far. Backhand return.
I think it's the other way round.
Forehand return coming in. Backhand of Djokovic. Forehand, Muller needs to get on the advantage now. Djokovic picking up the pace. Goes out! Back to juice.
4.
Supreme shot there.
Deuce.
Now, I'm fairly sure centre court's roof is still open.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Keeping his head so still, but the racket head acceleration just generates that power. Such a clean strike.
Everyone very sunburnt though. Something I'm noticing as well. In the heat wave the UK's had. Straight down. Forehand return as well from Djokovic. Power for Muller, but goes out. Advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
7 minutes this game. Alone in the second set. There's a lot of things going on court 1 right now. Straight down. An ace from Muller.
Deuce.
Our 5th juice.
6 break points saved in this set.
What a great game. Second set, very exciting. Muller hits the net, fault first serve. Djokovic standing ready. Straight down, forehand return coming in. Backhander into the net, advantage Djokovic.
5th break point.
Advantage Djokovic.
JT.
Straight down there from Muller. Return hand as well for Djokovic. Oh, hits the net. Back to Juice.
Juice.
Somebody stop with all this
Very
juice.
unusual miss there. Rallying backhand. Breakpoint opportunity.
It's going to be a long night. We might need the rest of the 2 hours and 30 minutes left. Muller sent it down. Felt on the serve. I love how JT's now basically turned into producer for me for this game as well. He's supposed to be on for Matthew. Straight down. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. Muller with a bit of power. Djokovic hits the net. Advantage Muller.
Advantage Muller.
Yeah, maybe Matthew Owens will get to call a game every now and then, but so far he hasn't had the chance, poor man.
If he can just hold here, continue to
I did invite him
frustrate
to this when he's back.
Lovely.
Djokovic. You never know. The concentration could go for a minute.
Forehander.
Hey,
Muller
well
goes
done.
out. Muller got it! 4 games each, second set. Muller got it. That took a while.
Thank you. I don't think I could take any more juice.
Set.
And it's all very well for us to sit here and thinking it's completely one-way traffic, but this is Wimbledon. He's 41 in the world, number 4 in France, and he's won a tour title this year. He's a very, very fine player. It doesn't always look like that when you're up against the best of all time, but he is well capable.
Actually, he's won 2.
Putting
Australia
a couple of heavy strikes
and
in and
French.
maybe picking up 15 all or love 30.
He's won the Australian and the French Open, let's not forget. Here we go again. Straight down.
15 love.
If he can get his racket on the ball.
Ace from Djokovic, number 9.
The roof will be going over at the end of this set.
So court 1's had the roof gone over in centre court, and we'll now have that afterwards. Might close the commentary box door as well. It's getting a little bit drafty. Here, as Djokovic serves straight down.
30 love.
Ace 10.
The problem
Aces
is you
are
work
10.
so hard to hold your own serve, and then your opponent stands up, bangs down a couple of aces.
Look at that though, Djokovic has 97 match wins at the championships, the 4th most in the Open era. Wow. Djokovic straight down. Backhander for Muller. Forehander with power for Djokovic, takes to 40 love. Again, JT, every
40
time
love.
we see Djokovic on the serve, it's a straight set win.
Yeah, absolutely, but Muller's serve is what keeps him, Muller back in it. Here we go, Djokovic with a serve again.
Straight down. Ace
Well,
11!
that is a game, isn't it?
5 swings.
3 aces and a game. 5 games to 4 in the second set.
New balls.
And Djokovic new ball, and they're going to close the roof as well.
1 set to love.
It's easy to focus on the Djokovic backhand, and we will
40
at some
seconds
stage
to
in the
change
future,
over.
no doubt, and we'll certainly look back one day and go, well, that was a truly great shot. But the forehand quality, set 1 and set 2 particularly, look at this. I mean, look, who knows what 9.2 and 9.6 means. You've got to make a comparison using speed, spin, depth, all of that. Give it to a computer, it munches it all up and spits this out. And if the draw average is 7.1, and this is Wimbledon, and he's at 9.2 first set, 9.6 second set, you know he's hitting it cleanly. We can see that, but this is a sort of a demo. And what you can actually do about it if you're Muller is another thing.
Well, the reality is that with Djokovic serving so well, the first shot in the rally after the serve is invariably a forehand, and his forehand has just been absolutely on fire. We can see here both feet off the ground, head still, accelerating.
High elbow to finish, isn't it?
Yeah, racket head dropping below the ball to create the top spin. You see the Western grip there.
Wow, it's almost it could dislocate the trapezius at the back there. You've got to be flexible to do it. He's 38. You know, you don't keep doing this, hour after hour without working off the court. And that's what amazes his fellow professionals as much as anything. That he still wants to.
25 seconds to serve.
Muller. Straight down centre court. Backhander comes in from Djokovic. Muller into the net. Love 15.
Here we go again.
Muller's serve keeps getting broken.
Can Muller fight off the barrage of returns?
Backhander comes in as well from Djokovic. Forehander with some power. Muller
Not
in
the
the net
start
again.
he was looking for.
Love 30.
Surely the pressure's going to pay off now for Djokovic. Just 2 points away from a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Muller straight down. Way wide, but luckily gets called as a fault.
Going into the doubles lines.
Straight down. Return serve still coming in. I think Djokovic just touched the top of the net there. He's getting awfully close to it. Again. But, yeah, there you go. Muller into the net again. Love 40. Set point now
Love
coming.
40.
What, JT? He's shaking his
3
head at
unforced
me.
errors in this game. Give Djokovic 3 set points.
Straight down. Djokovic with the backhander goes high and out.
Out.
15 to 40.
15, 40.
Would you like to say it again, JT? It's set point.
Set point. Second.
Matching outfits.
That's because it's Wimbledon. Muller serves. Tips the top of the net. Left foot.
Like an emotional slip cordon up there, isn't it?
Second set has been very good, but so far Djokovic on his way. Straight down. Ace! Muller!
30,
He's
40.
Sixth ace of the game.
Break point
set
saved
point.
out of 9 in this set for Muller.
It's a break point too, technically, as well, for the ninth
Still
time.
another set point to face.
Yeah, those fellas are going to get it if he doesn't break soon.
Muller. Into the net. Tension's palpable now. Up goes the ball. Straight down. Forehander comes in from Djokovic. Backhander from Muller. Keeps him in it.
Juice.
It is juice. Djokovic looks worried now. He thought he'd have it, and this is a mega comeback from Muller again. Loving this. Couple of the bounces. Straight down centre court. Clips the top of the net. Where's Sue Barker when you need her? From the Emirates new advert, if you've seen it. Straight down. Forehander return from Djokovic, just about inwards. Backhander now as well, coming through. Muller trying to get some height and some speed. Or into the volley. Backhander was a bit critical there. Djokovic straight down on the right side.
Set point.
Advantage, and as JT says, fourth set point coming through.
And the game on number 1 court with Yastremska and Coco Gauff is currently, first set is in a tiebreaker.
Oh, we'll keep you up to date with that as well as we go through. Muller straight down centre court, forehand return. Djokovic clips the top of the net. Muller's still there. He needs to take this one back to Juice. He can't afford a mistake here. Backhanders between all of them so far. Come on, somebody try a forehander. There goes! Djokovic sends it through. It's back to Juice again, out wide. Novak Djokovic struggling here. 11 set points. He hasn't won one of them so far. Sorry, break points.
No wonder. The frustration will be rising in Djokovic, and that may well be verbalised.
Muller straight down centre court. Ace!
Advantage, Muller.
Well, this is coming out of nowhere. Are they going to tie it in the fifth, in 5 games all, second set?
They've taken the umpire mic off of BBC, so hi, I guess I'm your umpire now.
That'll do. Straight down. Oh, bad there from Djokovic. Backhand looked a bit scroppy there. Muller's looking a bit dicey. Joy hit the net! Third juice of the game. Muller's return serve.
Juice.
There we go. Oh, and the pitches
The
are
right
gone.
idea, trying to take that forehand early up the line. Just catching the tape.
Trying to go back now with Muller straight down. Backhander coming in as well. Forehander from Muller comes up high. Djokovic goes high and it's out. Advantage Muller. Once again comes through JT.
Advantage Muller.
Well, this is getting tense as the night goes on. Advantage still coming from Muller. Ball up, straight down. Return from Djokovic was a bit slow. Backhander from Muller. Forehander Djokovic stays in. Muller back. It's out!
Overhit.
5 games all, second set. Not really the way it was going to work out, unfortunately. All tied up.
5 games all, second set.
4 straight points the last time Djokovic served. Those 3 aces and a winning forehand. One can't imagine there'll be such an easy game this time. So can Muller continue to take these blows to the body and resist? Maybe have a crack at a tiebreak, which becomes more of a lottery situation.
It's best of luck there, isn't it? Djokovic serving, goes out wide, 15 love. Muller's return serve a bit high there.
Court 1 tiebreaker, currently Yastremska 5, Goff 2.
We were supposed to be covering that game, so we will keep you up to date with it as well. As Djokovic sends it down, oh, just hits the net. Also, if we finish early here on centre court and court 1 still going, we will switch over to that game. Straight down from Djokovic, tries with an ace. Muller returns, it goes high again, it's 30.
30 love.
Djokovic's serve.
Djokovic has lost just 3 points behind his serve in this set. Muller's
took the words out of my mouth.
Lost 23 points.
Straight down. Ace! Djokovic,
behind his
40.
serve. Just chalk and cheese.
I was waiting for that. 12 aces.
As regards these
from
service
Djokovic.
games.
Ten seconds to serve.
Djokovic straight down centre court. Return serves into the net though from Muller. Game goes Djokovic's way. 6-5, second set.
Djokovic is 16-5, second set.
This could actually go tiebreaker, you know.
It could easily.
There's definitely something being talked about between Novak and Mohamed Leoni there. Not quite sure.
Wanted the ice towel.
30 seconds till changeover.
Yeah, still hot out there. Don't know what the exact temperature is in commentary box. It's freezing cold, but it's certainly a demanding day, even by the standards of the regular tour, because it follows the sun, of course. And well, that's not going to contribute too much to feeling good at the end of the day. But even for these players who are super fit, this has been a tough day. do you think the motivation is for Djokovic to keep going over the years?
Time.
It's, I think, about the achievement and his stature in the global game.
Ages ago,
Yeah, I still think, you know, in the back of his mind, or perhaps in the front of his mind, he's at 24. Margaret Court's at 24. He wants to be the first and only one with 25 Grand Slams. He's got so many of the other records, but while he's still fit and healthy, he wants to maximise all these opportunities. And I think for me, just watching him tonight, the focus of intensity has just been very different from most other matches this year. He is locked in right now.
Fault on the first serve.
Quick update on the #1 court tiebreaker. Yastremska won tiebreaker at 7-3, so the first set goes the Ukrainians' way.
Into the net though on this serve, this time by
love.
from Djokovic. It's 15-love.
Djokovic once again putting the return into the net. Muller's serve, he's worked out when he is able to do it, but we've kind of had, when Muller's serving, one set off, one set on for him.
Yeah.
With his performance.
Which means tie break coming up. Oh, that would have been a good ace, but the fault got called by the computer. The ball girl runs out. Doesn't run into the boards. Straight down, forehanded return. Looks made it so simple from Djokovic now as well. Muller slows the pace down. Backhander goes out, 15-all.
15-all.
117 mile an hour second serve, and a split second later he's having to hit a half volley off his shoelaces on the baseline. Such is the quality of Djokovic's return.
See the Royal Guards here as well. Straight down.
Ace!
30-15.
8th ace for Muller in this game. The most aces we've seen here, by the way, at Wimbledon.
All 8
today.
coming in this second set.
Yeah, more aces in this match than in any other so far at Wimbledon. A total of 20. Djokovic backhander return from Muller's serve. Oh, that was out. Djokovic's return was poor. 40-15.
40-15.
The crowd still cheering. There's a party in the park, Clayton. We've got a timeout coming. Straight down. Backhander goes wide. Muller gets it, and the timeout comes. 5 games all and a tie break coming. Is that what you were saying, JT, as well? I thought you said it was time. Oh, they are actually going to take a little bit of time out. 6 games each then, second set. That's lasted an hour in length. We go tie break for set 2. JT's happy, he gets to use the tie break board. I think for the second time today as well.
So many times with the
Yeah.
other games. That continuation also had another tiebreaker.
Oh, did it? Oh. Backhander. Pull there from Muller. Backhander didn't work out. Tiebreaker. Point 1 goes to Djokovic.
1-0 Djokovic.
But yeah, it was 3 or 4 out of the 5 sets we had in that game, which spanned over 2 days, went to a tiebreak.
Felt like 2 days as well in the commentary for that one, watching it as well. Glad I wasn't
It
calling
was
that
radio.
one.
You can't speak.
Oh, fault in the serve. No, I can't. But this one, on the other hand, I always seem to get the long matches.
But I was the person who had to scoreboard it, so...
Okay, well, I think we did half and half. I did leave, but you only did set 5. Straight down again from Muller on his serve. Muller gets it, 1-all. That's why I said half and half. 1-all then.
He's been on this centre court for
You
an hour and a
referred
half. This
me to
acceleration and really started coming into his game about an hour ago. After he lost that first set, looked a bit shell-shocked in
Oh, it is Muller serves.
the first, but has really settled. What a fighter.
Muller serves again. Straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic. Backhander. Wimbledon centre court now starting to get a little bit muddy. Oh, we've got rain coming in tomorrow as well. They've slowed down the pace a bit here.
It's too
Goes
long
out!
and
Djokovic went wide. 2 to Muller. Djokovic on 1.
Djokovic now has to serve, so keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
And then,
even though he's behind.
He's won a couple of rounds. He beat Rinderknecht here. Lost to Alcaraz. Got to a tiebreak in the second set there.
Tickets to Iron Maiden.
You'll fancy one of these next 2 points on the
How have you
Serbian
still got
serve.
it in your head?
I've had it in my head for days. I saw, and I was on the train back from Alton Park, and I saw people wearing Iron Maiden t-shirts because of the concerts. Straight down from Djokovic, forehand return from Muller, backhanded Djokovic, and then Muller hits the net and return, 2 points all.
You can see by that reaction, disappointed to make an unforced error when he got Djokovic under a little bit of pressure at 1-2.
Yeah, the angle of the racket was not right. Straight down centre court. Ace! Unlucky for Sam, but 13 aces at 127 miles an hour for Novak Djokovic.
Of this set, making 77% of his first serves, 23 for 23.
Muller now serving.
And the first serve has gone in for Djokovic. Just brilliant numbers.
Muller serves straight down centre court into the net. Straight down again. Double fault, 4 points to 2.
And 4-2 Djokovic.
You felt that it's
JT.
The game in court 9 has just been completed. That has been won by the American Giron. The game on court 15, that has been suspended, I'm guessing due to light. That will be continued tomorrow. The games on court 12 is a potential upset between the two Frenchmen. That's gone to a 5th deciding set, and currently on court 7, they are on their 5th deciding set as well, and also a potential upset on
Straight down as it comes
court.
through. You go on.
With Coco Gauff.
Muller on his return serve goes high, 5 points to 2 for Djokovic, and now it goes to the break points. So Djokovic now could get this one sorted quite simply and keep it going to take set 2. 2 sets.
Tennis balls are with him for these 2 points.
Third set then looked like it might be the decider if Djokovic strips all 3.
Which means we'll get to number 1 court.
Yeah, straight down. Tried for an ace Djokovic on his serve that time as well. Muller was ready for it. Backhander return from the pair. Oh, Djokovic hits the net! 5 points to 3.
5-3 Djokovic.
Not seeing this one coming our way so far. And now Djokovic serves again. Been a muck off court. Is he happy with this ball? Yes, he is. Straight down. Fault. Rarely you see a fault from Djokovic. Ball up, straight down. Forehand return coming in from the pair of them now. Trying to pick up the pace. Backhand return from Djokovic to change the direction. Then again from Muller. Oh, Djokovic hits the net!
He's hardly lost a point on serve and loses 2 of them in a row from 5-2 up in the breaker.
4-5.
Matches.
5
They're so different.
Djokovic.
Bit tight.
couple of slice backhands. He didn't give enough air.
JT, is there a tie break to the tie break?
Must win by 2. if it gets to 7.
Looks like we're going to get there. Straight down. Oh, Muller hits the net. A tie break to a tie break. Must win by 2, as JT's explained.
We got 10-8 yesterday.
Blimey. Backhander from Djokovic, then again from Muller, who keeps it in, but Djokovic just sends it back. Oh, beautiful for Muller. It's 5-5 in the tie break. Unbelievable.
One big serve here, and he'll have a set point himself. Line.
At 5-all.
Took this forehand on right into the corner.
Right, now it's level. 2 points do we get
Going
to.
out wide in this juice box a lot, Muller. Trying to open up the court.
If it's a set each, we go to 4. Straight down. Oh, fault, but would have been a good serve, and the crowd know it
was
too.
just cheating towards that forehand side.
Didn't miss by much. Does he go big on the second serve?
Straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic. Backhander coming in as well from Muller. Into the volley. Backhander now again from Muller. Slows the pace down. Djokovic picks it back up with a forehander. Out it goes. Djokovic to 6.
It was a cagey point. Didn't look like he to go for the big shot.
A 6-5 Djokovic.
Right, Djokovic serving, and we know how good he is. If he gets to 7, he gets the set. Set point now on centre court Wimbledon. Straight down, backhander, forehander, plays it up. Top shot, drop shot, out, 6-6. You can't write this. An upset as we go to tie break. On tie break. This is unusual.
Player now must win by 2 points.
Looked up and he was volleying. And that, it's just plain and simple, a difficult ball to play. Muller did well to get it over the backhand side. Plenty of topspin. Yelena's feeling what her husband is, which is, oh, this guy.
Yeah.
He won't go away.
What a great game.
Lost his last 3 points while serving, Djokovic.
We get ready again. Djokovic. Ball up, straight down centre court. Forehand return with some power, but out wide. 7 for Djokovic.
7-6.
Set point.
Djokovic.
6 set point. But now it's Muller serving. This is ridiculous. But at the same time, so good. As now we see. Straight down, Muller into the net. Can't really find the pace at the moment. As he will try. Ball up, straight down centre court. Forehand return from Djokovic. Backhander from Muller. Backhander Djokovic. Backhander Muller. Both on the net as we go into the rally once again. Goes out! It's 7-7! You don't want to risk this one.
Seems amazing that Djokovic would go to the slice when he's got the best double-handed backhand most people have ever seen. He's tight as a drum here.
Muller serving, straight down centre court. Backhander from Djokovic, forehander from Muller. Backhander Djokovic goes in slow, drop shot, and Muller gets it! Set point for Muller. 8-7. But now it's Djokovic's serve.
8-7 Müller.
Is Muller about to steal this set? To say that it would be against the run of play would be an understatement.
Djokovic now, can he give us a 14th ace of his game today? Straight down centre, hits the net. Can't do that again. That adds to the pressure. Straight down once more. Backhander returns. Djokovic is a bit slow there. And Muller takes second set! Unbelievable scenes at Wimbledon. 9-7 in the tie-break. Second set, Muller. 1 set all. We will have to go to 4 sets. Wow.
That was only a 93-mile-per-hour serve.
And it was enough.
Yeah. 1 minute till play. I know they're shutting the roof in between the set and the next set, so there may be a little bit of an added delay, or they may play with the roof closing.
They are closing now. Let's check in with Subarka.
Well done to Muller, who saved 6 set points there and has levelled things up with Novak Djokovic. Long way to go in that one. Meanwhile, number 1 court started this match with the roof already closed, and the second seed Coco Gauff is in a fair bit of trouble. She was taken to a first set tie-break, and it was Diana Yastremska who came out on top, and Coco Gauff had a bit of a slip at the back of the court. You see Yastremska making sure she didn't touch the net there. But we've already lost the third seed, Jessica Pegula, today. Let's have a look, see how the second seed, and she's got broken already in the second set. Consequently, Yastremska leads 3-1. Coco Gauff is serving as we join this now live with Tracy Austin alongside Alison Mitchell.
Let's check in with centre court then. Court 1.
Oh, another double fault. This is becoming a real affliction. Double faulted twice during the tie-break, which meant she lost that opening set. And now number 7 for the match in all. Third of this set.
Wait, please.
Terrific returning.
15-30. The serve for Gauff just hasn't been accountable, reliable.
Well, she's becoming really downcast with this serving.
This is such a massive game. Opportunity for Yastremska to get out the double break.
One opportunity missed, but Yastremska will have another chance to break again.
Both dealing with so many nerves.
Oh, there's the cry from the Ukrainian. And she moves a double break up.
Yes,
and the set up against the world number 2.
Second set, and by 1 set to love.
Coco Gauff under immense pressure now, and Yastremska surging ahead. Well, Tracy Austin, how does Gauff claw it back from here?
It's been such an entertaining match, and when the draw came out, we thought this was going to be a tough one because Yastremska has beaten so many top players. She has the ability with so many weapons, so much power in her game to come up with upsets, be dangerous. And she came out firing in the first set, 5-2 lead. Got back to 5-all, got to a tiebreak, and just assumed that the top-ranked player, Coco Gauff, the higher-ranked player, would be able to elevate her game in the tiebreak. But it was Yastremska who again played incredible tennis.
Time.
she sustain that level? That's the word we've been using. Could Jastrzębska remain accountable with this power, high-risk game?
The crowd are fully invested in this first round match. Habitual stretching and movements that we've watched throughout this match from Jastrzębska.
Makes it even more entertaining is that the third seed, the bottom half of this draw, lost today, Jessica Pegula in straight sets. Coco Gauff, the second seed.
Clench of the racket, the glance up for Manuel Husner. Done so much work on the mental side of her game. Oh, she's got the touch. You can't believe it.
Believable from Jastrzębska. She saw the racket head go up from Gauff, and she read that it was going to be a drop shot, and she took off. Still had an awful lot of work to do to manage and control the racket head.
Game point for 5-1.
Tried to go much lower pace serve. It's worked. The off-pace serve has worked sporadically. Change up didn't work there.
Jastrzębska leads. The coach's motto, the team motto is trust in what you want to do.
Jastrzębska leads by 5-1, second set.
She wants to knock out Coco Gauff from Wimbledon.
He has been a real positive factor in her box.
Well, this is just a recurring nightmare at the moment for Coco Gauff. The serving, the double faults.
She lost to Emma Navarro at the US Open. She had about 19.
Thank you.
Husner there does have a specialism in mental training. Wow. He's meaning business.
15-30.
Jastrzębska has stayed so calm, and this move right here, she does continuously. It's almost like it resets what she's thinking.
She knows she's so close. She's beaten the world #2 before. That was a tournament in Wuhan, though, in 2019.
currently following Yastremska and Goff on number 1 court. As we wait for the reach to shut on centre
She can
court.
put out Coco Gauff, the second seed on court number 1 at Wimbledon. A match point for the world number 42.
Match point.
It's a huge win, win of her career.
By 2 sets to love, 7-6, 6-1.
And it is a tame goodbye to Coco Gauff. The second seed exits after Pegula exited earlier in the day. And I think court number 1 is...
Well, a shock on court 1 then, JT. As we were just looking at it, Coco Gauff is gone.
Probably one of the biggest upsets and one of the biggest shocks we've had here in Wimbledon at this current point. Only on day 2, but I definitely didn't think Coco Gauff to be out in round 1 in the first round. But it's an absolute massive win for Yastremska from Ukraine. And, well, Coco Gauff, she looks like she is in tears. She's instantly picked up all of her bags. She's already leaving the court and goes behind in through the doors. And
well, that was the
we
match.
will hopefully, in a moment, hear from Yastremska.
That match should have been on centre court, of course, but moved due to the delays today. Let's head back down to Claire Balding.
He was vocal from the box. He had all the right words to say at the right moment. But just what we saw on court from her, recovering from dishing up a double fault when she had set points in that opening set, to then being broken back and having to go through a tie break, but she came through that.
She served well. She served smart. She served big, but then throw in some off-pace serves as well. She threw in some slices, then would hit hard. Very well planned out match.
Well, Yastremska has taken out the second seed. She's into the second round, 7-6, 7-1.
Dana, congratulations. That was an extraordinary performance. This is the third time you've made it through to the second round at Wimbledon, but it must have been pretty special to do it against the French Open champion in that manner.
Well, yes. I mean, first thing what I want to say is that this court brings me a lot of nice memories because I played here juniors finals at this court. So it gave me a lot of emotions. I think it was a great match today. I was really on fire. I have even a fire on my nails. You know, playing against Coco, it is something special. We played with her already 3 times, of course now 4, but it's a free one for her. So yeah, she's a great player and great person. And you know, we are in very good relationships and yeah, I enjoy it a lot. And you know, these courts are made for greatest players, so I'm very grateful to be on this court. And thank you so much for this support.
I also want to ask you, apart from the support from the crowd, the strength that you got from your box, your players, your coaches, and the motto of your team, trust in what you want to do, and how important that was in that performance today.
My team, they always trust in me. I have my coach Manu, the Victoria from yoga, my mother, my agent, people from Yonex, my friends, and yeah, I had a great support today. And you know, most of the things I made on court, but they made a lot of job load, so as well.
Baby.
Yes, hello.
And the centre court match is back underway. Muller and Djokovic. Muller with the serve and has taken the first points. So Muller 15-love as we are back underway here at centre court. after the roof was shut. Serve speed 101 miles per hour as we are continuing. Hopefully we shall return with pictures soon.
While we are, let's check in still with Coco.
Grass, and then straight away I went to the finals in Nottingham. So it was pretty unexpected, but
15 all.
yeah, I think it's a great season for me. I played some great matches, and I'm actually enjoying really a lot being on the court. And I love playing on grass. I feel that this year we are kind of friends. So I hope that the road will continue for me here. And yeah, just it's a pleasure being here.
We love having you here.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Diana Jastremska.
30-15.
What a lovely interview that was, but gosh, you have to feel for Coco Gauff. She looks so dejected as she walked off court. She has been knocked out, and that means today in the women's draw we've lost the 2nd, 3rd and 5th seeds. In fact, we've lost 4 out of the top 10 of the men and of the women, and that is the first time in the Open era that has happened at Wimbledon in the first round. So that's huge upsets everywhere you look. But also, this Wimbledon is a story of British success. And Jack Pinnington-Jones, making his singles debut here at Wimbledon, has become the 10th British player into the 2nd round. He beat Thomas Etcheverry. He came back from 5-2 down in this 3rd set to win it 7-5. To this point, he'd won £30,000 career prize money. He's won $99,000 now, having won his first round match. So many congratulations. We'll hear from him later. But we're going to head back to centre court because the roof has been closed. Alexandra Muller is up against Novak Djokovic, who was in control of the match. He was completely in control of the 2nd set and then lost it on a tie-break. And Muller is now starting the 3rd set on level terms, 1 set all. Djokovic was making a few signs towards his tummy in the 2nd set, and he looked very uncomfortable as he went off court. So we'll see how this develops in the company of Tim Henman and Andrew Castle.
Thank you very much, Claire. Yes, so we are into the 3rd set. We're going to go to 4 here. Just played the first game. It's gone Alexandra Muller's way as well, and JT has news.
And the game in court 12 has just ended. That was an upset with the 2 Frenchmen. Monfils knocking out the 18th seed of Kumba, and in court 7, which has just ended as well, Fisofix has knocked out the American Kofasivic. So the only game at the moment is this centre court game, which is going as we are continuing with play.
Forehander from Muller, clips the top of the net. Djokovic returning in, we're into the volley. Forehanders now a pair. And I think the game levelled up, which is quite nice. And Muller gets 15 love. Djokovic did not seem 100%, and I'm starting to think if what Claire Balding said is true, and he has some form of stomach upset. Not the way you want a game to go, but Muller definitely coming to his own. He's 10 years younger, of course, than that of Novak Djokovic. And Djokovic is serving straight down. Fault, but so could have been an ace. Again, finding in some time. We go again. Straight down centre court. Forehand return as well from Muller. Djokovic into the net, 30 love. What is going on from Djokovic? About to lose 3 games. Sorry, JT. 4 games running, I should say, that Djokovic is about to lose. This is very unlike a former Wimbledon champion. Are we about to see yet another upset? Straight down centre court. Good return from Muller. Drop shot coming in. Djokovic was playing with that. 30-15.
15-30.
Thank goodness for that.
30. Back to the serve and volley. It didn't pay off in the tie-break.
It was almost a sign of desperation in the tie-break for some reason.
Yeah, BBC keep turning him on and off again. Here we go then again. Djokovic with the serve. Straight down into the net. The lights have come on here at Wimbledon. The roof is closed. The door to the commentary box is closed as well, because it's getting a bit nippy. We're illuminated by screens as we go straight down centre court. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. Backhander from Muller into the net. 30 all. JT.
30 all.
What do you think?
That's a poor miss.
Tie break after
Rallying
round
shot,
5.
15-30. You've had so few opportunities on your opponent's serve. That was just a donation.
Yeah, tie break set 5, do you think?
Maybe.
Thinking the same. Oh, into the net again from Djokovic's serve.
We've got an hour and 48 minutes.
Yeah.
We've been going 2 hours now, 2 hours, 1 minute to be precise. Djokovic for the serve.
Forehand return was nice there as well from Muller. Djokovic backhanders trying to pick up some pace, but they're both matching each other. But Muller wants to go faster. Djokovic trying to slow it down and catch Muller out. And he does so, hits the net. 40-30.
40-30.
Just a few changes. Just keeps getting caught out again and again and again.
Getting past bedtime for Stefan.
Live scoring website is frozen.
Yes, it has. Straight up. Shoots it down. Into the net, Djokovic. Juice.
Juice.
Which is great for us, because that means our timing scores is the one that's working.
Certainly looking a bit nervous in the box there.
I'm glad it's not just me there, but timing scoring is catching up now.
Not for me, I'll refresh.
It's caught up. Yeah, not on the. It's caught up on the website, but it hasn't caught up on the ones we use on the laptop. Fault on the serve. No, it hasn't caught up my end. It's caught up on the browser source one. But JT's information is valuable here with his timing screens. Straight down for Djokovic. Forehand and return as well coming in. So close to hitting the net. Beautiful for Djokovic. Sends it out wide. Advantage. It's back. Advantage Djokovic. Lovely forehand.
Brilliant strike on the forehand, but just watching the body language of Djokovic. Looks a little despondent after that second set.
Here we go again then. Djokovic serves it straight down centre. Forehand return coming in from Muller. Then from Djokovic. Now into the volley again. Muller sends it wide. Djokovic runs out. Juice again.
Juice.
Second juice then. Coming through. Djokovic still with the serve. Velma. It's Velma, isn't it? Velma? Which one was it? Glasses, red hair, and an orange shirt. That lady knew exactly what she was doing today. Backhander goes skyward. It's advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
Sky high in tennis is not the way to go. This game's going on for 6 minutes. We are going to have to go to 4 sets though, which means Matthew Owens might be able to join us. Straight down. Oh, fault from Djokovic. Could have been an ace. Would have been a lovely ace as well. Djokovic straight down. Muller into the net. 1 game all, third set.
Muller had love 30 in that game. Hasn't had a break point the entire match. 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Third set.
But you're hardly going to say he's missed an opportunity after everything that happened in the second set, where he saved 11 break points. All 11 break points that he saved.
Straight down, top of the net as Muller
Whether
serves.
after that game Djokovic was asking to see the doctor.
Ah, so he was.
There's definitely some communication with Mohamed Layani.
Forehand down. Muller has taken
15
out.
love.
It's 15 love. Muller. Djokovic's serve out on the line.
I suppose we could tell him to wait until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and get in the queue.
GP's appointment, I suppose. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. Backhander with a bit of pace of Muller. Drop shot! Djokovic can't get it. Sends it up high. Muller sends it back. Djokovic isn't there. He sends it back. Brilliant volley between these lot. This is fantastic, and Djokovic gets it. Fabulous! Showboating! And a smile on Novak's face. He's still going to keep up. Beautiful.
Exhibition rally.
15 all.
That was perfect. Let's see how much the rally was. How many shots was it in total? Eight shots in total as we get again. Muller on a faulty serve. Straight down. Muller's return goes out for Djokovic.
Certainly doesn't really look in the mood, Djokovic, to grind out 22-shot rallies at the moment.
Yeah, body language is definitely looking a little indifferent.
Muller straight down centre court. Forehand return from Djokovic. Oh, way out from Muller on the serve. 30 all.
30 all.
Completely out of whack there. Djokovic just taking a look at his racket, making sure it's okay. And that was...
I was going to press the sound button, but I fought against it.
What was the sound button? Chaos? Straight down from Muller. Oh, that was a bit out. Djokovic still went for it. There it goes out again.
40, 30.
This one.
All out of whack. And then he said all out of crack. I was like, yeah, it would have made sense as well today, especially with Muller. With Djokovic needing to see a doctor. 40-30 for Muller on his serve. Straight down. Djokovic sends it high. Drop shot. Into the net for Djokovic. And Muller now 2-1 in the third set.
All the opportunities in the second set. I mean, you know, everything feels worse when you're that disappointed.
I don't think Novak is okay.
Physio.
Yeah, he doesn't look okay, and the physio's not going to switch
Make an
him.
40
assessment.
seconds changeover.
And the medical timeout will not start until that assessment has been made and the physio notifies the chair umpire. Yes, yeah, the doctor's coming. That's the physio.
Right,
And the
timeout.
doctor's behind. There's quite a few microphones around, but I don't know whether we're going to observe patient confidentiality or not. Sort of.
We're in a hold here as the doctors tend to Novak Djokovic.
If there was a problem beforehand, the medical staff will have been notified by the Djokovic team so they could be ready.
Yeah, seal. No seal, that's all the
Jean-Christophe Ferrell coaches Alexandra Muller, and they should both be proud of this effort. Tremendous in the second set, so credit where it's due. We weren't talking about him much, thinking he was cannon fodder really, but no.
Ladies and gentlemen, Novak Djokovic is receiving medical timeout.
Some antibiotics will go into the water bottle now.
Too early to start thinking that he won't be able to carry on or give his best and go through here, Tim. But there are other people in this section of the draw, even in this half, he'll be looking at this and going, well...
Dan Evans will be looking, won't he?
I haven't seen the draw, actually. Just taking it a match as it comes. Dan Evans beating Jay Clark today. You're absolutely right. Dan Evans beating Jay Clark in 3 sets. Tough second one, the all-British encounter. 2 wildcards, plays the winner of this match. Dan playing well again. Jay Clark has earned a lot of computer points playing in India and has got his ranking back up, but not good enough today. Novak's playing on here. Another seed in that section has gone out. Alex Michelson of the United States. Anyway, looking ahead too far, he's playing on.
Okay, so Djokovic will now serve and play on after that medical timeout. Straight down, centre court. Drop shot coming in. Muller's going to really push him high here. Oh, Muller hits the net. 15 love. Bat out of hell. Don't think anything is going to stop Novak here so far. Serves again. Straight down centre court. Nearly an ace. But Muller makes a mistake. Goes out wide. 30 love. So let's hope Djokovic is okay to continue on. Good volley. Oh, he hits the net on the return, Djokovic. 30-15. Now, Djokovic only has to do another hour and a half. And he's got the most Grand Slam match wins of any player in the Open era, as I said, at 387. Total career wins, however, is at 1,145. Tries for an ace. Muller returns with a backhander into the net. 15-40. Djokovic straight down. Forehand return to the net. Game. 2 games all then in the 3rd set.
2 games all. 3rd set.
This is taking a long time, this one.
In that 2nd set, Muller was playing catch-up the whole time.
We're not. We're going the distance.
This set, he gets to serve first.
Oh, although on his serve was a bit into the net there. Yeah, I think we're going the distance here, JT. Matthew Owens will join us soon. Oh, fault again, double fault, 15. Love 15 for Djokovic. Matthew Owens will be joining us in around about half an hour's time for the last hour of today's coverage. Ribosome say hello, mate. Yeah, we're doing the tennis as well. Nice to see you, my friend. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. And he's into the wall. He knew, he said not again, as it hits the net.
Similar sort of incident against Carlos Alcaraz for Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinal of the Australian Open, start of this year.
Straight down, fault on Muller's serve. Yep, we're covering all centre court matches here on JBMotorsports. Oh, nearly. JB Sports. Nearly. Forehand return as well, coming in now. Backhand to chase up for Djokovic, slows it down. Tries to do the drop shot. It's out.
It's beautifully held.
30 for Djokovic. Yeah, go on.
All centre court matches plus updates on all the other courts when applicable.
And all finals as well. Yeah, semi-finals, finals. We'll get those in as well. So you won't miss a second here, as we'll bring you all the coverage throughout Wimbledon. here on JB Sports Extra. Straight down from Muller on his serve. Backhanders coming in now as they try to pick up the pace. Forehanders to change directions. Into the rally we go again. It's better for Muller actually, but slows the pace down. Out goes Djokovic. I'm nearly saying Djokovic as well. That's how much motorsport we're inclined. I'm having to stop myself several times from saying Djokovic. It's Novak Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic.
Yeah. Djokovic going through. It's getting late, and I'm having to stop myself several times.
What's really hurting him is the performance down the other end.
Yeah, but I've been on this all day producing.
Now you know how I feel from yesterday.
40-30 for Muller. Yes, now I do know how, you know. And yet, we will still have coverage on here, even though it's the British Grand Prix weekend. We're that mad. Straight down. Oh, Muller tried for an ace. That would have been his 8th ace of the game. Sorry, 9th ace of the game, I should say. I should get my eyes checked. Oh, Djokovic jumped a little bit, nearly hits his racket on the ground. Muller tries to take advantage and does so, but it's out.
Juice.
40-all to Juice. It's tied. 1 set each, 2 games each, 40 at Juice. Once again, folks, it's a tied game. Straight down. Fault first serve. Novak looks a bit weak out there, doesn't he? He's looking pasty. Straight down. Forehand return. Oh, that was good for Muller, but Djokovic was ready for it. Advantage, Djokovic.
Great point.
I wonder if it might be a combination of the heat stroke for Novak. Something getting to him like that, that's upset his stomach. But he is, Novak, looking a little bit dazed and on it. Let's hope he's okay. Muller, straight down centre court into the net. Everything got very quiet there for a second. Straight down. Backhand return coming in. Oh, Djokovic really having to change directions. Backhand is coming in. Oh, cheeky from Muller, but it brings it back to Juice. Literally a short backhand coming through. Lovely done. The volley won. It's changing direction so quickly, JT. It's unbelievable. As we go again. Straight down centre court. Djokovic backhander immediately swivels back around. Into the net. Advantage Muller. JT, this is coming out of nowhere, isn't it? I'll use your commentary for the tournament. Ryberson, it's delighted to have you here, my friend. Nice to have you back, my mate. So advantage for Muller then to go his break point in the game. That's a surprise. Straight down. Fault. Must do better. Got a bite under my chin, I've just noticed. We go again. Straight down centre court. Oh, backhander from Muller. Went too high. Back to Juice. Seven minutes in this game. And the last thing you want as well to be feeling tired.
Been going 2 hours and 20 minutes of this game.
This is crazy. Fault.
That was wide and a fault.
Would have been a nice Juice. Just out of it, wide. Muller back with the ball bouncing as he throws it down centre court. Back forehand return from Djokovic. Nice, but Muller was wide. Advantage Djokovic.
Second break point.
Novak Djokovic really starting now to struggle. Despite him being on advantage and break point, it's not really been his second set or third. Into the net for Muller. One more of those, and it'll give 3-2 in the third set. What Novak will be hoping here is that game gets suspended soon. Fault, and it's done it. 3-2, third set, sorry. JT, he's going to be hoping that it gets suspended soon for the end of the night. He's got 1 hour 20 minutes till that happens. Can he last another hour 28? That's the question.
Yeah, that is the question. That was way too wide from Muller. That's why they're talking to Djokovic once again.
Seconds.
As all the
yeah. I said down to BBC.
No idea of knowing what that is, but often it's just an anti-inflammatory. And now we've got something going on with the calf muscle over on the other side. This is round one. Imagine what they're going to be like in quarterfinals. We're going to have to take a mobile surgical unit out there. Most players, due to the nature of the tour, Tim, are carrying some injury by this stage of the year. And a change of surface from clay to grass can alter the body's reactions as well.
Yeah, I think from Muller's point of view, he's been having to work incredibly hard in the rallies, chasing down balls. He's been getting up after that serve time and time again. So inevitably, a little bit of fatigue in the legs.
And also perhaps playing on centre court for the first time and against Novak, that brings a different level of tension.
Most definitely.
Certainly a pretty exciting second set. Now, to be honest, 99 times out of 100 accelerate away from this situation.
Well, we expected that in the second set, didn't we? He was creating all those opportunities. He was up 3-2, 4-3, 5-4, 6-5. You're just waiting for the break, and when you've got the best returner probably in the history of the game, it was only a matter of time. But he has been, you know, sort of stretching out the diaphragm, the stomach, whether he's got some sort of indigestion.
What do you make of Coco Gauff and Sasha Zverev and just many others besides? I've mentioned Michelson.
I think in some respects, I think it's great. I think it just shows the strength and depth, the fine margins that are involved, and then you reflect back and think how the greats just dominated. They never lost in those
Just
early
Pegula is another.
Just won a tournament, got 5 games, crashed out in the first round.
Really, it's sort of odd, apart from she was very late getting here. But I mean, you have to give credit, I suppose, to the others who rise up.
Coco Gauff going out.
That
just won the French.
Yastremska, a semi-finalist at the Australian Open last year, and a really hard hitter. Athletic on this surface. I hope Coco Gauff was okay with being moved to court number 1. I'm sure she was. I'm sure she understood. Yeah, there's many people who are very happy to see a changing of the guard.
It looks so weird for me.
It's fine for us, JT.
But women's as well. To see new names, new people, new blood coming into the game is always healthy. I still see 4 winners in the men's here. No more than that. How about yourself?
Yes. I presume you're talking about Sinner, Alcaraz, Djokovic and Draper?
I am. Should Taylor Fritz be in there after escaping from 2 sets down?
He wins a lot on grass, doesn't he?
He does. He won Eastbourne last week. He's won that many times before.
Won in Stuttgart as well this year.
Played a fantastic match against Nadal on this very court. Of course, lost it in a final set breaker, didn't he? And then Nadal had to give Nick Kyrgios the...
That's right.
I
think Fritz, you know, he's been in the final, I think, of the US Open. Hard courts is probably his best surface, but putting himself in the conversation came through a battle. Extended over 2 days today.
All will be told over, well, a little bit this evening and then 12 further days of the championships.
Djokovic with the serve. Getting back underway.
So his new rackets have come back. They were restrung as the roof came over for this third set.
Djokovic serves.
Different conditions.
Fault, but it could have been an ace. Djokovic then. 2, 3, 4, 5 bounces of the ball. Sends it straight down. Return serves. Back forehander from Muller. Out it goes. Love 15.
Love 15.
So Muller takes the first 15. What's happened there? Here we go. Hello, JT. He's back to scoring now, so I don't press any more wrong buttons.
15.
Ace! 14th ace for Djokovic. 15 all. More bounces of the ball. Straight down. Another ace! 15! Djokovic. Djokovic now on to 30.
You did it the wrong way round.
I pressed the wrong button because it's different on the TV pictures. Into the volley we go. Oh, it's the net for Muller! 40-15. It's going to be level again.
It's the same.
No, my tablet's rotated. It's the opposite around. Because it's charging. So I'm going to have to press the button and it goes straight down. Ace! 3 aces in 1 game from Novak Djokovic. He's back to business. He leads 4 games to 2, third set.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 2, third set.
At this point, Jay,
strong
go on,
service
JT.
game to back up that break.
Did you see my message about the earpiece?
Yes, I can speak to you all the time.
Awesome.
Pressure on
Yeah.
Muller's serve.
Backhander coming in. Bad. Perfect. Oh, that was on the line. Muller takes it. 15 love. But that was so close on the line. Alex Muller reached a career-high ranking of number 39 on the 7th of April 2025. He enters the championship rank number 41. Straight down, tries for an ace, hasn't worked out, sends it back, it's out, it's 15 all. A remarkable turn of events here today. This is certainly being a dramatic day at the Championships Wimbledon for 2025 as the action continues. Muller, straight down into the net. We'll have another serve to come through. Forehand return from Djokovic. Backhand disguise it. Drop shot! And Muller makes it 30-15.
30-15.
Muller needs a comeback now as well, with it being break point last time by for Novak Djokovic. And Muller might just have his third game here. Straight down, backhand against from Djokovic. Out wide, 30 all.
30 all.
It's not changing as much as we expected it to, is it? It's certainly been a revelation of sorts. Muller serves again. Fault on the serve. Down we go. Double fault.
30-40.
Djokovic now on break point. Get there quicker, JT. I'm not always looking at the screen.
I'm not going to speak over you.
Why not? It doesn't make a change. The crowd cheering here. Muller serves. Forehand return was bad.
Juice.
Into the net. Juice. 3 juice.
He broke serve at 2-all, Djokovic. He broke
Actually, I've
through
got
with
Dr.
a
Pepper,
double
so
fault
yeah.
for Muller.
Dr. Pepper's
Other
a
than
fruit
that,
juice, so
whenever
that
the
counts.
ball's in play, Muller seems to find the answer on these break points.
Backhander again from Djokovic. Oh, Muller
Great
tries!
point. Advantage Djokovic.
Djokovic coming into play.
Statistically, the finest returner of serve, first serve in the game.
Second break point
Carlos
coming.
Alcaraz. Djokovic is number 4.
We go again. Straight down centre court. Backhander from Djokovic. Into the volley. Oh, a little bit close there from Muller to the net. Djokovic trips. Still hits the ball. Muller. This is a great shot actually between the two. Forehander into the net. 5 games to 2. Third set now for Djokovic. Muller into the net. And the game starting to go Novak's way. He will serve for the set.
5 games to 2.
It's almost like he needed a crisis to get the adrenaline going. And I know that he took something, and we are not privy to how he was feeling. We can just see the evidence of our eyes. But, you know, the sheer fright of losing can also jolt.
Yeah, he did well to stay in this rally. Muller was on top, and then when he got the opportunity, just driving that backhand, and that's the first real sign of positive body language, certainly in this third set. That competitive spirit beginning to shine through.
And sometimes you can concentrate your way out of those moments when you're not feeling so well. I mean, nobody plays and feels great over 7 matches, 5 sets potentially in each round, right?
Yeah, that's right. And we saw it with Alcaraz. He had to find a way to get the job done when he wasn't playing well. If Djokovic isn't feeling well, he's just got to try and get through this one and give himself the opportunity of feeling better in a couple of days.
At time.
Absolutely box office, this. And one wonders how many days are going to finish indoors under the lights and under this sphere, because it always lends a note of theatricality to the occasion. The end of another excellent day. It's only day 2. The championships have started with a bang. Lots of big names going out, and it's not worse off for it. Anybody that won their matches deserved it.
Here we go again then. For the set.
New people and know more about people lower ranking.
Djokovic straight down. Forehand return from Muller. Forehand a bit up high from Djokovic. Now he's going to really try and send it through. He's going to put Muller through his paces. Djokovic has come alive in this serve. He looks like classical him. And it's taken into 15-love.
15-love.
Okay.
I'm very sure Djokovic knows about the 11 o'clock curfew here, where the license runs out.
It's quarter to 10 now.
I mean, there is some leeway there.
Straight into the net for
Well,
Djokovic.
but I've
on
seen
that
matches
serve,
finish
second
later
serve.
than that here, but only just.
Into the volley. Forehander coming in from Djokovic. It goes out. 30-love, JT. This is now Djokovic going for it and to take third set, which means he only needs to take the fourth.
Yeah, 18 seconds to serve for Djokovic, and he will get ready now, bounces the ball and gets ready to serve.
Backhander was a bit faulty there for Muller on his return serve. Djokovic going to use that to his advantage and pick up the pace. It goes out, it's 40. 40-love.
Going for a straight set here. Novak Djokovic.
Will he go for a 17th?
Set point.
Will he go for a 17th ace of his game today? Straight down centre court. Oh, he tried it, but it came out as a fault. Oh, double fault. 15-40. second set point. He's trying for that ace. He doesn't want to get into a rally with Muller because he knows it can change on a dime. Backhander from Muller was poor on the return. It's out, and there we have it. Third set for Novak Djokovic. He now leads 2-1. We go to a fourth set where if Djokovic can take it, after a very difficult evening, he will progress through the next stage.
Well, there are so
1
many
minute,
records.
8 seconds till play.
That one wonders where to start with it, but he's certainly considered widely amongst the tour to be the best player of all time, be it the 100 titles that he's won, the 8 Euro #1 positions, #1 for over 400 weeks, etc., etc. None of that contributes to these numbers, of course, which are entirely one-sided from 2-all onwards.
Still no breakpoint opportunities for Muller.
It's the scoring
After
system
3
in
sets.
tennis, isn't it? Won a tough tiebreak. Don't need to break. Think back to Djokovic's final in 2019 against Roger Federer. A championship tiebreak. He won 3 breakers and he won the most amazing tennis match. Great to see that people are still on the hill and they're enjoying themselves. It's certainly warm enough. Not too much rest for some of the staff members here, including Neil Stubley and the ground crew who are here bright and early in the morning. A load of stern staff, but I mean, this court has to be given a drink, put to bed, and it's going to be cut and it's going to be hoovered and really looked after. And if it goes on having days like this played on it, it really is going to take a beating. Judy Murray along with Penny Mortimer and Peter Mortimer.
You're ready for play, thank you.
Trustee of the club.
A couple of doctors.
Muller straight down, backhand out, 15-love to Muller.
You're referring to the fact that it is actually Dr. Judy Murray now. Dr. Judy Murray. So if Novak calls for a doctor the next time, we'll send Jude down there. That'll give him a surprise.
Oh, backhander coming in. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander with some little bit of power. Drop shot. 30-love. Muller coming in strong.
30-love.
Backhander from Muller. Forehander now coming in from Djokovic as we go into the volley once more. A little bit wide. Into the net for Muller on his return. 30-15.
30-15.
That was bad from Djokovic on his return, but Muller's was worse. 30-30.
Djokovic wrestled the momentum in that third set, looking to maintain it early in the fourth.
Djokovic sending it in strong into the volley, a bit wide there. Oh, that's cheeky from Muller. Djokovic hits the net! 40-30!
Well, he was beginning to enjoy himself on open shoulders there, Djokovic. Just purring into every ball and sound off his racket.
Good serve this time for Muller. Just trying to catch Djokovic out with the slow returns, and he's done so! Muller takes first game, fourth set.
First game, fourth set.
Well, this is getting into a surprise.
Still with Djokovic about to serve it. Just, you know, Muller is still stretching out his right calf. We mustn't forget that he is taking some treatment on that.
Djokovic, second oldest player in the gentlemen's single rail
in the draw. Out Fanini to Monfils and Djokovic. Players are fitter for longer. More children are out on tour now as well. And on the women's tour, the same phenomena is seen, and there's a maternity
Somebody
offer
tell
now
that kid
from
he's
the
not cool.
WTA tour.
Djokovic with the serve, straight down. Out call. Oh, it's just in for Muller on return. Djokovic now trying to bring him into a mistake, but Djokovic makes the mistake. Muller takes it to 15.
Djokovic's children here, of course.
What did I miss? I just heard someone tell that kid he does not look cool.
12-year-old or something will go like this. Like that. And try and
Oh,
look,
God, all
and
right.
try and look seductive as like, eel. Out it goes. 30 for Muller.
Not 30.
Yeah, it was not cool, JT. In fact, it made me feel a bit creeped out, if I'm honest with you. Whoever thought that was a good idea for the BBC, well, I'm not really surprised. But it was not good.
I've just seen it.
Yeah.
That's Gen Z for you.
Yeah. Oh, and Muller hits the net!
15, 30.
Yeah. I was creeped out. Was that Chris Evans picking his teeth?
JB.
Yes. Oh, don't you start with that. Straight down into the net from Djokovic's serve. I feel creeped out. I do. Maybe it's because, I'm an old man now. But no. Many people say...
You're old.
Everybody says I'm old. Straight down. Forehand return coming in from Muller. A little bit slowly there. Tries a drop shot. Djokovic wasn't ready for that. Come on, what can you do this time for us? Drop shot from Djokovic. Muller keeps it in. He's out wide. Listen to the crowd on centre court.
30 all.
Fabulous.
Muller persisting with the between the legs shot.
Showboating.
At least he made Djokovic play one extra shot that time. But he's got plenty of time to get in position and hit that forehand.
Yeah, but he likes showing off. Imagine if he missed and hit another ball. Oof. Djokovic stops the ball!
Behave.
40-30 break point.
30-40.
Certainly did well on that forehand.
Break point.
Sounds like a TV show.
Return was rocketed back at his feet.
Why have breaking bad when you can have breaking point?
First break point opportunity
point.
for Muller.
Sounds like prison break, to be fair.
In the whole match.
2 3/4 hours.
Djokovic sends down the serve. Ace! 17th ace. We go deuce.
Outside edge of the line, 127 miles an hour.
I feel like the 7th Doctor just shouting, ace! But that's how it is. Straight down centre court. Backhander was out. Advantage, Djokovic.
Outside edge of the line.
Ace.
In the old days, which was technologically 12 months ago, we would have been having challenges and
It
counter
was
challenges.
in, which means it is advantage Muller.
Oh!
Break point, second.
Fabulous! So it's advantage Muller. It was classified in. Straight down then from Djokovic on his return serve. Muller can now take it for 2-1 in the fourth set. Djokovic trying his hardest. Muller hits the net. Back to juice.
Second juice.
This is getting good now.
Why have Bond James Bond when you can have juice? Second juice.
Why has Matthew Owen sent us Chrome settings search engines? What's he up to? It's the worst hack ever. Straight down. Good return on the forehand from Muller. Djokovic tries to slow it down. Advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic. You will like my response to that. It's a little bit of a running joke that has turned up in the USN NASCAR broadcasts where they go on random tangents, and I just throw the truly inspirational. Thank you, Matthew. Djokovic for the serve.
Ace! And Djokovic makes it 1-all.
Now for Tara, for Yelena, for Novak Djokovic, for everyone watching as well. And with that in mind, here on BBC One, very shortly we're going to be heading to the 10 o'clock news. This match, though, will be continuing immediately on BBC Two. So just a warning, in around about a minute's time, we'll be switching to BBC Two.
Thanks for that, Claire. As Muller, with his serve now, going straight down with a fault. And I'm desperately trying to get to BBC Two. Muller serves. Backhander from Djokovic. Muller serves it up high. Djokovic coming in again. Muller's going to hit the net here if he's not careful. I can see it coming. Oh, Djokovic comes in, makes Djokovic run for it. Yeah, Djokovic goes down with a drop shot. It takes it to 15 on the board. So it's Djokovic to 15.
Welcome to viewers on BBC Two to our continuing coverage of the second day of Wimbledon, where we have seen more upsets and more players lost from the top 10 than any other Grand Slam in the Open era. Novak Djokovic determined not to be one of them. And we'll say goodbye to you on BBC One. As we rejoin commentary here. Tim Hemman and Andrew Castle are in the box, and to let you know, if you haven't been following this match, that Novak Djokovic was showing real signs of discomfort. He needed a medical timeout. There's his little boy Stefan up on his feet, roaring him on, because Djokovic came back, having looked really uncomfortable in that second set tiebreak, to win the third set 6-2. It's 1-all at the start of the fourth. They can continue play here until 11 o'clock, but it must stop then. The roof is closed. The lights are on. It's a late-night drama.
Thank you very much, Claire. 30 love to Djokovic at the moment as they come into it. And he goes out to take it to break point with Djokovic on 40. Well, the tensions are rising. And the crowd are loving what they are seeing here tonight. Into the net on Muller's serve. I'm delighted to welcome up to the commentary box Matthew Owens. Hello, Matthew. How are you doing? As he gets ready, as we're in the middle of a serve. Djokovic backhander coming in with Muller. Djokovic only needs for a mistake, and he might get it now, and he's just gone out. Muller to 15 to 40.
It's a tactic that Djokovic...
I welcome Matthew Owens to the broadcast. Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you for having me. Glad to finally get on here, as it looks like Djokovic just about to take full control of this match. Still a couple of break points here.
Still coming in as they head down. Forehander coming in. Oh, beautiful for Muller. That's textbook, Matthew, isn't it? If you want to take a few while I set up the com cams.
third break point.
Serve out wide and forehand inside out into the ad court. So he's fought off a couple break points. Muller, still one more to go here at the near end. Toss up, serve down, goes out wide, misses.
And I've got a feeling that this is going to
Hello,
be...
Matthew.
This is going to be one of those games, isn't it, really, where...
I'm just a scoreboard and second umpire guy.
Yeah, he keeps shouting juice and confusing everyone.
Juice.
Backhander coming in. Forehander changed in, but it's already gone
Wow.
out.
Wow.
It's leveled.
Juice.
40-40.
Well, and that's an incredible fight back from Muller from Love 40.
Have you been surprised,
Obviously.
Matthew, with how many of the seeding players we've actually lost so far in this tournament?
Oh yeah,
It's insane.
it's been a shocking first couple of days. As Muller serves out wide, Djokovic, great return, half volley pickup right off the shoelaces from Muller, drifts wide.
Advantage Muller coming into it now.
But yeah, it's shocking to see Goff and Pagula go out today. I thought Humbert's loss was stunning too, as it serves up the tee. Djokovic bats it back, and then Muller's just hit that badly. He's hit it off the frame. Back to deuce again. That stops a run of 5 points in a row that Muller had.
We are waiting for this start procedure and how close this could come into it as well here. Oh, that's lovely. They're both right there together. And it's Dragovic who goes out high. Advantage Muller to make it with a great point. Say again?
Dragovic!
Is it me, or have you lot just become really unprofessional ever since Matthew turned up?
Says the person you just called Djokovic. Dragovic.
Well, I'm trying to do 3 things at once. And Djokovic goes out wide.
He's hit that! Wow, what a shot!
It's happened again. More and more problems keep coming up. I shouldn't say I'm surprised, Matthew, but it is an issue that does grow. It's unlucky with how much we have witness here of problems upon problems upon problems. Don't you agree?
Yeah, it's just surprising to see what we've seen, as Muller's hit that serve out wide really well, but Djokovic, as he's always done, always been one of the best returners. That was a great return. Muller flashing that forehand into the net, so Djokovic will get his 25th break point of this match.
How on earth has he managed to do any of this today? This man knows no limits. Absolutely no limits at all. Djokovic on the advantage then to shake things up. We welcome Matthew up to the comms box as we get our screens back operational. Into the net for Muller. Djokovic now takes it 2-1, fourth set. And we're back. Hello. And in vision now.
Well, Muller did extremely well there to fight back in that game and ended up getting a couple of game points, but Djokovic, as he so often does, just rips your heart out. And now he's well on his way. 2-1 and a break in hand here in this fourth set. He does not want to have happened to him what happened to Alcaraz yesterday. That was a stunning development. Fabio Fognini is a capable player, obviously very experienced, but Alcaraz should not have been going 5 sets with him yesterday. And obviously Novak here the last couple of years, he's had a penchant to losing some sets, dropping some sets early in these slams, just as he's done today, but he certainly doesn't want to go 5.
I don't think anybody wants to go 5 tonight, but we are heading towards the curfew.
And this was an unlucky draw for both players. Muller is not a bad player whatsoever. He's just barely outside the top 40 in the world. He is in no way a scrub, and it's a tough draw because had he not been drawn with Djokovic here, he could have made a run to the third round or maybe even the fourth, depending on what else happened. But this is obviously a difficult draw for him.
JT's going to be happy I've added his name to the broadcast booth now. Because we needed to fill some space. So he gets called the producer to come into it as well. I can't see his camera. Where's he gone? So, Novak Djokovic coming through. Now that my attention's back on, straight into the net. He's serving now.
Evans never lost to Djokovic. How many times have they played? Once.
Oh! Djokovic very much slows the pace down, brings it in, and a softball over the top takes it to 15. I'll tell you what.
Stretch there on that drop volley.
Are you expect net points won, by the way, 19 out of 25 for Djokovic? Are you expecting Djokovic to take it all this far, despite his issues he's having with medicals today?
I mean, yeah.
Ace!
Wow, that's just the chalk flying up as he goes wide in the ad court. Yeah, I mean, he is one to take a good amount of medical time out, especially at the age that he's at now. Just wants to make sure that he's all well and good. But he has to be sharper than this if he's going to win this title in 2 weeks' time, which, of course, he's done so much over his illustrious career. He's the greatest tennis player of all time.
Oh, and there we go again.
Earned by Muller, cross court.
Yes, I can now. Hello.
Stop going for his shots. Decent second serve from Djokovic.
Oh, this just keeps on getting weirder and weirder, this game today. And again we go. 15 to 30. And now 30 to 30. Muller's finding pace. Anything you can do, I can do better. And he now knows he's got this one to hurry up, otherwise Djokovic walks away with today's game. Oh, I was so ready to call an ace there, Matthew.
Really pushed Novak back on that last forehand. It was a really good depth in that rally here. Second serve at 30-all.
Beautiful return for Muller, and it catches out Novak. Great point, 40-30. Go on.
That's a Novak-esque return.
How do you rank Muller then?
No, he's a solid player. He's a serviceable player. Like I said, top 40 in the world rankings. Yeah, he's a serviceable player.
Djokovic with the serve. As our assistants are bugging out. Ace! 20! 20th ace and deuce on the board.
Yeah, he faces a break point like that and so often just comes up with one. Save himself.
Can he get 21st ace of the game? Let the first serve, clip the top of the net. I'm glad you could join us, actually, because we've been missing you on our tennis coverage.
I'm thrilled to finally be on. I'm frustrated a bit this week.
Advantage Muller.
Another let right there.
Oh, interesting they have not put the advantage up. I thought it would be advantage Muller. It was a second serve let. Djokovic straight down. Ace! 21st ace of the game, and he's just warming up.
Ace number 21.
That's unbelievable. That's 29 aces we've had, by the way. 8 have come the way of Muller. Djokovic sends it down again.
See where he goes with this second serve in the ad court. Might go out wide. Nope.
Into the volley. Oh, beautiful return from Muller. Backhand a little bit, slows it down, puts a bit of a spin on it actually as well as it came back in. It'll be Djokovic to hit the net at this rate.
Djokovic normally wins these kinds of points, but he doesn't there. Wow! Muller just unleashing that forehand up the line.
Where is he finding this pace? Where? This is unbelievable. That was power and control with the forearm.
He wanted to end that point. He can't normally win those kinds of lengthy points against Novak. Rarely do people win those kinds of points. So he's got to go for broke. He's got to end it one way or another, whether he hits a winner or sprays it wide.
Ace! 22nd for Novak Djokovic. And I will promise to get out of calling him Djokovic, but, you know, years of Formula 2, it kind of gets ingrained in you. But welcome to everybody watching on JB Sports and listening in on
Motorsport commentator tries to commentate tennis.
Yeah, but I don't try. I've done tennis for about 3 years now. Maybe more, actually. I do enjoy some tennis. Straight down. Backhander coming back. And Muller hits the net.
That took a weird bounce on Muller there. He was running around the forehand to hit a backhand, but he ended up just leaning into the backhand. It was not a clean swing. Took a bad bounce on him. Djokovic able to consolidate the break, 3-1.
A few people were commenting.
Zoom.
Yeah, people commenting that I was too far out on the screen now. Oh, top of the net for Muller. Djokovic was a bit slow as well. And that was a big between the two.
Well, he's everywhere. It's hard to believe that he can be everywhere like this at this age. Unbelievable.
So we'll go again. I'm hearing a medical timeout might be coming next time by, just to let you know. There you go. Is that happy for everybody? Because they were complaining I was too far out ever since Matthew came in. And a fault on the serve. Because we've changed our...
It's all your fault, Matthew.
Yes, because
it normally is.
No, we just changed camera angles. Is it the way? Which way do I need to be? People are telling me it's the other way. Okay. Ouch! 15 all. Muller has 2-9 career record against top 10 opponents and 0-2 on grass. His best went 2025 in Hamburg earlier on. Muller's serve's been strong here. It's caught Novak out several times. Djokovic needs to keep his arm in contention. Backhander comes through. A little bit of a leg off there as well as he does so. Slows the pace down. Too wide, kips it in. Beautiful for Muller. Go on, Matthew.
Well, that was good. Muller back door on the backhand. Had Djokovic a bit off balance a couple of times in that rally, but Djokovic hit a really good steering that forehand down the line, and Muller goes back door on him to finish the point. That was well struck.
So 30-15 for Muller. Top of the net lets the first serve. 3 hours in this game. Now they did call yesterday at 20 past 10. We're getting close to that time. Backhander comes up. Oh!
They called it then because it was a natural ending point at the end of the set.
Let's see if this will be a natural ending point because this is the 4th set and so far Djokovic has it. It's 30 all and Djokovic was beautifully there, Matthew, right on the line to keep it in.
Yeah, and Muller thought it was floating out, didn't try to play it. Wow, that's a terrible ball toss by Muller, and he almost made the serve.
Straight down. Backhander. Oh, perfect from Djokovic's return. Great point.
Yeah, we're not gonna get to we're not gonna get to curfew time tonight. If he gets this break, it's 4-1, and this thing's gonna be over in about 20 minutes.
It must be nearly bedtime. You were saying? Beautiful for Muller!
Gosh!
Did Djokovic slip over there?
I think he did. He was so far beyond the tram lines there. And again, early days in the championships, when you're that far beyond the baseline, the grass is very lush, very thick back there. It's easy to slide.
And there's rain predicted tomorrow as well, Matthew, so a slippy court could be the option. They might keep the roofs closed on court 1 and centre court for the amount of rain we've got here, but I'd like to keep it open really, but you know, the grass can't get that damaged. Straight down from Muller, picking up the chalk. Where was Novak going with that one? Advantage Muller.
Great placement on that serve, right on the line in the deep corner.
Oh, computers put it in.
Love the Hawkeye system. We need it in so many other sports.
Backhander from Muller.
Like NASCAR for both finishes.
Oh, Lord of mercy. He hits that backhand straight as an arrow up the line.
Juice.
Muller misses it. 40 all.
We need Matthew's 4 on the scoreboard system.
Oh yeah, do you like it? Have you played
I
around
love
with
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's fantastic. Looks terrific.
The best thing is now that every time you're calling a game, one of us is going to be around to produce it, so you get all the noise and you get everything. It's great. Straight down. Novak again. Just Novak nowhere.
Well, Muller is going very. There's Judy Murray up there. Muller's going very cautious on these second serves. That last one was only at 95 miles an hour. Novak's going to attack those at this point, 3 hours plus. He's going to attack second serves.
Bad return from Muller. Djokovic just now picking it back up. And he goes out! Second game for Muller. Djokovic leads 3-2, fourth set. Now, if this goes down to a fifth set decider, I'll be surprised.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think everyone would be pretty shocked if Novak loses control from here, but might not. Or he may do. Anything's possible, as we see.
In a natural break, let's check in with the BBC.
Doubles?
Yeah, I did in Atlanta.
That's pretty special.
With Neil Broad.
Yeah, Broady. Yep. Tennis in the Olympics. Nobody was really sure. It came back in
88.
80, yeah.
84.
Oh, of course you know.
So in Barcelona and the London Olympics, of course, and glory days for this great city, and more ahead for this global event. Obviously a big expansion expected in the years ahead. Judicial review of that decision will go ahead second week of Wimbledon. So big plans. Always the future is being thought about here and planned for.
Here we go again then.
10:20 the time now, 3-2. In the fourth set, Novak Djokovic a chance to push further ahead, just failing to break there. Play must finish at 11.
We won't get that far. If we get that far, I will eat this microphone.
Bet.
Straight down. Nowhere return from Muller.
But, you see that return there by Muller. He's got to go for broke in this situation. I don't hate that return. Go big, try to find a line. Obviously just missed it.
Djokovic runs it down. Oh, into the net again from Muller. We're approaching break point. JT's getting ready to say it before we even draw breaths. I can see him on the Combox cam.
Well, no, because Djokovic is serving and he's got the point.
Yeah. He'll be at 4, which would be the break in this set. Tries for an ace. Oh, slows it down again. Forehand return. Oh, Djokovic went wide. I'd keep doing that. Oh.
Muller would like to, I'm sure, keep it in the middle of the court, try to take his angles away.
Yeah. What's confusing me is because we've got Muller, and who we're used to calling him motorsport, then you've got Djokovic. Why pair these two together? Ah, another fault coming through as well.
You're making excuses.
Can I say that I've been on air all day and I've been in this commentary box since 1 PM? That could be it. Straight down. Forehand return for Muller. Oh, Muller into the net. Djokovic now on 40. Yeah, what's that now? 8 hours and 50 minutes. Don't worry, kids, it's nearly bedtime. That would have been nice if we could do it with an ace. Forehand now, swap it up, goes a bit too wide. Yes, well done. Perfect from Novak Djokovic. He leads 4 games to 2, 4th set. And he will now have to face Muller, who will be serving. And Djokovic going for set point. Matthew, this could be over quite quickly.
Yeah, tucks that backhand into the corner in the deuce court. Gonna go over and change his racket here. Tightly strung racket.
The way it's going though, Novak will be serving for the match if he gets this next game as well, so it's all working out better for him. JT's literally taking juice to the next level. He's now drinking juice. Is it
Tango cherry, but yes.
Oh, he's got to be Robinson's here. Backhander coming in from Muller.
How about that return from Djokovic? My God. Look at all this backspin in this rally.
They are not changing up for forehand anytime soon, are they?
Slice backhand to slice backhand here. Wow.
There's the first forehand from Muller. Still
topspin forehand. My God.
Oh, you were right. It was just going to go. Djokovic played that with expertise.
That was an endurance backhand.
That was an old school kind of a rally there on the grass courts, just throwing those slice backhands in, getting those low bounces. Now we're going back. Wow.
Oh! Now, I was sure that Muller was going to get that over and it'd be Novak who'd lose the point, but Muller hits the net and Novak now goes to 30 love. Well, this is fun.
Break right here and serve for the match, like you said, so wouldn't be shocked if he were to get this break.
Could he do it with aces? That would be fun. Forehander. Oh, perfect for Muller.
Yeah, we're about wide. You know Djokovic has all that speed to get back east-west, so go to the back door. Cross-court forehand in the deuce court corner. Well played.
That breath there from Novak was audible. Just poor backhand from Djokovic there as well. His forehand carries the pace. Oh, way wide from Muller.
He ripped the forehand, though. He ripped that forehand, and here we go. 2 point.
Here we go again, then. To think that this game starts off with each of them bettering each other in set 2. Backhander coming in good there from Muller. Oh, he goes a bit wide. It's break point. 5 games to 2. Djokovic will serve for the match. Matthew, this is classic Novak in a difficult evening.
No, it is. It's a staple of his. Break for 5-2 and serve for it. Double break lead. Not a lot of pressure on this next service game. On he'll go to the second round. Would have been on the court a little bit longer than I think he wanted to. I don't think he wanted to be out here 3 hours. I think 2.5 would have fit him perfectly. But again, this is what Novak, as he has gotten beyond 33, 34, 35 years old, now at 38. This is often what he does. He works his way into the tournament. You will never see Novak play a perfect A+ match on the first week. He works his way into the tournament.
I think also the delayed time that we got out here hasn't helped him, because I think his antibiotics, whatever he had, wore off. And that's why he had to have medical intervention, because we were supposed to be on 2 hours before we actually were. We were supposed to fit in the first round of the women's match. I got shoved to court 1 because the match that was supposedly, everyone last night was saying, why have you stopped it? There's only 45 minutes to go. Went another 2.5 hours, and it's completely disrupted today's running on centre court. Novak Djokovic then is serving for the match in the gentlemen's singles first round. Straight down, backhander was poor for Muller. It goes out, it's 15-love.
Novak is 50-2 the last 11 years on center court. Wow. His only 2 losses in the last 2 finals to Alcaraz.
Alcaraz as well went 4 hours 30 yesterday in his opening match.
That was unnecessary. Should not have needed that long to beat Fognini.
Double fault coming up for Novak. It hasn't come up on the monitors though, so it still stays 15. Yeah, it wasn't necessary yesterday. Out from Muller. Djokovic to 30-love. He's 2 away. Will he try and do it with a 23 and 24 ace? I hope you get a match tomorrow, mate. I really do. That would be quite nice.
I hope so too.
A drop shot, cheeky!
Oh my God! Drop volley. Oh, it
point.
Lands like a butterfly with sore feet.
Match point then for Novak Djokovic. He will try and do this with an ace. And he's done it! Novak Djokovic wins the first round. He wins it 6-1, 7-6, 6-2, 6-2 against Alexandra Muller in a fantastic, lengthy opening game here on centre court. Matthew, that was tiring. And now everyone looks to see, will he be okay for the second round?
In my very much non-expert opinion, he'll be just fine.
His 1,000th, 146th career victory. Unbelievable from this man.
He is just so good.
I've just looked at the viewing figures for today. 7,882 on the extra channel. Thank you to everybody who's joined us. And what a game from Muller. A star, he's 28 years old, but he's growing into it. Like we've seen so many. He's an Andy Murray type. He grows into it the older he gets. Today has proved that. I'm going to need a light on me, actually, I've just been told. So it's getting a bit darker here in the commentary box. So I'll light myself up. The light's fallen over. Illuminating as always.
Illumination!
Well, Lee McKenzie I think is standing by. Let's have a word. Lee.
What a difficult start it was to your 20th Wimbledon Championships. You had to battle hard against Alex tonight, but it looked like you had to battle hard against yourself. How tough was that for you?
Well, look, it's great to finish tonight, obviously before the curfew. I want to thank everyone for staying this late. Thank you for the support. It was an amazing atmosphere, especially after the roof was closed, obviously very loud, and thanks for deciding to spend the Tuesday evening with us. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed.
He doesn't have to eat his
it's great to be back in Wimbledon. Obviously, I have to say that first and acknowledge the sacredness of this court and of this tournament. It has always meant a lot to me and to many other players. You know, it's a childhood dream tournament, so I never take stepping out on this court for granted, and I enjoy myself. Obviously, a bit less in the second set, but you know, to be quite frank, went from feeling my absolute best for set and a half to my absolute worst for about 45 minutes, whether it was a stomach bug or I don't know what it is, but yeah, just struggle with that. The energy kind of kicked back after some doctor's miracle pills, and yeah, I managed to finish the match on a good note, let's say.
I think a lot of people will be wanting to know what these doctor's miracle pills were, because it was a fantastic comeback. Was there any concern though, Novak, that you might not be able to finish this match? Because at some points you looked unsteady. Were you concerned that you might have to retire from this match at all?
No, I honestly wasn't thinking about that and taking that as an option. But you know, I knew that something is off with the stomach. So hopefully, when that comes down and you know the energy will come back. That's what happened. Credit to Alex for playing some really good tennis. I think he fought in the second set. He deserved a round of applause for the battle. Yeah, I think when I faced some break points in the fourth, I came up with some big serves, and I think overall I served very well today. That's one of the things I've been working on and trying to, you know, get as many free points on the first serve as I possibly can. Grass is the fastest surface we have in sports, obviously, so when you get a lot of free points off the first serve and high percentage of first serves in, it makes your life on the court easier. So I think, you know, first, third and fourth set, that was the case, and kind of put pressure on his service games, and, you know, I found, I guess, the right shot at the right time. So overall, a lot of the positives to take away from today and into the next round.
And Novak, just finally, you said on your way into Wimbledon that you felt that this is your best chance of another Grand Slam, stomach buck aside. That you're still on course?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I have a chance, to be honest.
Come on!
I think I always have a chance. I think I earned my right to really feel like I can go all the way to the title. You know, I've had arguably the most consistent success on any Grand Slam here in Wimbledon in the last decade. The last six editions I played 6 finals, so, you know, always enjoyed myself, you know, playing on this court, except when I play Alcaraz in the last couple of years. But other than that, it was great. Look, you know, it's just the beginning of the tournament. There are many fantastic players in the draw. I'm going to be playing a Brit next round. That's going to be a tough one, and but I look forward to it. You know, I always felt like grass, particularly in the second part of my career, was really the surface where I played my best tennis. So why not do it again?
Novak, thank you very much for your time.
You.
Put your hands together, Novak Djokovic.
Wonderful game. Let's get final thoughts. JT, you've been watching it behind. What did you make of today? I don't know if you can hear me. We'll start with you, Matthew. What have you made of today?
wild day, full of upsets. I did not think it was going to... I did not anticipate Jessica Pegula losing at all, especially the way she did, and I thought, okay, and this is a player in Pegula that has lost early in these slams as a high seed, but I wasn't expecting it today, although Elisabetta Cocciadetto is a very serviceable player. Was surprised by that, didn't think it would get any bigger than that today, and then it did with Coco. That is a stunning loss from Coco Gauff. Coming off the Roland Garros title, Diana Yastremska is also a very good player. Just missed out on being a seed. I did not envision her, beating Coco Gauff, and I certainly didn't envision her doing it so straightforward. 6-1 in the second set. That was a stunner. So this American Revolution that everyone was anticipating that we got on the Terre Battue in Paris, and we thought it would be carrying over here on the grass courts at Wimbledon, has not happened, and losing the second and third seed on day 2 is pretty shocking.
JC?
Is there anything that Matthew Owens is not an oracle in?
I've yet to find it, to be fair.
But yeah, overall, good day.
I didn't say anything stunning there, did I?
Day 2 in the scoreboarding booth is done, and well, it actually did what I wanted it to do for once.
Just 12 days to go, eh?
Some really good matches. I think today was bigger for shocks and upsets, even though we had a couple yesterday, but Coco Gauff, definitely the biggest one of the day and night. Of course, it was moved to court 1, which may or may not have helped, but yeah.
I'm sure there might be a little bit of protest. Go on.
That did not help, but it's not an excuse.
No, both covered, both with lights, and it's the same type of grass, so it should be okay.
If it was from centre court to like court 17, then yes, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, but it wasn't.
I'm being forced off because, they've switched off question time, so we kind of know that we've got to go to Newsnight now, so we're being forced off. Reminder, we'll be back tomorrow on USON and JB Sports for all of the action from the third day of Wimbledon with the centre court action, and hopefully we'll have a couple of extra voices on hand as well for some interesting matches. Just the 1 men's tomorrow and then 2 women's matches that we can cover. It's going to be quite a lot of fun. My thanks to Matthew, my thanks to JT, and to all of you at home as well. Second day of coverage. Hey, yesterday we only had 250 viewers in total. Today, 7.8 thousand. Thank you very much for blowing up the Wimbledon coverage. Join us again tomorrow.
That was an incredible reaction, Matthew.
Yeah, he went nuts, didn't he? Join us again tomorrow for all of the action here. Take care. Bye-bye.